Morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, oh, grief. Was that weekend finished already? You know, and it was nice and you put your feet up and you didn't have to. I was a bit lazy over the weekend, but there again, I think I'm entitled to be after I've done sort of 5 days. And it's not been a stressful 5 days. Emotionally, it's been a stressful 5 days where you get to that stage and you think, I don't want to see any more pictures of sort of people being shot at by the Russians and everything else. I find it's depressing enough for us over here. Imagine what it must be like for them over there. And I think, if memory serves me, I think about another 2,000 or 3,000 have been arrested in Russia for protesting against the war. They are supporters of the Ukrainian people and they don't want to see any more deaths. But Putin, being mad as a barrel organ, is out there killing indiscriminately men, women, children, civilians, bombing churches, bombing everything. In fact, there's not going to be very much left for him to inherit, but there again, he's that stupid. It's his funeral, as they say, which hopefully could be even sooner. I think actually more than 4,500 people detained at anti-war protests, 1,700 detained. I mean, I find it just in Moscow. I mean, have they got big enough prisons over there? Have they got big enough prisons to hold all these people? It's ridiculous. I'll tell you the other thing I noticed the other day, and I wasn't sure how it worked out. On all the bus stops around our way, it's where, I can't remember what they're called, Extinction Rebellion. They've got posters up inside the bus shelter, not glued to the glass. They're underneath the plastic, talking about a rally, and they want people to go to this rally against Thames Water. I'm thinking, have they paid to put these in there? Have they just slid them in? I couldn't quite work it out, actually. Whatever it was, you know, I don't really think they should be advertising Extinction Rebellion on bus shelters. Thank you very much indeed. Stuart Ramsey, Sky's reporter, speaking of his amazing survival. I mean, seriously, an act of God. He was shot in the spine. And I think the cameraman, if they weren't wearing their flak jackets and all the rest of it, I mean, he'd have been a goner straight away. Absolutely amazing. He's done a 2-page. I watched his report. And you think, and also Clive Myrie managed to get out as well, because I think things were getting a bit desperate and a bit tense over there, and we take it for granted, don't we? You see pictures on the news, you hear people talking on LBC, and you tend to forget that they're in the thick of it. They're actually their targets. Listen, if Putin is going to happily kill men, women and children, his specialty is children at the moment. He doesn't really care. He has no interest in protecting these people's lives. They mean nothing to him. So hopefully his life will mean nothing at the end. He'll just be killed, assassinated. There's a rumour. How strong a rumour, I've got no idea. There's just a rumour that there is a £1 million bounty on his head for the person who takes him out. Well, I should imagine he's living permanently in a bunker. I shouldn't imagine he's set foot outside of the Kremlin for a long time. He'll live in the bunker there. The food will be brought in, and he won't be seeing the light of day. Why? Because he's a coward. He's a coward because he knows that his life is at risk. There are thousands of people in Russia who would happily kill him, not for the bounty. They just do it for the glory of killing him and the glory of the fatherland, because otherwise there'll be no Russia left very shortly. The amount of companies that have started pulling out, mind you, there are still companies who are still trading inside Russia, and those companies should be boycotted. Shell Oil, for example, have just taken delivery of a huge tanker of Russian oil, and they're about the only ones as far as I know. But I paid a fortune the other day in a Shell garage. I'm not going to use Shell ever again. I've decided that, you know, if they don't know whose side to be on in a war, and it's a war of words, then I can't be bothered to give them my business. I paid $1.75 a litre. $1.75 a litre. And that was just in a normal Shell garage. But I shall use other garages and use other oil that doesn't come from Russia. Thank you very much indeed. I'm not going to be taken the mickey out of by a huge company like Shell who make huge profits. But in an effort to sort of keep going, they said, oh, we are looking at it. You go, you shouldn't have bought it. You shouldn't have bought it, really. You shouldn't have done. And if you feel anything, you know, ironically, the place in Twickenham, which is the Prosperity Cafe, which is Ukrainian, is right next door to the Shell garage. Right next door. Right next door. Julian, yes, I did hear that the former Director General of MI5 mentioned this programme. Stella Rimington is a fan, and she finds me soothing. She says, I'm amusing at 10 p.m. I'm amusing myself on reading funny books. I'm listening to Cold Comfort Farm by Stella Gibbons on Audible. If I wake up in the night, I ask my Alexa to switch on Steve Allen on LBC. I find him soothing. I'm very thrilled. Did you know that Stella Rimington's latest novel is being published on the 17th of March? which is my birthday. And Stella Rimington, as you know, is an anagram of Steve Allen. Yeah, if you turn Stella Rimington around, Stella is A-double-L, well, nearly, an anagram, of course, and they would have spotted Steve Allen in there. Well, it's in there somewhere. You just have to be economical with it. Brian says, I know it's your birthday soonish. I'd send you the cake with the candle as long as you don't light them. After all, we're trying to curb global warming. To be honest with you, I don't think you'll get that many candles on a cake. I don't think it's going to be physically possible, but we could try. Robin Hatfield says, I'm going to be flying out to South Africa this Wednesday. How do I find out if there's any tube strikes on that day? You don't. You just have to guess. Just have to guess. The RMT like to do it as a surprise. And that's the only way I can tell you. They like to do things as a surprise. They've achieved nothing. Absolutely nothing at all, apart from basically they've had a few days off to go and stand in the cold. Chris in Sturchley says, I listened to the podcast to your Sunday show at Leicester Square Theatre. Very entertaining. Happy to support Make Some Noise. Thank you. We're very happy to support Make Some Noise as well. And also all the other chat. There is a bit of a demand on you at the moment for your money to help a country who is war-torn already. There's some part of Ukraine, and I think there's something very important there. It's a shrine, and I think it's something to do with Russia. So they've got to be very careful what bits they bomb, what bits they don't, because they don't want to bomb it. And I was watching a program on the telly the other day about suitcase bombs in Russia. Suitcase bombs. They had, for example, about 146 of them. 100 have gone missing. Now, these were invented some years ago. They are as 1/16th as powerful as the bomb that blew up Hiroshima. And they come in a suitcase. And it's got a timer on it, and they just look like normal bags. But they reckon that they aren't of a danger anymore, because at one time they worried about where they'd all gone to because they disappeared. And they could be placed anywhere and then activated. But they then worked out that these things have a shelf life, so they don't think that they would be working anymore. Most of the parts would have corroded by now. But they did come up with these suitcase bombs. They became quite famous, and they could literally just leave them in a railway station or an airport or anything like that, and these things would blow up, and it would be like a mini Hiroshima. Either way, dangerous. Now, I know that we will keep you up to date on the programme this morning with everything that's going on in Ukraine. The papers are still full of the families fleeing for their lives, and the Russians raining shellfire on the civilians as they try to escape. You would have having been lied to by Putin, but there again, you can't trust a word this man says. The homoerotic Mr. Putin, who apparently, because he's so bloated at the moment, he wouldn't be seen dead with his shirt off riding a horse, but you never know, do you? And these people are running for their lives, mum and child. Children have no idea what it is. The heroes on the road to hell. And they're literally trying to get out. They've got to save every bit of petrol that they've got, because they've got no petrol. They're running out in Russia as well. And as I say, they don't have as many shops open. They don't have anything really. There's no money in the banks for them to take out. So it's all going to be limited in case there's a huge run on them. And many companies are just closing down, putting people out of work. In between being out of work in Russia, you get yourself arrested if you protest, and you tell, the so-called leader of the country, such an honest, God-fearing man, that he's basically screwed up big time. Other stories in the papers today. Everybody's saying, even Trevor Kavanagh, writing in The Sun today, we're all going to pay a high price. Food is going up in price. Petrol is definitely going up in price. But then all you have to do, it's quite simple, is limit the amount of times you use your car. If you use your car on a regular basis, then you're basically screwed, because you've got to buy the petrol. You can't do it any other way unless you buy an electric car, and in which case they're so price prohibitive, it would be a little bit difficult to go out and buy something and sort of try and make it work, because they're very expensive. Petrol cars start about £20,000. It's bless you. It's sneezing too much. It's a lot of money. So I've just limited how many times I use the car. In fact, I've not used it. I just used it for a couple of little journeys, and I put some petrol in yesterday. That's how I knew it was 175. But I didn't put it in a Shell garage. And to be honest with you, I should be searching around high and low to avoid using Shell garages. If they're buying petrol from the Russians, I ain't buying from Shell. Simple as that. Prince Charles is to bankroll broke brother Andrew. multi-million pound sex abuse payout with a loan to save the family honour. So they'll lend him the money, and then Andrew will pay it back when he sells the chalet. And so the Queen will chip in as well, just to make sure that there is no public cash being used. I mean, honestly, what a waste of space Prince Andrew is. What a complete and utter waste of space. Who'd have realised that clever boy Clever, you know, the man who sort of demanded people call him sir and everything else, would turn out to be somebody who's costing the royal family a serious amount of bad publicity. Never known so much bad publicity. But he can't remember meeting this woman. Andrew lives in the Royal Lodge, which I think you find was the Queen Mother's old place. 31 rooms. What in God's name she did in there, I can't imagine. She must have rattled around. But he lives with Sarah Ferguson. Have you noticed she's gone very quiet? Not at all surprised, love. Got that one wrong, didn't you? Oh, he's a good man, Andrew. He's a good man. Yes, I'm sure he is, dear, because you're living free off his back. Perhaps you should be charged rent, or they should both be moved out. Twice bankrupt, Kerry Katona. They call her an ex-pop star. She was never a pop star. She was never with Atomic Kitten when they had their hits. She was never with them. It was, you know, she was, again, but anyway, she sold topless pictures of herself. And the good news is she's managed to put her children in private education. She lives in an amazing home and has bought a Lamborghini. So, and that's why, because she's a millionaire. She claims it's a far cry from struggling to find the rent during lockdown. And she modelled before her singing career. No, she didn't. Let's not be stupid about it. Of course she didn't. And OnlyFans, people pay to access her topless shots. And she was declared bankrupt in 2008 and 2013. All I hope is, and I mean this in a caring way, darling, you pay your tax. Okay, that's all I hope. Pay your tax bill. But of course, once people have seen them, they've seen them. Okay, but good luck with that career. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
I see Taron Egerton collapsed on stage on the first night of his West End play. He fainted during a sold-out performance. But he was examined by a doctor from the audience. It's that old thing, isn't it? Excuse me, is there a doctor in the audience? He says, I'm completely fine, slightly sore neck and a bruised ego, but I'm fine. So he was drinking tea, pictured himself drinking tea the other day, and so he's fine, which is good news. Yeah, we had somebody at the Fairfield Halls in Croydon who went sick right at the end of the show. Right at the end of the show. Typical, isn't it? There's always somebody, honestly, trying to sort of one-up you. Steve, I donated 30 quid to the Disaster Emergency Committee on Saturday with gift aid. It equates to £37.50. It's not much, but I hope it helps. Do you know they raised £55 million in one day on deck? DEC, £55 million in one day. Kevin the Milkman says, I've just driven past the Global building. Good to see it's lit up in the colours of the Ukrainian flag. Yes, never let it be said that we don't support Ukraine. We 100% support Ukraine. It's as simple as that. So, yes, we are lit up on the back. And now the Ukraine aid appeal has topped 100 million since it was 100 million. And that's down to you. That is down to you. That's £1 million an hour since the campaign was launched. £100 million. Now, what I hope is it gets over there to help people and doesn't waste its time being, you know, a committee of people faffing around with it. Get it over there and get it working. Simple as that. Steve, I think I'm going to invest in a mobility scooter, says Faye. I only use the car once a week to get my shopping. A lot cheaper to run, I'm sure. Faye's in Wakefield, or Oop North, as you call it. Oop North. Yes, I mean, I'm assuming anybody can buy a mobility scooter. I'm assuming so. You don't have to be disabled to buy one, and it must be cheaper because you charge it up. You can get to the local shops and back, and there's enough room, isn't there, to put... and how much? I don't know how much... To be honest with you, Faye, I've got no idea how much mobility scooters cost. I've seen them advertised on some of the television programmes, and they look about £2,500, £3,000. They can go higher, depending on how big, you know, if you want a double one. You can take a friend. I'm going to have one for my birthday. Steve Allen, 68. Steve, you must watch Peaky Blinders. It's superb. Also, EastEnders, currently gripping. Well, it should be. They've just spent 87 million quid of your money building the blooming set. I mean, ridiculous. Have you heard of such a thing? Have you ever heard of such a thing? There's... Oh, dear, honestly. I hate these stories, but I really merely read it to you as something that you should tell the kids. This is a teenager called Joshua Harper. He was cycling with friends, and he'd been smoking cannabis and eating magic mushrooms. I mean, the fatal combination. And what he did, he jogged along the narrow ledge of a viaduct's parapet. and he fell off and died. As simple as that, because he was stoned out of his mind. He climbed onto an 18-inch wide ledge. He jogged along before plunging off it in one smooth movement. And the coroner says it appears as an act of bravado. Verdict, accidental death. Warning to everybody. If you do things like magic mushrooms and cannabis and a combination of the two, you believe you're invincible. You believe you can do anything. And unfortunately, in his case, at the age of 17, his life is finished. He's, leaving parents and brothers, sisters, and dreadful waste. Why in God's name people ever take cannabis, I've got no idea. And magic mushrooms. I mean, I wouldn't know a magic mushroom from a wardrobe from IKEA. I really wouldn't. But I think the combination, what they do is they make you hallucinate. So, and look at it yourself, an 18-inch wide parapet on a viaduct. You can imagine how high that is, can't you? And you walk along it and you think, yeah, I can jog along this and then I'll just turn round. But there's nothing there to help you turn round. You're only on 18. I mean, I can't turn round in the kitchen, without sort of becoming a little bit unbalanced. But again, that's always been me, I'm afraid. Not so good. So, the advice is, but I'm sure there are people listening who've taken cannabis before and probably done magic mushrooms and stuff like that. And that's the danger. Going out cycling, even on a main road cycling, I would have thought was dangerous without even bothering to climb a viaduct and then run along a ledge and then just plunge off it. I mean, it's just beggars belief. I don't really know how many times you can say to young people, listen, you might think it's really big and clever to take drugs, to go to nightclubs or whatever else, because you think, oh, you can only have a good time if you're on drugs. Nope, you can only lose your life if you're on drugs. That's the problem. It can also eat up all your money. The amount of people that, do cocaine and stuff like that, and then people get onto heroin, then they go for chasing the dragon, then they go for injecting, and you look at them and you see them because they're mainly sitting by cash points going, we've got any money? And you think to yourself, do not feed a habit. Do not feed it. There are other ways of giving money, other ways apart from giving it to the people there. We had them back in Twickenham the other day. It's a whole family of people who are controlled by a gangmaster. I know because I've seen him giving them directions. You sit there and he gives them their sign. They're all written by the same people. If you want to give money to charity, do not give to individuals on the street. Give it to the homeless charities. They can make far better use of it than the people on the streets. I don't want to but this is a whole family. There's mum, there's dad, there's a sister, and there's a brother. And they all sit there staring at the floor, pretending they're homeless. They're compulsive liars, okay? Do not give to them. Do not give to them. There's a woman here. She's a squaddy, Georgie Goody. She wants to be Miss Great Britain. Well, listen, set your sights high on something and you will achieve it. I mean, I also wanted to be Miss Great Britain, but it was never likely. I don't know why. It's one of those things. I don't see why men shouldn't be able to go in for it. Why can't they have a Mr. Great Britain? That'd make it more entertaining, wouldn't it? Is there a Mr. Great Britain, do you think? Do you know what I was watching the other day? It was very odd. It was a whole programme on Miss World. And it was a documentary on the women's libbers got out there. There's a Mr. England. Well, they've never asked me. Oh, that's right. That's Mr. England, Liam Uller. He said, I'm absolutely over the moon. Well, you look as though you're over the moon, love. And he's a small business owner. He's got a shop and an environmental campaigner for sandbanks. Well, that's just where the millionaire houses are. I don't know what you're doing there, dear. Did you see that? They were doing the Greek islands. And if you're on a Greek island and you're on your holiday, I'll come back to the Miss World thing in a minute, and they've got these boats which pull up and they sell ice creams and cold drinks and everything. So you don't have to move anywhere off these little Greek islands. And I remember, what a brilliant idea. Because if you were sitting on a beach and a little boat pulls in, and it was like quite a nice little sort of boat, and he had fridges on board with all his ice cold drink. Oh, that is my idea of heaven. I don't want to see people topless and wearing Speedo. Well, I do. But at the same time, you can get an ice cream and you can get an ice cold drink. Because that's it. Because there's no point, is there, in sort of taking your drinks down to the beach, because by the time you get there, the things are boiled over. But anyway, so I was watching Miss World, and I remember Miss World very well because it used to be put on by Eric Morley and his wife Julia Morley at the Royal Albert Hall, and they would get together, this huge group of ladies who, to be honest with you, very average looking, because I was working in a department store in Berkshire at the time, and we had one of the Miss Worlds, in fact she won Miss World, Eva Ruber Stein. Anyway, she came to open our new escalator, and what? because they had a new escalator put in. Well, in fact, she came to we'd never had an escalator put in before. It was very exciting. Up until then, you had to walk up the stairs. And she came to open the escalator, and the crowds were out on the streets and all the rest of it. We were all crowding round. And all I remember is local people going, there are better looking girls locally. Because they weren't all that, but the women's libbers, when they went to the Royal Albert Hall, they booked in as normal customers, but they bought flower bombs with them. Flower bombs and water and everything. And they were flower bombing the contestants, Michael Aspel and everybody else, because they said it was degrading for women. But the funny thing is, previously there's a Carry On film called Carry On Girls, and it was set in Brighton, and it was a Carry On but set in the world of the beauty contest. So Busty Barbara was out there and all the other girls, and all run by Sid James, who was sort of running basically a hooky kind of racket thing. And the women's libbers went out there and flower bombed this lot as well with the water. They set the fire alarms off and all the water, and they got covered in this stuff, and they kept falling over. And then they put sort of ants in their pants and stuff like that. Apparently ants make you itch. I've never heard of it. We used to buy itching powder years and years ago. But that's another story, and which I can't go into. Basically, it's a court case, coming up, 1957, 58, actually, if I remember. Anyway, so they were doing exactly the same thing, but they had Bob Hope, who was doing his routine on it, and because these people were heckling, and I don't think he knew what the women's libbers were. And they interviewed a lot of the women's libbers, saying, did it achieve anything? They're still running Miss World. Except it's not shown on the television anymore. They just do it as a competition, and they all want to be, sort of nurses or do good for helping people in other countries and stuff like that. Because no point in going on there and going, I really want to get my boobs out. This is my ultimate ambition. And it was so interesting looking back on it and seeing how dated it looked, and it really did look very, very dated actually. But interesting at the same time. When the Albert Hall was full to the rafters of all these supporters, and then the women's libbers who sort of crept in wearing their best frocks, so that they blended in with the company. But it was very good. It's very exciting. That's why I was tempted to sort of mention that, because Georgie Goody set her sights on being Miss Great Britain. She comes from Billericay. She's only 5'3" tall, which, to be honest with you, is not the tallest. I thought if you were going to be they're looking for statuesque, aren't they? I used to live with some girls in London. Anyway, and Miss Worlds, they were all potential. And they were from Arts Educational, which is a showbiz school, basically. It was in Chiswick, it was in Barbican when they were there. And the girls were doing ballet, tap, jazz, stuff like that. But the ambition was to be professional dancers. And one of them, Diane, was a tall girl anyway. I think she was about 5'10". In heels, you could take her up to about 6'3". I mean, with 5-inch heels on. And so she went to work in the Moulin Rouge in Paris, and she went to be a showgirl there, because what they were looking for, there were tall girls. You had to go to Brighton for an interview. They were looking for girls who could dance but also pose, and you had to be skinny. There was no point in being sort of slightly overweight, because you were a showgirl. And it's the Lido in Paris. And she said you would get in there middle of winter, and you'd be doing, I think it was 2 shows a day, could have been 3. Mainly it was a lot of posing, but the show ran for 10 years, had a helicopter that came down on stage, a bit like Miss Saigon and dancers, and it was all da-da-da-da, a bit like my live show, without the dolphins. And it was all this da-da-da-da, and it was all everything else. And she said you had to put your bra and knickers on, she said, and go and stand in a plastic tent before you went on the stage, and a little old Frenchman of about 90 would have a gun with him, which fired colour for your body. It would paint you brown. She said we were sprayed from top to bottom, like that. She had all inhibitions out the window. She said, and you got sprayed. Then you had to stand there for 5 minutes while it dried. Then they had to put all the jewellery on you, and it was topless. You got paid. If you were over 17, you could go topless. If you were under 17, they took them at 16, and then you had to have all the lights fitted into your headdresses and the batteries shoved down the back of your knickers. Oh, it was really unbelievable. And it was a case of, so at a certain moment during the show of posing, doing some show or whatever it was, they could flick on their battery packs and it all lit up and everything else. And it was all jewels and all the rest of it. She said, but it was tough because you couldn't go out in between shows because you're sprayed this ridiculous chocolate brown colour. I mean, she said, I looked like Creosote Girl. And it was good fun. But she said that's the job that people have got now. You go to any of the big shows in Paris with all the girls. Mainly your audience are asleep because they're Japanese and they're doing a tour throughout Europe. And part of it is to go. When they come to London, they send them to see the Mousetrap. You go to see a West End show. Well, of course, the Vicar did it. Anyway, and it's a case of you go and see all these different shows in Paris and it's all topless. And they're asleep. She said the first 3 rows completely out for the count. Bit like this show. 29 minutes to 5. Let's take the news headline, shall we, with Zora Suleiman.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Honestly, where would we be without a laugh, eh? Here, at this time in the morning. 25 minutes to 5, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Steve Hewlett is driving from South Shields to Eastbourne after his new tour, A Life in the Day of Arthur Lager. Reopened last night. People really need laughter in these times, God knows. He said, I'm thankful I can add a little light-hearted entertainment for families. It's the first time I've caught the first hour of you live from 4 a.m. I love your extra podcast too. You're very sweet, Steve. Very sweet. We go back a long, long time. Long time. So you're right. I mean, people write to me constantly by sort of saying, it's so depressing, the news. I mean, it couldn't be more depressing. I was in Waitrose the other day, deciding which cereal to buy, trying to find bite-sized shredded wheat. There must be an automatic rush on it, because if they didn't have any in there, it said temporarily out of stock. I thought, well, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's the wheat prices, I think, have gone up. They had big-sized shredded wheat, but I don't like big size. I like the bite-sized shredded wheat because you get more in the bowl. And I keep believing it's good for me. So I ended up having to buy some cereal which had fruit in it. That dehydrated fruit. So, you pour on the milk and immediately a giant-sized banana appears in the bowl. It's amazing. It's all dehydrated. And it had berries and everything else. And the bowl was overflowing. And I'm sort of out the front door and sort of on a tidal wave of Kellogg's cornflakes with fruit added. And that was £3.50. I'll never get back again. I was thinking to myself, but I was so desperate to get bite-sized shredded wheat. And I thought I could go for a drive in the car. I thought, not with petrol the price it is. Seriously, my car drinks it like there's no tomorrow. And so I thought, I'm going to have to wait till today and then I might get the bus. We might have sorted out my free bus pass. We might have sorted it out. A friend of mine has written to them under the guise of being me. I have a lot of this going on in my life. A lot of people write to people pretending to be me so that we can get stuff done, because I'm useless. I'd rather pay somebody money to sort something out for me than let me attempt to sort it out. And I'm just not very good with things like that at all. So he's written to them pretending to be me, and I think it looks highly likely we will get the pass, so I don't have to pay for public transport for the simple reason that I'm getting too old now for it. I've gone past the retirement age. I'm now heading up in 10 days' time to be the 68 number. They'll have to rewrite it in the newspapers. And as the Ukraine crisis sends the cost of oil soaring, the price of petrol at the pumps hits an unprecedented £7 a gallon. So they say now it's about average of £1.70 a litre. Motor, do not ever fill up at motorway service stations. They're the most expensive places you can go to. For God's sake, find somebody near it. The moment you pull into a motorway service station, you might as well kiss goodbye to your credit limit. It's gone completely. £1.70 a litre. I paid more than that yesterday. But that was because I'm using posh petrol. So filling a typical 55-litre fuel tank will cost about 17 quid more. I put 60 quid's worth in yesterday, and I think that filled up about just under half a tanker. It got me home. Yes, I was okay there. Just pulled into the drive, ran out again, which was good. So Shell have bought this Russian oil. I suppose I say I'm boycotting Shell. I think that's absolutely... There is no need for them to buy it. Nobody else needs to buy it. The Queen's set to live at Windsor Castle permanently. You know why? A, it's smaller. It's more manageable for her when she's pushing around the Bex Bissell and cleaning those windows or she's up a ladder. And also, Philip's buried there. So why would you not want to be at Windsor Castle? Buckingham Palace has got something like 700 rooms? I think something like 700 rooms. I mean, it's funny to believe that when you look at Buckingham Palace, that was a private house. The Duke of Buckingham lived there, and the royal family saw it and went, we'll have that, so they nicked it. And but they already had 775 rooms. wonder how many the Queen actually knows. Wonder how many she knows. These include 19 staterooms, 52 royal and guest bedrooms, 188 staff bedrooms. Why can't they have bunks? 92 offices and 78 bathrooms. Oh, you can imagine, can't you? And what happens if the boiler breaks? All of a sudden it must be freezing cold. I should imagine it is freezing cold in that place. It's so big. I looked at the staircase the other day. It was on YouTube. I didn't actually go there, obviously, And it's 3 layers of staircase going up. The Queen must go, I'll take the lift. Sod that for soldiers. What's the point of walking up there? But she walked down when she did it with... Yeah, she's got offices on the ground floor. I love it, actually. When you get some time off, Steve, says Louis, do you relax by doing a bit of gardening? Do you know, the other day, because you remember during the high winds we had, on the patio, on all the walls, there's what they call terracotta pots and troughs and everything else. And I'd filled them all up with daffodils, miniature daffodils in pots, because, for 30 quid, I can fill them all up, because you bought 2, you got 2 free and all the rest of it. And I was up for a bargain. So we had to take them all off the walls, the umbrellas down, the furniture put on one side in case it all blew away. And then yesterday, my neighbours very kindly put all the pots back on the wall and put all the daffodils in there. They look absolutely beautiful. And also, because I don't plant them up, I just leave them in the pots. They're growing in their own soil. So then I'll throw them away at the end, and buy, because they're cheap enough to buy every year. I can't really be that bothered. And then my new plants for the patio should be arriving. And this year I'm going for a mixture of multicoloured geraniums. And what else have I go for? I've already bought the plants. And I want to get some violets as well, because somebody said violets can spread and hang, and I like hanging. I'm very big into things that hang over the side. If it hangs over the side, it's got the name Steve Allen on it. And I immediately rush out, with my little carrier bag. Looked like something out of Beatrix Potter, Mrs. Tiggywinkle, going out with my basket on the front of the bicycle. Somebody said to me the other day, said, do you have a bicycle, Steve? I said, do I look like I've got a bicycle? Expecting me to produce something between my legs that's got 2 wheels and a saddle on it. Little basket on the front, actually. I quite fancy the idea, but it's too dangerous. It is way too dangerous to actually sort of go out on the roads on a bicycle now. It really is. Sarah says you have to be disabled to use a mobility scooter. It's illegal if you're not. The 8 mile an hour ones, you're supposed to register with the DVLA. It's advised you have insurance. So, but how do they know that you're disabled when you order one? If I go on to the television programme, I think like Ideal World, they sell disabled scooters at certain times. When I phone up, do they go, sorry, do you have a disabled sticker? And if I go, yes, how do you prove that you're disabled? I always make school kids move on the buses. Get off the bloody seat. Oh, can you read? It says for people who have difficulty standing. Open your eyes, dimwits. Stupid people, honestly, I get very cross, actually. Steve, I've been on a boating holiday with the shopping delivered, and it was fantastic, but 4 times the price. We had a boating holiday some years ago. It was lovely. We went up, I think it was on the Norfolk Broads. We decided to rent a boat. I don't know why we rented a boat. It wasn't really our sort of, because we had a caravan. And Mother did pegs, Lucky Heather, that sort of thing. And so we went to the Norfolk Broads. And it was not a huge boat, but it was big enough for our needs, and it was great. And we would pull up of an evening time, and always by fields, always, because Norfolk's very flat, always by fields. And I can remember one evening, it was lovely, we sort of pulled up. And the idea is we pull up, we then go and play in the field, football or netball or something like that, or, cross country, something. Anyway. Yeah, rounders. And my mother would make tea, and then she'd call us back, and then we'd settle down for the night. And then in the morning we'd just sort of pootle off, and off we pootle down the waterways. And on this particular evening, it was rather odd, actually, because we'd been sort of pootling about, and we were looking for a nice place. And there were no boats about on this one, which also was a good sign. So we pulled up, we went into the field, played, in the field and all the rest of it, came back, had our tea, which comprised mainly of tomato soup. Because that was the only thing you could put in the cupboards and keep for ages. And so I grew up loving tomato soup, and we'd have some fresh bread and stuff like that, and a cup of tea, and then we'd all tootle off to bed. We woke up in the morning, and unfortunately for us, my father hadn't checked the actual bit of the river we were on. It was tidal, and we were left high and dry. There was no water. we were sort of sitting there on a sandbank. It was all a bit embarrassing, with the boat leaning at a precarious angle. Oh, we were there for all day. It was a bit, because I didn't realise that parts of it. It's a bit like the Thames is tidal, and so at certain times of the day it's very low. But when it rains up north, it comes down here, and the temperature, the water rises. And so we're sort of sitting there. So and also by this time the boat had moved out a little bit as the water had gone down, but we were still attached to the bank by these sort of ropes front and rear of the boat. And I remember my mother saying to my father, "Well, you got us here. Get us out." We had to wait nearly 24 hours, and then we were sort of sitting there waiting, basically, for the water to trickle down again and sort of raise us up so we could actually set sail again. Didn't make that mistake twice, I tell you. I don't think we ever did another boating holiday. And my father did buy a boat once. He did buy a little boat which we had down in Berkshire on the river down there, and that was lovely. And it was only a small little thing which he sort of did up. He painted, and we put a little sort of engine thing on it, and we did all the locks. We'd have to run in advance to the locks, get the handle out, and then start. Yeah, a bit like the Beckham's £5 million boat, except ours was about 5p. And in the end, the boat sank. We weren't on it. We sort of came back to it one day, and it had in fact sunk, and there was just the top of it visible. So my father donated it to the Sea Scouts. He said, "There you go, have that." So they actually managed to get it back up and had it all redone, and it pootled around with a couple of Sea Scouts on it, which was lovely. But at the same time, we were happy with our caravan. Again, we were back to tomato soup. That's all we had, tomato soup. I don't think they did any other variety of Heinz. So every time you opened the cupboard, half a ton of soup would fall out. And my mother had a tin of buttons. Buttons, if you lost a button, she could sew a button on because she'd have a button tin. Lots of ladies had button tins in their sewing kits. And usually in sort of rosy... No, ours was a cigarette tin. Cigarettes used to come in a round tin, and you used to get 25 or 50, I think, in them. And it was full of buttons. But we used to use them for playing Monopoly and cards and stuff like that. So if you were playing cards... Yes, we were very poor family. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but we didn't have a swing in our garden. We really didn't. And so my mother used to put a chair, and we'd actually sit in it, and she'd run backwards and forwards going, "It looks like this, dears." And that was it. We didn't have anything like that. We didn't have a ball, actually, till we got a dog. That was the only time we ever ended up with a ball. We used to fight the dog for the ball. Get off! 4:45, is it? Well, just after.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Somebody just sent me in a very nice picture, actually, Sam, of banana yogurt. And because I've been trying to find banana yogurt for ages. I've got this thing about bananas at the moment. I like fresh bananas, but you're not supposed to eat too many of them. But I think if you mash them down, when I was little, and I wasn't that little because I could reach the liquidizer, and I used to put a banana cut up with some milk and some ice cream, and it was the best thing ever. You'd whisk it up and you'd have like a banana milkshake. And then there was this place on 50p for banana yogurts. It's very reasonable, isn't it? And that's Morrison's, is it? I know what'll happen. I'll go to Morrison's today and they'll have sold out of blasted banana yogurts. Does look delicious though, doesn't it? Oh, God. But anyway, I used to go to this place which sold chicken on Kew Bridge. Not actually on Kew Bridge, just before it. And they did a banana drinking yoghurt, which was a slightly thinner yoghurt. It was absolutely delicious. What's your favourite ice cream, says Chris. I don't really have one, actually. I don't really have one. When I was little and we lived in Hong Kong, we had peppermint ice cream. I'd never had a flavoured ice cream before. I don't think we ever kept ice cream in the freezer. I don't think so. I'm pretty certain we didn't, actually. But Mulladoo, banana and custard. Yes, I don't really want banana and custard yogurt. I just want banana yogurt. It's light. So it's, banana and... No, I'm not sure about banana and custard. Not sure about that. I had delicious ice cream, Steve says. Chris, it was coconut with a cinnamon cone and pistachio topping. See, coconut ice cream sounds quite nice. I could go for that. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? And what's your favourite filmmaker? I don't really have one, actually. Winnie the Pooh? I'm not very remotely interested in filmmakers. Waj is locked into the spike, and Nick says Miss World is still massive in Thailand. My wife can't stop watching it. The women here are really admired. I should imagine so, actually, yes. And you mentioned The Mousetrap. I thought it was rubbish and extremely dated. Didn't like Wicked much either. But I do like Les Miserables, though, at the Shaftesbury. Yes, it's scaled down. Les Miserables, smaller orchestra. But I think you find with the amplification it sounds good. Oh, I loved Wicked. Loved Wicked. And The Mousetrap I've never seen. But cab drivers, the story goes, the apocryphal story, that if you take a black cab to go and see The Mousetrap and you don't tip, he tells you who did it when you get out the cab. Always sound good. Steve says, Robert, I paid £1.46 a litre for petrol in Sainsbury's and Cheshire Oaks on Saturday. Yeah, well, that's Cheshire, isn't it? I don't know what Cheshire Oaks is it? Is that posh or full of those ghastly people from The Only Way is Cheshire? Dear me, I'll tell you, really are. I mean, Real Housewives of Cheshire. Ghastly lot of people, really. And Steve, I'm in Kiev. Explosions in the distance, and trust me, we all need something to smile about, and your show is comforting, like trying to find bite-sized shredded wheat. If you have any, could you let us know? I can't find it anywhere. I wonder if it's because it's sort of bite-size that you can't get it. I to be honest with you, I don't really know. I just know that I get in a very bad mood when I can't find things. And I was pushing my way. Every time I tried to turn a corner in Waitrose, there was a bloke with a double buggy and holding a basket and talking to the two kids in the trolley at the same time. And then there's somebody trying to stock the shelves. It's just so annoying. Seriously. But it doesn't matter. Listen, it was a good weekend. Apart from that, it was blooming cold, which wasn't very nice. I went past Buckingham Palace yesterday and saw how grey the curtains are. Says Adam, they're security curtains. They're not. What do you think they are? Nets. They're security curtains. That's why they're grey. So they're bomb-proof curtains. So in the event of a bomb blast, yeah, I know this. Just me again, because I'm privy to this kind of information. So they aren't necessarily sort of white net curtains you go and get in sort of. I said Waitrose. John Lewis. Steve, did you know you can't use your older person's freedom pass before 9:30? Oh, you certainly can, Diane. Oh, yes, you can. Oh, yes, you can. I've seen no end of people getting on the bus and holding up. The drivers don't stop anybody. They let them all on. I've never seen anybody turned off with a freedom pass because I used to get annoyed about it. And Dale says, Steve, nearly 68. Yeah, all right, don't make a big deal about it. I'm as good as the next person. My biggest embarrassment has stuck me in the way of a picture. My uncle had a canal barge, and there's a picture of me steering the boat aged 7 in 1975 wearing a Bay City Rollers vest. Hang your head in shame. Hang your head in shame. No, I was a fan of them. In fact, I thought they were very good when they were doing SATURDAY. Day. It's gonna keep on dancing through the rock and roll on Saturday night. And Les McEwen, who used to wear the tightest trousers you've ever seen. I mean, seriously, it was, they were absolutely, he died a short while ago, actually, which surprised me because I interviewed him, probably a couple of years ago, and I thought the Bay City Rollers were great. They had their fair share of bad publicity, and their manager was sort of, I think he'd had sex with, I forget how many young people. He was very predatory. But Les McEwen used to wear these tight trousers. And there's all sorts of pictures. I mean, he died at the age of 65. I thought he was great. But he spent most of his time, as did most of the group, in various stages of undress. I mean, seriously, it was. And there's a picture of him in Speedos. When in God's name, in the 70s, people wore Speedos? I can't imagine. I mean, used to when you were little. But it was the Bay City Rollers, the Tartan Army, as they say. And they had their own show, Shang-a-Lang, which was very popular on the television. And they had the hit. I don't think they featured on their first hit, I think, was Keep On Dancing. And I don't think the Bay City Rollers, as the group, ever featured on it. I think it was session musicians. And that was how Tam Payton did it. So you had the first hit single, and then you put the group together, and then you wrote songs that they sang. And they had to sing, roughly the same as Westlife and all these other groups. You sing what Louis Walsh tells you to sing because he knows the business better than anybody. What else we got? Acting notes by Marilyn Monroe up for auction. Lorraine Kelly says Kevin Spacey was her most hated interviewee. I don't know why. I don't really have a hated interviewee. Yul Brynner's son was a bit of a pain in the rear end. Because he'd written a book about his father, and I said he was a bit of a Lothario, which means he was a bit of a, he liked, he liked the ladies and all the rest of it. And then he said, "You're talking about my father." I said, "Well, you wrote about it. I'm not exactly making something up. Perhaps he didn't understand the question. Perhaps he thought it was something a bit bizarre. But he was slightly odd. But no, we had somebody else in who was a very well-known actor in this country, and he said, how long's the interview? And I said, oh, it'll be an hour, because it was in those days. And he said, well, I can't do an hour. I thought, well, how long? He said, I do about 5 minutes. I thought, well, there's no point in you coming in. I'm filling an hour's slot here. So I said to producer, start recording, and we'll just sort of get into it and keep it going for as long as possible. And I think he ended up doing half an hour, but I thought, a bit of a pain. I thought, if you don't want to do interviews, in fact, that's what I think she said. I think she said, Lorraine Kelly said, if you don't want to do interviews, don't bother going in for them. Because it's just a waste of everybody's time. If you've deemed, to come in for an interview and I've given up my time to do the interview, then we're both of the same mind. If you come in and you don't really want to be doing the interview, well, then cancel it. And just do us all a favour, because to be honest with you, I'm not giving you the time of day. I couldn't care less who you are. We had that with, in fact, we had it actually with that model, the black model. Naomi Campbell, yes. So we all stand here waiting, all booked in. She had so many interviews to do. I forget what it was for. It was for something. And we're all waiting. And then so I'd given up sitting in the office. So I went downstairs. And Charlie Girling and I are standing looking out of the window and sort of waiting for the car to turn up and all the rest of it, and her to sweep into the building. And we waited and waited and waited and waited. Until in the end, we phoned and discovered she was still at home. She hadn't even left home. She was so bone idle. Dreadfully rude woman. I remember they did an interview with her in one of the magazines. And they go down there and say, all the people are here, the stylists, the makeup and all the rest of it. She sweeps in about 2 hours late and then dumps her stuff down and goes up shopping. Yeah, she did turn up. Not for me. She turned up to do one interview. Everybody else was sort of blown out of the water, and they always thought then, what a rude woman. Who do you think you are? Just some old model from Streatham. In other words, a clothes horse from Streatham. Dreadful. I'm really cross. What else we got? Graham Norton penned his bestseller back in 2016. In Ireland, the TV chiefs have turned it into a drama, and they've added some gay characters. Lord above, honestly. It's everywhere, everywhere. And the world's biggest cruise ship set sail for the first time. How many swimming pools? Normally on a cruise ship, you've got 2. I would think. 19 swimming pools on this one. It's got its version of Central Park. It's got something like 20-something restaurants. This thing it's a £1 billion ship. £1 billion ship. But 19 swimming pools. I mean, I can only imagine things like that. And the Yorkshire Ripper. The Yorkshire Ripper once threatened Ronnie Kray for making advances on him. Ronnie Kray was gay. I should imagine the Yorkshire Ripper would have turned an old trick. Don't you reckon so? Absolutely. But both of them dead, so we're never going to find out the proper answer, are we? Where this came from, I've got no idea. But why Ronnie Kray would be remotely frightened by the Yorkshire Ripper, I can't imagine. I really can't imagine. News at 5 coming up. It's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen. This is the latest news.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday, the 7th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you Monday through Friday until 7 a.m. Do you know 1 in 20 children can't identify a potato? I don't know what children they ask for these things. Perhaps they're the children who are featuring on Teen Dates, which is going to be shown on your television very shortly. And obviously, to drum up some interest, they put the 2 stupidest people on that you've ever seen. One of them, some girl with, I don't know, how do you describe her? I don't know where she comes from. But she's another one who doesn't know about toast. She thinks you cook toast. And the boy that she was hoping to go out with, although I'm hoping he seriously dropped her from a very high height, said, no, you don't. You toast toast. That's why it's called toast. She went, no, you don't. Seriously, I mean, I began to wonder how stupid people are nowadays. We had one of Bernie Ecclestone's people who didn't know anything. One of his daughters didn't know anything about toast, didn't know how you made toast. And somebody said, you put it in a toaster. Do you? I said, no. So 1 in 20 Brits think potatoes grow on trees, whilst almost 4 in 10 think apples are exotic fruit that only grow overseas. I mean, I know that there are these stupid people. We see them on all the dating programmes and all the Love Islands and everything else, where to be thick appears to be something in your favour. 1 in 20 thought pineapples were grown in the UK. I mean, it's these people that, I mean, they should be put on one of these ships and just let adrift, I think, in the ocean, and just yes, this £1 billion ship, and just let them float about. It's even, I mean, when you consider that, you know, if 1 in 20 Brits reckon potatoes grow on trees, I mean, what size these trees are, I can't imagine. I mean, God knows where they think rhubarb comes from. Lidl do their own version of bite-sized shredded wheat. I do not do store versions of anything, even though Waitrose do store versions of bite-sized shredded wheat, but they don't call it bite-sized shredded wheat. It's bite-sized whatever it is. I wouldn't buy it. I'm looking to buy the original. If I want to buy tomato soup, I'm going to buy wheat biscuit. If I want to buy tomato soup, I'm going to buy Heinz tomato soup, because they make tomato soup. I don't want a supermarket's version of it. Thank you very much indeed. No, or so they say. It's the same stuff. I don't believe it. I'm not buying it. I don't care how much cheaper it is. I know I worked in a biscuit factory, but that was different. I mean, I know what penguins look like, and bourbons and stuff like that. And a penguin is a bourbon covered in chocolate, which is quite clever when you think about it. It isn't until you suck all the chocolate off, and there's an achievement in itself, that you suddenly realise that that's exactly what it is, which is good. Steve, you can get 2 boxes of mini shredded wheat for £1 at Farm Foods. Farm Foods. Oh, yes, I think we've got a Farm Foods at Sunbury. I'm pretty certain. I wouldn't take the car to Sunbury and park it up, thank you. Don't want to come back and find the thing on bricks. I've been in areas before. Tony says, did you manage to buy the DVD player? Yeah, they're so cheap. So cheap now, DVD player. You can get a DVD player for about 30 quid. Yeah, really, really cheaply. Oh, there it is, banana ketchup. Oh, God, how disgusting. Why would you want banana ketchup? I'm not sure about banana ketchup. It's either bananas or it's ketchup. And ketchup is tomatoes, and it's made by Heinz. Dave sent me in here. He said, here in the Philippines, it's Lush. Dave and Helen, do not buy this ever again. You're mad as fruitcakes. Can't buy stuff like that. That's papa. Banana ketchup. Sweet. What do they say? Sweet what? Syrup. What's that mean? Is that... Oh, syrup, sweet syrup, probably. Excuse me. And do you know what? The other day I craved cold water, and I left a bottle in the fridge overnight. When I got up this morning, I drank the whole thing, which I thought was really good. Actually, it's very good to drink water, and I'm trying to, but I keep forgetting to put it in the fridge. I tend to leave. No, I buy the little bottles that you can sort of pop in your pocket and take out. Do you know you can get 6 little bottles of water for £1.36 in M&S, or I can get the big. What? I'm just giving you some advice if you want to go shopping, today and be an adult. As you push your trolley around, putting 1 or 2 items in it, because you can't be bothered to hold the basket. And I buy that Coca-Cola water, made by Coca-Cola. It's water, it's called pure water or something like that. That's made by Coca-Cola. They make that, and it's got nitrogen in it, or so I don't know what it's got. It's got something in it, and that's quite nice. And you get that for about 4 quid for a whole case of water, which is very nice. Is it called pure water? No, it's made by Coca-Cola. Smart water, that's it. Well, I mean, it's close, and it's and that's very cheap in Costco. I like to buy a case of that. They don't do it in fizzy. They only do it in straight water. Still, that's the word I couldn't think of. Listen, I'm a 68, for goodness sake. Can't win everything, can you? Goodness sake, I do manage. And but yeah, I do drink water. And do you know what I do? I keep it in the car. There's not enough room in the fridge. There's not enough room in the fridge to keep loads of water, because waters fill up fridges quite quickly. And so if ever I won the lottery, do you know somebody, they didn't win the £20 million on Saturday, and so they split the prize, so it went down through all the categories. I still didn't win. I got £10 and 2 lucky dips. I wrote to Camelot. I said, don't you dare insult me again by sending me £10. What do I want with £10? I wanted to share a 20 million I didn't get it. I was very, very disappointed. Shane was buzzing, says his tailor. He went to get a fitting, Shane Warne, and he spoke to his tailor. He said, and he was really looking forward to getting the new suit and all the rest of it. And I have a sneaking feeling they'll bury him in the new suit. I would think that would be a nice thing to do, because they're having an autopsy to find out cause of death. He'd been on a, what do they call it, an all-liquid diet for a few weeks. Never to be recommended. Never to be recommended. I keep saying to people, they go, oh, and you can go for a juice diet and everything else. And I go, no, you need to mix your food. You cannot just exist on a diet of liquids. You need to do it. You know, he was only 52. Until we've had the results of the autopsy, we're not sure what the cause of death is. But they're saying he had been on this sort of diet thing. I don't know why he needed to go on a diet. I've got no idea. Danny Dyer is exploring the globe now that he's managed to reduce the figures for EastEnders single-handedly. You know, I mean, 2.5 million, but they spent 87 million on the set. I mean, has Ian Behan still got the chip shop? I mean, is he still Beale's Place? I do, but he's not in the show, is he? How does that work? What do they do with that one? I think that's quite. I mean, to be honest with you, when EastEnders started, it was great. We loved it, and then it's just gone off the boil. It's gone off the boil, and the audience has plummeted. And I don't think. Oh, he's back in May. Right. I mean, he's still one of the best characters, whichever way you look at it. Gary says Waitrose soup is the best. Waitrose soup is the best. I don't know if I've ever had Waitrose soup. But I'm a Heinz boy. I'm sorry. Chicken soup, you know, they must make it in big vats, mustn't they? Really, really big vats. I'd like to see them making. You know, they do that program. How do they do that? Inside the factory. I'd like to see them making tomato soup to see, you know, where they get all the tomatoes from and how it's made. Because it's got a specific taste. It's like Bird's Eye fish fingers. There are certain brands that I like their sort of products, and that's just the way it is. So, and somebody said to me that Marks and Spencer's fish fingers were really good, and I tried them. I didn't rate them at all. So I went back to Bird's Eye because I trust the captain, and because he looks like the sort of person you could talk to about fish fingers. David in Hong Kong says, I watched your interview yesterday with Ricky Gervais and thoroughly enjoyed it. You both seem to enjoy it too. Yes, we did. We did. He came in. I didn't know you could still watch these things. Are they available then? Oh, right. All on YouTube. Wow. Steve Allen and Ricky Gervais. Yes, because all our studios can be turned into TV studios. They've got cameras in. That's why I don't like appearing in them. I really don't. I mean, there's some mornings I don't look as good as other mornings. And this morning is not one of them, I hasten to add. And I've got 2 cameras in my studio here. 2, 3... Three, but one security camera, that I know of. There's probably one between my legs, I should imagine, underneath the desk. I've never actually looked, but they'll be in for a bit of a shock today, I should imagine. But no, I've got two cameras in here, but the one downstairs, the cameras move backwards and forwards and slide and do all sorts of different shots. Very clever. Very, very clever, but terribly frightening. But in all the interviews, I think we did that Ricky Gervais in Capital's off-air studio, because you can turn all of the studios into the studio of the radio station you work for. And is that tomato soup? Oh, it's a close-up of ketchup. Oh, right. It's a lot of tomatoes being washed. A lot of tomatoes being washed. My goodness me, honestly. Amazing, isn't it, really? Do you know, I love fresh tomatoes. I could eat a bowl of fresh tomatoes, especially the little ones. Really quite nice. Oh, hello, there's a little woman there. What's she do? Oh, she's sorting out. She's sorting out for the tomatoes that haven't quite made the grade. You only have to look at her face to realise that it's her face that's turned the tomatoes like that. And so they then go through, and so she's got to pick them off. They do that in the United Biscuits factory when they're picking out Jaffa cakes that aren't, the jam isn't right in the centre. They've got a little stick with a spike on it, and they go and throw them in the bin. And that's where I come in. But they've got loads of women here sorting tomatoes. Imagine doing that for your whole life. Wonder what you're going to do today. You're going to be sorting tomatoes. Going to drive you mad, isn't it? Because these are big tomatoes. These are not little tomatoes. These are like Napoli tomatoes. You know, when you buy a tin of tomatoes, but I always buy the chopped ones. I'm better with chopped. And you look at these ones here, and I just people have them for breakfast. But tomatoes, tinned tomatoes for breakfast. Sorry? I don't like fried tomato. No, I don't like fried tomatoes either. Or grilled tomatoes. I don't like those either. I'd rather not bother, actually, to be honest with you. They make your toast soggy. Seriously, they do. It's very, you know. Mind you, I've had the same experience with mushrooms. We went to a place yesterday up near, I can't remember what it is, the Seashell in Lisson Grove. If you go up a little bit further, there's what you store, and it's been turned into lots and lots of little shops, all selling antiques and lamps and cards and all sorts of things. It's quite an Aladdin's cave. There must be about 30 or 40 shops in there in this old department store, and they've got old photographs up, but they've got a cafe in there as well, which does a full English for £7 or £7.50 or something like that. And we walked up the road yesterday and we had that on Saturday. Did that on Saturday, and it was lovely, actually. It was really nice. And then you walk back down, and they're doing a lot of regeneration around Lisson Grove, knocking down old blocks and putting up new blocks and everything else. They're trying to make it a bit, what do they call it, gentrified. I don't think it'll work. I really don't. But at least they're making the effort. 5:15.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, Steve. I was in your neck of the woods on Saturday. And he says, stopped by Harris and Hoole, saw the bus route 281 as brand new buses, took the 490 towards Heathrow, and they changed drivers just after the green. Such a long process. Oh, I know. The changing of drivers drives me mad on buses. It really does. It really does. And P.S. I heard your friend, Dominic Ellis, on Classic FM. He's not my friend. Don't start that rumour. God, blimey, honestly. No, he's just somebody I bump into in the newsroom. No, dear, definitely not. Amazon do bite-sized shredded wheat, says Rogan. Do they? Why would I? Of course, I forget Amazon do groceries, don't they, as well? Carrot and coriander from Sainsbury's is quite nice, says Eileen. I don't do posh soups. I can't do the carrot. The nearest I get to posh soup would be leek and potato. That would be, I know, and I consider, but I quite like that. And also, smoked haddock chowder is particular. Oh, let's see, look at them snobs. You snobs. Nothing the matter with smoked haddock chowder. That's not. Do it in Marks and Spencer. You just pour it in. It's a bit like leek and potato, only it's smoked haddock and chowder, or perhaps it's smoked haddock chowder. I don't know. Whatever it is. Sorry, cock-a-leekie? I think not. I don't even know what that is. What is it? What is a leekie? I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's like I've never had. What are the soups I haven't had? There's quite a number of soups I had. I'm a bit traditional. Vegetable, you know, I'm all right with. And chicken soup, cock-a-leekie soup. Here you go. It's got meat. Oh, it's chicken, jointed into pieces, smoked bacon lardons, 2 carrots, 2 celery sticks chopped. Oh, it's quite a thick soup then, isn't it? In fact, it's more a meal than a soup. And so that's good. Garnish with a julienne of prunes. Don't think so, no. A julienne of soups. I thought a julienne was a balcony they put on flats. It would go julienne balconies to the both bedrooms. And do you think that's nice? That doesn't look at all appealing to me. That really does. That doesn't do a thing for me at all. So white wine, bread, leeks, prunes and carrots is another one for cock-a-leekie. But I'm assuming some of them, they all seem to have different bits in, don't they? But quite sort of chunky veg. I like chunky vegetable soup. That's quite nice. I can cope with something like that. What's that one? It's not. I just thought bull's tails or something. I can't remember what it's called. It's not oxtail. I knew it was something like that. I've never had oxtail soup either. That just doesn't appeal to me. Really doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. Tongue. Oh no, I wouldn't. Oh no, I wouldn't eat tongue. No, definitely not. I'm a bit traditional. Tomato and chicken and beef tongue soup. How disgusting. No, thank you. Oh, no, definitely not. No, I don't want any of those. No, look at that beef tongue stew. No. Nobody's ever done frog stew, have they? I've never seen frog stew, but I'm assuming as people eat frogs, I'm assuming they must do some sort of stew with them or something like that. Julienne means strips, says my friend Warren. He knows about things like this. So julienne means strips. You can get a little machine, can't you, where you scrape along the thing and it brings out strips of potato. It's like a mandolin. Yes, it's a mandolin. God, we got them all this morning. I tell you, we've got all the people. They know all about this stuff. They've bought it and everything. And Macedon is small squares. Did you know that? Oh, right. Such snobs, honestly. Seriously, it's like working in a top hotel, working here this morning. Oh, yeah, Macedon. Macedon is small squares. Like, they could have had that as a £1 million question. I wouldn't have got it right. I wouldn't have known what it was. But mind you, some of the people they put on the television quizzes are mad as broomsticks. I'll bring you up to date. Everything that's taking place in Ukraine. Priti Patel has said, I'll open up the UK to all Ukrainians. So far, only 50. One man, which we were running on the news earlier on, he got here and got sent back to France because he didn't have the right documentation. I mean, Priti Patel has said, and she's told The Sun, all Ukrainian refugees will be allowed to come to Britain. When would that be, dear? I only ask because it seems that you're not a woman of your word at all. There are lots of people who are being turned away, and they want to know why. You know, there's Ukrainian soldiers here pictured. They're ghastly pictures of Ukrainian soldiers trying in vain to help a dead mum and kids after a missile strike. And only 50, I was right actually, 50 visas issued for Ukraine refugees. She was challenged over the low figures as she became then embroiled in a spat with France over refugees trapped in Calais without visas to come here. I mean, why are you making these statements if you can't keep to it, for goodness sake? Rishi Sunak could cough up reverse plans to slash the army to just 72,000. I think that would probably be a good idea, to slash the idea of slashing the army, thank you. And there's loads of people pictured in the paper today. It's also the women. The women will protect the soil the same as the men. And this is a gun-toting MP called Kira. She's sporting an AK-47. Also, they're talking about, you know, how many people could come here, and they're saying, well, there's over 1 million so far have deserted. I mean, I still can't work out in my mind's, you know, exactly what Putin thinks he's going to achieve. He's going to end up with a bombed country, and doing what with? What will he be doing with that? That's why, I mean, surely somebody somewhere has got to get rid of this man. They really have to. And I told you earlier on, Trevor Kavanagh is talking about paying a high price for Putin's war. We will be paying a high price. We will. From flirting to foregoing the big zero, here's how stars boost their libido. And it's basically people who want to talk about, you know, their love life, like people like Tommy and Molly May, you know, children. Talking about I mean, they are children. I think she's only like 22 and he's not much more. And it's a way of getting coverage in the newspapers where you show yourself kissing people. Kourtney Kardashian. And then when they do it, then they decide to tell you about it. I don't know why these people want to tell you about their dreary love lives. And apparently, if you write an erotic story together, that can be a very good thing. Recreate a sexy movie moment. And apparently, snogging for more than 6 seconds. What is the point of that? Snogging for more than 6 seconds. I can't think of anything worse. It's just a little showbiz kiss. Air kissing. That's all you want to do nowadays. Don't start sticking your tongue inside somebody's mouth. Thank you very much indeed. Chelsea star. Is it Thiago Silva? We think? Thiago. Okay. Tops up his weekly pay packet. How much does he earn a week? Come on. 100k is not bad. £95,000 a week. This is for Chelsea. Only at the moment, pal, just while your friend Roman's got it. And if you want a video message from him, he'll charge you £300. But if it's a business, it's 11,250 quid he'll charge. That seems an awful lot of money. An awful lot of money. But a satisfied customer says, thank you so much. I love you. You're the best player I've seen to wear the Chelsea top. And the international Jorginho, anyway, whoever it is, he's a teammate. He charges 123 quid for one of these happy birthday messages. But I remember John Challis used to do it for Only Fools and Horses. At the end of each day, he'd go into his little studio booth thing and just do them down the line. And he charged 75 quid. And he said it takes you half an hour to do the ones that you've got to do. And you've made yourself, a few thousand quid, which is not bad. Vinnie Jones apparently tops the money table by charging 249. You see, as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't make any difference how much you charge. It's how many people bother with them. Why you'd want Vinnie Jones's little message, I can't imagine. What would the point of that? What would be the point of that? Absolutely nothing at all. A jet passenger sparked a mid-flight brawl. We get this a lot. Now, this is on a flight from Dubai to Heathrow, and a dozen passengers and crew got involved with the bust-up at 30,000 feet. I mean, you don't want that, do you? This is when a jet passenger pushed a stewardess who told her to wear a mask on the flight, and she then pushed her. She was quite clearly drunk, as you can imagine. And other passengers were boozing. The woman was arrested on suspicion of assault and disobeying the captain. And somebody said it was like the Wild West, because the one thing you don't want... I mean, we had it on a flight I was on once, and the people in front of us, when they said, OK, we're now going to show you the film, can you all bring your blinds down so that people can watch the screens and all the rest of it? The person in front of us didn't want to pull their blind down. And so the stewardess, can you pull your blind down? And so he said, no. I mean, they're really stupid, some of these people. In the end, the captain came out and said, I'll have you removed to another seat at the back of the plane. OK, out! And off they went with their little tail between their legs, which I thought was very good. And we could all watch the film, which actually was so boring I fell asleep. Mirepoix. Mirepoix? That's cut vegetables, roughly cut. Know that one? Oh, finally beaten him on that one. It's spelt Mirepoix. Mirepoix. Mirepoix, something? You haven't heard of it? Oh, thank goodness for that. There it is. And pronounced mirepoix. The aromatic flavour base made of lightly cooking onion, celery and carrots. The vegetables are cooked slowly in butter or oil to slowly coax out the flavours. Coax out the flavours, eh? Look at that. Woo! How to make mirepoix. This programme has become more educational in the last 5 minutes than we've had. It looked quite nice, doesn't it? I sometimes buy the vegetables that they do in Marks and Spencer's. They do them in a round thing, and you put them in the microwave, and it's 3 layers of vegetables: onions, carrots, and sweet corn, and a few other bits and pieces with some herb butter on the top of it, and that's quite nice. That's like mirepoix, very much, kind of just chopped. No, it's not. No, no, they're much smaller than salad. They're sort of cut into tiny little things. You wouldn't be used to it, of course. It's far too sophisticated. Coming up to the news at 5:30. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines in a moment. Oh, they've had the Jedi return to cinemas. 2-foot model of Star Wars' Jedi Master Yoda has returned from the dark side. You couldn't put it anywhere because somebody would see it. And so it's been returned, so everybody very pleased there. So finally, common sense prevails. The latest LBC news headlines this morning with Simon Conway.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. A supercar nuisance, and it's these. You tend to get them in London on a Saturday night. You might get them in your neck of the woods as well, actually. It's little boys who've basically taken their exhausts off, or they've cut holes in them. And so they go, and they really make a noise. And when they go through the Piccadilly Tunnel, they then redo it. It sounds like somebody's stuck a bomb in it. It's as bad as that. But drivers of these cars could face fines in crackdowns on noisy vehicles. A trial of new acoustic cameras have now caught nearly 10,000 breaking the legal noise limit. One Lamborghini was clocked at 112.9 decibels, almost as loud as a plane taking off. The cameras are now on trial I won't tell you where they are. Let's hope they all get caught. And apparently Manchester and Brighton have made inquiries about these cameras. And it's very easy. The car makes the noise, the camera takes a picture of the car, and you're done. It's as simple as that. £100 a time, but the little boys who come over from Dubai in their racing cars like to put them on, or the boys from Hounslow as well. It's obviously a certain sort of area kind of thing. And I remember looking at them thinking, you just look, and the car is always full of these numpties. They all sort of sit there because they can't afford the car themselves, but they've got to go out with their mate, and it just sounds ridiculous. So the good news is, I mean, I think in Westminster, they found 100 cars doing donuts overnight. That's where you spin round in the road, and they've all got fined. Fantastic. I love it. Love it. Saw the fabulous Status Quo last night, says Mo. There can't be many left, can there, in Status Quo? Isn't just one in Status Quo? Francis Rossi is still going, isn't he? I think that's about the only one. Unless there's anybody, I do beg their pardon if there's anybody else in the group, but I wasn't aware that there was, actually. It wasn't a tribute group, was it, Mo? It was a proper group. So Status Quo, we think Francis Rossi, because, wait a minute, so you've got, here we go. So Francis Rossi, Andy Bown, John Rhino Edwards, Leon Cave, Richie Malone. I only know Francis Rossi. I've never heard of the other ones at all. I've not heard of John Rhino Edwards. Should I have done? That's the worst thing, isn't it? But they were formed under the original name, actually, was the Scorpions. That was the original name of them back in, I think, about 1962, something like that. And my favourite was Pictures of Matchstick Men. I just thought that was great. But 2014 till present, Aquastic, Parfit's death. That was another one that surprised me. He used to live around my neck of the woods, up by the lock. He used to live, and I used to see him occasionally in Twickenham. And when he died, that was another one. Always a shock for me. Always a shock. Baxter's Royal Game. Do you know, I used to love the Baxter's adverts because it was Ina Baxter, and she would sign the tins of soup, which I thought was great. Ina Baxter, sort of a good family firm. They do Royal Game soup. I don't know what's in it. Not my sort of thing at all, actually, but it sounds lovely. Kathy says, my favourite soup is from my beloved France. Onions, beef stock and a knob of butter. Fry and finish on top with a slice of baguette with cheese on top. Ooh. Sounds quite interesting. It sounds very fattening, actually, Kathy. I can't have that one. That's very fattening. And I like mulligatawny soup, says Doug. It's sort of nicely spiced with bits of rice in it. Mulligatawny. All right. There's all this. I don't know, there's so many different. A friend of mine goes to the markets, and at the end of the day, they start throwing out all the stuff or just leaving it. He said, you take home some good little bits and pieces, put it in a liquidizer, add some water to it, and you've made mulligatawny. Looks nice, doesn't it? Comes from South Indian cuisine. It's one of the Tamil words, I believe. Chili peppers, black peppers, water, literally pepper, water. And by the 1800s, it started appearing in cookbooks. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? I like things like that. See, the trouble is I like all that sort of food. Unfortunately, it doesn't like me. I'm not allowed it. It just makes me ill. But it does look delicious. It does look absolutely... Oh, dear, don't show me anymore, honestly. Dreadful. Steve, my daughter has been helping at Prosperity. Says Dimps. People have been amazing, and I believe we have 3 truckloads of donations on their way as we speak. On Saturday, Matthew McFadden went in and donated. Who knew he was a Twickers chap? Yes. I mean, loads of people have donated. And, I mean, even the Queen, Prince of Wales, Duke of Cambridge. We are currently displaying the Ukrainian flag on our building, which I think is always a nice thing. But it's good. Sarah says, thank you for making me laugh after a sleepless night. Oh, you must definitely download the programme this morning. Definitely download the programme this morning. Cooking with gas, we were. Well, while we can afford it. I'm thinking of having the gas taken out, actually, and putting in electric radiators. It's got to be cheaper than putting in gas. Just ridiculous. Rob says, Steve, out in sunny Philippines, listening to your show in our house. Sunny Philippines. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? My favourite soup is... we've just done that one, haven't we? Have you tried wedding soup? I only ever found it once in my Asda, says John. Wedding soup. It's an Italian dish, isn't it? I think that's the one that features green vegetables and meat. Popular, I think, in the States. Not so popular here. And it's a staple in many Italian restaurants. For those of you what didn't know. Baxter's do it as well. Oh, they do a ready-made version. How nice. I mean, it comes, I think, from the Italian phrase minestra maritata, which I think, if memory serves me, means married soup. Why is it married? It's the marriage of ingredients. Okay, all wedding soups are going to have green vegetables and meat in it. So, minestrata maritata, which means married soup. My memory is fantastic. I mean, sometimes you remember the stupidest things. And it just bursts forth from the depths of your mind. It really. Other times you can't remember your own name. You know, you go through phases. Other times you can't find the bacon roll in Pret-a-Manger, can you? Not that I'm complaining still about it. Ridiculous. A gymnast has caused fury. A Russian gymnast. He painted a Z on his costume. I mean, a more ridiculous person. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, we're going to turn colder than Iceland. That's Darren's favourite place. He's on holiday. Where's he gone to? California. California. Which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Richard Madeley no longer looks at social media when he's on television. There's no point. There's no point. All the people on television have said to me over the years, there's no point in reading this stuff because it's generally written by people who've got quite a few screws loose. You know, sometimes you hear them on the radio, don't you? Oh, hello. I'd like to mention my budgerigar. Lovely, thank you very much indeed. The legal cannabis industry in America, you know, they actually legalised it in a lot of states and you can go and buy. Looks like it's on the brink of collapse because of taxations which are coming in. And I always thought it was I mean, who wants to... Imagine getting a taxi and the driver's high as a kite. No, thank you. No, thank you very much indeed. And the experts lift the lid on the way to open a stubborn jar. Because I've had jars before where I couldn't open the thing. And then I discovered if you get a knife and just stick it in the top of the jar, it releases the pressure on the top of it. And you can unscrew it basically with just a finger. Very easy. But they say rubber gloves. I say operation. You know, I don't like to sort of... so the story with my... the Marmite's still stuck in the cupboard. Still stuck in the cupboard. I can't get it out. It's because I put it in there years ago. I bought a jar of Marmite. I took some out, and it never comes out as stiff as you want it to. Always comes out a little bit soft. And I remember sort of looking, and I did it. And anyway, for some peculiar reason, I got Marmite actually underneath the jar. Listen, don't ask how. No, I can't even explain it myself. And I forgot about it until I came, you know, a few months later, because a jar of Marmite lasts you about 15 years. You never get through it very quickly because you don't use very much of it. You don't want it on too thick. And I went to sort of take it out of the cupboard, and I couldn't get it out of the cupboard because the Marmite has solidified on. It's like concrete. It is seriously like concrete. I've tried both hands leaning on it like a cartoon figure. Oh, it's been in there for the best part of 15, 20 years now. I can't get it out. It won't come out. I've had to put things round it. So what I think I need to do, I need to get the hairdryer out, because I do have a hairdryer. I don't have any hair, but I've got a hairdryer. And sort of aim it at the bottom of the jar and try and loosen it that way. God knows what's underneath it. I mean, you know, it could be old papers from the 1800s or something, or it could be all sorts of strange things. But no, it's once you got Marmite stuck, it's like concrete. It is absolutely unbelievable. So every time I open up the cupboard to get something else out, I look at this jar of Marmite, and I say a little rude word under my breath. You know, don't like to say anything too loudly. Fury at cash for Katie. This is a story we did the other week, actually, but it wasn't fury at these. It was a case of did they pay her? This is Katie Price, convicted drink driver, and she's done the documentary, as you know. I think the second one on Harvey and all the rest of it. Did she get paid? Yes, she got paid. And apparently the BBC, some wag is trying to rake up a bit of mud on this one. They're saying, why did she get paid for that? This is a convicted criminal. She's not allowed to drive for 2 years, and yet she's making money at the BBC. And somebody pointed out, well, they didn't mention it because it was nothing to do with her drink driving. It was to do, you know, that'll be a Channel 5 documentary probably coming up with how many times she's been done for drink driving, how many times she's been bankrupt and all the other things. But this was specifically a programme on Harvey. And that's it. But I was curious to know how much they paid. If the people on the Mucky Mansion paid $45,000 and she did nothing on it, she just stood there basically being completely inept, which is interesting. Barry in Hounslow says, I drove past Twickenham around 3:40 and I saw the restaurant loading the van. I was looking out for you. So, yes, no, I wouldn't have been there at that time of the morning. I'm on air in about 20 minutes after that, so never would have made it. It's PM, was it? Oh, right, PM. 3:40 p.m. Yeah, they were out there loading up the vans. They've got boxes and everything else. But I tell you what amazed me, the amount of people donating clothes which A, they don't want, and B, they're in such disgusting state. Seriously, I mean, unwashed clothing. I saw it because we took it to the charity shops. I took over about 4 bags of second-hand clothing. But the stuff that was really ropey, we didn't. It's almost as if people have been to the back of the cupboard. They've not touched stuff for years and years. It was disgusting. You know, at least have the decency to wash it before you take it in. I mean, unwashed underwear. Can you believe that? A whole bag of unwashed underwear. Absolutely outrageous. Philip says, have you seen the article in Saturday's Daily Telegraph? She likes switching on Steve Allen. It's Stella Rimington, former head of MI5. Oh, listen, I should imagine there are probably loads and loads of people who listen to this programme that we never hear of. It isn't till you see them doing an interview that you suddenly realise, oh, wait a minute, so-and-so listens to the programme. I've had all sorts of things. I mean, I don't want to mention Her Majesty, down on one knee, and Diana used to listen to this programme all the time when she used to wake up in the morning on her way to the gym, and she'd always have a little bit of a laugh listening to the Steve Allen programme. But we don't like to mention that. I think it's unnecessary. I don't think, we need to blow our own trumpet. But Stella Rimington chose to put it in. We've had Mary, the vicar, the vicar from Gogglebox. And we've had, Phil Vickeries and Andy Peter. There's loads of people. Miss Reed from the television as well. Yeah, we get everybody. Because, you know why? Because people want to know what's going on in the world. And, on the majority of stations, you don't get that. People have tried to imitate the programme, but it's just, you can see by the audience figures, it's just a complete waste of time. Don't even bother trying to go there. 14 minutes to 6. Let's get the latest LBC travel. Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
It's interesting. You can see the bias in an awful lot of the newspapers over here with Ukraine and the bringing down of the Russian pilots. Pilots begging for mercy. And Ukraine claimed they've killed 11,000 Russian troops, shot down nearly 100 aircraft and blown up 285 tanks and 60 fuel tankers. And you're never too sure because we're not on the ground. I've got no idea where these numbers come from. There's also some of the 11 Russian soldiers captured by Ukrainian forces paraded for the cameras in Kyiv. What they do with them, I've got no idea. I don't know whether they put them in prison because everything's being bombed at the moment. So I really don't know whether or not they just sort of leave them or they just keep them tied up. Either way, it's all a little bit worrying. Dan Walker had a cardboard cutout of his hero Gary Lineker in his house. I mean, that's the extent of the publicity they can get for him. They can't find anything else to do with a news background. Richard Madeley no longer looks at social media when he's on television. He's fed up with trolls throwing a virtual bucket of ordure, meaning dung, in his face. He said he would surf the net when he co-hosted Richard and Judy's chat show to see what people thought. He said back then folks seem a lot kinder. Nowadays they've all got serious illnesses. The people who sort of troll you, they're mentally ill, a lot of them. They have serious illnesses. And if you don't read it, it doesn't make any difference. They can write whatever they like. Nobody cares, actually. Andy says to open a stubborn jar, run the top part of it under hot water for about 30 seconds. So just the knife in the top, and that releases the tss, and then you could just open it straight away. Have you tried squeezy Marmite, says Sunil? No, I've stopped eating Marmite. I've decided it's far too complicated. Yes, scarred for life. Zinin Pool says try spraying WD-40 onto the Marmite, let it sit for 10 minutes. And with a credit card, slide it under the jar and the Marmite should come right off. You should be able to clean the shelf after that. You have to go out and buy some WD-40 now as well. It starts getting quite expensive. My wife Jackie, says Stephen, makes homemade soup delicious. She wastes nothing using every part of the vegetables, liquidizes the soup in a Vitamix mixer so no lumps. Trouble is, she doesn't use a recipe, so everyone is different. Happy to provide some samples should you wish. People are so kind. What else we got? Marilyn Monroe's acting notes, which reveal her deep insecurities at the height of her fame, are being sold for $6,000. She jotted down instructions on an envelope during an acting class with Lee Strasberg at the Actors Studio in the 50s. And despite being the world's most famous actress, she wrote, "What's the matter with my voice?" adding that she should maybe just let the voice come out of my body. So, to be honest with you, she was never a great actress. Never a great actress. Lots of people said they'd never work with her ever again. She was a temperamental old bag. I mean, let's face it, she was only Marilyn Monroe because she sort of wore that dress which she stood over the grating in the film, and up, went the dress. And happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you. Although, yeah, you've got goosebumps just even hearing it again. It's amazing, isn't it? Kim Kardashian. Apparently gardeners, says the Royal Horticultural Society, should stop viewing slugs and snails as a nuisance and treat them as helpers. Yeah, right. And apparently the gypsy moth. You heard of the gypsy moth? The gypsy moth, it's a moth, has been renamed the spongy moth to avoid offending Romani people. Some in the Roma community consider gypsy derogatory due to its topical use as a racial slur. God in heaven, honestly, there's nothing left, is there really? We might as well just give up now. And there's a lovely picture of the Northern Lights here in Northumberland. The Out of the World show lasted for 15 minutes. I love them. If you've never seen the Northern Lights, you've missed a treat. You have missed a treat. Steve, regarding EastEnders, Kathy, who was once dead off-screen for 10 years, Beale, and Ian Beale's son Peter have been running the Beale empire. I don't think Danny Dyer is the cause of the show's downfall, but there have been couchload of younger characters that have come and mainly gone under weird storyline choices. Then characters like Pat were killed off. Dot has gone. Maybe it's had its day, or maybe the BBC could create a new show that runs 52 weeks. Would certainly shake things up a bit. It's I don't know where it goes. It's plummeting on a minute-by-minute basis. You know, the audience they've just given up with it. Mainly because it's just unbelievable. Ex-EastEnder Ross Kemp has watched Enders footage of the late Brucey landing a new role as a TV game show host. And just like Generations, Brucey came up with the catchphrase, "Go with your gut." Do you know, I tell you, as a bloke actually off the television, I can't remember what his name is now. And it doesn't matter, but he turned up on 3 shows over the weekend as a guest. I think he was on Celebrity Catchphrase, which I think he won. And then he turned up on Tipping Point, and then he was on something else. I remember thinking, he's on that programme. He's probably classed as disabled because of his hands. I can't remember his blooming name. I can picture him. He's got a beard. He's a comedian. He's on... Oh, what is that programme called? Sorry? No. It's Alex Brooker. Yes, Alex Brooker. He's one. He's been on everything. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking, oh, perhaps you've changed your agent. But he's an English journalist, presenter and comedian, best known for his television work for Channel 4. In fact, he's only known for his television work with Channel 4. He's got 2 children. Not anymore. He's got loads of stuff now. He's 37, born in Croydon, but we've all got our cross to bear, haven't we? You know, I'm sure Croydon is marvellous. Dolly Parton is back, not only with a fine new album, but she's got a book and the album, both called Run, Rose, Run. There's no sign of her slowing down, is there? I'm slurring a bit. You sound like you had a little drink. Had a little bit of a drink. And it's interesting. And Roman Kemp has hinted that he fancies disappearing from public life, which is very odd. You won't believe what he wants to go and do. Very odd. He says, in my head, there are times where I think I need to leave the UK and just go somewhere, do yoga and eat leaves. I don't think you could survive on eating leaves, really. I mean, leaves wrapped in maybe a Big Mac or something like that, or a quarter pounder with cheese. He says, but then it's a catch-22 because I'm scared of losing what I have. More leaves. More leaves. I love it. Eating leaves and disappearing. I know people who do that. They go on their holidays and they go and sort of sit in a paddy field for 2 weeks and just... That's where Darren's gone, basically, in California. And they just go back to basics. People like it. BBC facing the backlash on the documentary Katie Price, What Harvey Did Next. And the commissioning of this show has gone down like a lead balloon, say BBC staff. And that's all I can tell you, actually. A BBC spokesman said the film is very much focused on Harvey. It does address Katie Price's arrest after her car accident in the context of how Harvey's life would be impacted if something had happened to his mum. Well, I mean, she's got loads of other children as well. But then, you know, she has been done for drink driving 6 times, Mr. BBC. You know, once or twice you could understand. 6 times, I think you need to get some medical help or something. A diver getting up close to a nurse shark pup, an array of sea life. You know, apparently you can sort of stroke sharks. They seem to be quite amenable to... Yeah, I've seen loads of people. I've seen people turning sharks over and they go to sleep. Yeah, seriously, I've seen loads of that, actually. No, you mustn't try it, but it's people do it. You can stroke them. In fact, sometimes he ran his hand over the top. Perhaps they like human contact. Yeah, I mean, personally, if I saw one, I'd run a mile, swim a mile. Yeah, stroke it a little bit and then go, I don't think so. And here's a boy here. He's a preteen crypto expert. His name is Benjamin Ahmed. He's 12. He learnt the code when his dad taught him and the Bitcoin started rolling in. His fungible tokens have traded for nearly £4 million. It's done very well. He doesn't even have a bank account. He's not spent a pound. He says, I don't think people really understand it. Well, you've done very well. I don't understand it either, so no good trying to explain it to me. How long to charge your mobile phone? I don't know. I just leave mine on overnight. I never think about it, and I can charge it at work. Probably a couple of hours. They reckon 9 minutes. So 9 minutes to charge your mobile phone. They've got new technology. Devices could be fitted by this summer. It's a Chinese phone maker called Oppo. And mobile phones will be smaller and thinner. But charging in 9 minutes, I think, is a good idea, isn't it? And, yeah. I'm looking at mine. I just generally leave mine on overnight, so I've got no idea how long it takes. I try not to think about it. I remember getting it years ago where you could change the battery. I wouldn't know how to change the battery. And it lasts all the day. And then when I go to bed, sometimes when I go back, if it's gone down a bit, I'll charge it up just to make sure it's okay. Very popular charging up, isn't it? Yes. And supermarket CEOs get as much in 24 hours as a shop worker earns in a year on minimum wage. The High Pay Centre says more than 350,000 supermarket workers get below the real living wage. Blimey. And Aldi's highly controversial Cuthbert the Caterpillar is branching out. After being sued by Marks & Spencer in a copying row, the German creepy Crawley, accused of ripping off M&S's Colin cake, could now become a star in his own right. Mind you, I saw a BBC programme the other day, ripped blatantly. You know the woman who goes around the rubbish dumps and says to the people in the car, can I have that? And she takes it away and she does it all up and then sells it. There's a rip-off programme over on the BBC. They've copied it identically with a woman who does exactly the same thing. Cheats. Nothing worse. Ugh.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Monday, the 7th of March, as we race through March. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC with you till 7, and then with the LBC Breakfast Show, Nick Ferrari's here. I'll bring you up to date on the situation in Ukraine very, very shortly. As you know already, there's pictures in all the paper. Putin's forces have broken the ceasefire to shell civilians again. 1.5 million refugees flee the horror. And UK defence officials have said they believe Russian forces made minimal gains over the past 48 hours, with its troops bogged down by still very stiff Ukrainian resistance and poor logistical support. But Ukrainian commanders have warned that Russian forces have been regrouping and are preparing to launch an all-out assault on the capital, Kyiv. Moscow's forces have been heavily shelling towns on the periphery of the city and resupplying tank units with fuel moved in from Belarus in preparation for the attack. In the southeastern city of Mariupol, Russian shelling has killed dozens of people, and the Ukrainian President Zelensky has warned Moscow's troops that his forces will pursue any soldier that commits war crimes to the grave. We'll keep you up to date with all the developments throughout the day here on LBC. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Steve, I used to load Weetabix from Burton Latimer in Northants. They make it for supermarket brands, even made it for Royals in special packaging, says Tony the trucker. Wow. So the royal family, so she likes Weetabix. I actually did hear that what they do is they actually take the cereals which arrive at Buckingham Palace and they put it into plastic boxes and containers. And so it's kept there because the actual kitchen, it's like Tupperware boxes. Whether it is Tupperware, I don't know. They probably other brands are available. But the Queen's breakfast table, I think people think she eats off sort of gold plates or something. But we had a picture of the interior of the dining room. And it's a Formica table and 2 chairs. The only thing that they have, Prince Philip used to have his newspaper ironed. They would iron the paper in the morning. Seriously, the ironing of the newspaper. Otherwise, it's all because it's folded up. The Telegraph, I think. The Telegraph. Yes, the Daily Star for Prince Philip. But the Queen, there you go, Tupperware, special cake from Tupperware for breakfast most days. Because I think it keeps it sort of fresher longer than having to sort of open a box and it's a bit fiddly. So she probably hasn't got the faintest idea what the brand would be. Or even concern herself. Apparently, when she switches things up and deviates from cereal, Her Majesty has some specific preferences. She'll occasionally dine on scrambled eggs with smoked salmon and truffle. She insists on eating only brown eggs, alleging that they taste better. And also, after every official meal, and they have to submit the recipes at the beginning of the week so she knows what she's going to be eating. There are certain things she will eat, certain things she won't touch garlic or anything like that. She avoids anything like that. And she will make notes at the end of each meal on which bit she's liked and which bit she's hadn't, and that then goes back to the kitchen, and they will then have to make the adjustments for the next time around. So she knows exactly what she's going to be eating. And let's face it, it seems to have served her quite well, doesn't it? But I love the idea. I think she avoids pasta, rice, I'd heard potatoes, actually. So mainly she's fish or meat and vegetables instead. You won't find any tomato sauce-based meals or anything like that. She wouldn't have that. And she doesn't want anything that's sort of messy. Also, shellfish. She won't touch that because much like eating rare meat, eating shellfish carries health risks, and the royals are advised to avoid it. It's amazing, really, when you think of all. I mean, she's got the best chefs in the country, and they've cooked for her and they've done everything. She likes when she moves, because when she moves, it's like a circus on the move. Basically, the whole household will move to Balmoral or Sandringham or wherever it happens to be, so that she has the same things, and all the chefs know what she wants to eat. It's quite a privilege. I mean, they're the worst payers in the universe. Worst payers. Trucker Graham says, Steve, we had our first trip to Joe Allen's before the theatre on Saturday. Best burger and cheesecake I've ever had. Definitely going back. I keep forgetting to pay my bill, actually. I'm a bit remiss, I'm afraid. I'll be on a banned list very shortly. I have a tab. I've got an account there, yeah. I have an account. Had it for about 40 years. Long time. Biggins opened it up for me years and years ago. Steve, another beach in Australia has been closed due to a great white ramming into a swimmer. Thankfully not hurt, but seems to be getting more common. We unknowingly went swimming in sharp waters, and the boat company didn't say a word, says Tim. So it's very interesting. Thank you, Tim, for that one. It's hit the news over here. 3.5 metre great white shark, and a man was rammed by it. What does that mean? What, was it sort of banged into him or something? I thought they just opened their mouth and went for the kill. I don't know how it worked. Whatever it is, you wouldn't find me swimming off Perth's south shores. Thank you very much indeed. I'm terrified of anything like that. But he dived off a reef into shallow waters. Close to Florida Beach this was. And shark sighting prompted authorities to close it for 24 hours. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. Look at it. Underneath all that water, God knows how many great whites there must be. It does look horrible, doesn't it? Let's not go there. We're not going to go. What's 3.5 metres? 9, about... it's not as big as you think, actually, is it really? 9-10 feet long. See, I imagine great whites to be enormous. I know that the biggest is the blue whale. The blue whale is absolutely huge. And I've seen pictures of divers going down with blue whales, and they are... I mean, you almost imagine that it's been made up, because the blue whale is so... It can't have any enemies at all, I wouldn't have thought, as it sort of slowly trugs backwards and forwards. But when you get the great whites, they seem to hurtle up from the deep because they've seen a shape on the water and they're going to go for it. But when you look at look at them, I mean, the blue whale there and a diver, look how tiny they look compared to the blue whale. I mean, it's like sort of a ship that's sunk underwater. This is 100 foot, this blue whale. 100 foot long. I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? And we don't see them that often because people are more concerned. I mean, because they seem quite gentle, blue whales. I mean, I don't know whether they are or whether or not they've ever attacked man. But I don't think that they're a threat to us. It's like the basking sharks, isn't it? I don't think they're a threat to us because they don't eat meat. They just eat fish and shrimp and krill and things like that, he says, guessing wildly. Excuse me. I wonder if there's a limit on how many cups of tea you could drown. Do you read that bloke who died through drinking concentrated coffee? He had coffee powder or whatever it was, and it was the equivalent of 200 cups of coffee. And he died within the day because it was mind you, I think espresso's too much for me. And this one had a caffeine overdose. There you go, the equivalent of 200 cups of coffee. He drank the equivalent, and it was I don't know what it was. He had caffeine powder, and he got the maths wrong when measuring a dose of it, and he ingested up to 5 grams of caffeine powder, which is equivalent to 200 cups of coffee. And he died as a result. He was only 29. I didn't even know you could buy caffeine powder. I had no idea. But another update, I think, on that over the weeks and the months. More on the war in Ukraine. Shame of the UK refugee response, although Priti Patel is... I mean, every time I open up the paper and Priti Patel says something, you always think to yourself, what have you achieved so far? Nothing. Nothing at all. You know, we're going to let everybody in. So far, 50. The rest turned back. Sent back to France. You've got the wrong things. You need to, and then France are going, well, you need to book into a hotel because we don't know what to do with you at the moment. And Priti Patel saying, oh, no, don't worry, we will let people in. When are you doing this? When are you doing this? They're being killed now. I just thought I'd mention it to you just in case you weren't aware of what's going on. Interestingly, between 1 and 3 daily cups of herbal tea can help relieve menstrual symptoms. Chamomile, rosehip and spearmint. Apparently very good. I don't like fancy teas. Not that it's meant for me. And brewed for 5 to 15 minutes, they said improve the body's control of glucose, insulin and blood lipids. Oh, so it might be all right for me. Might be all right for me. George Ezra's back is riddled with spots. Apparently, because what? Just wandering about with the stories this morning. The context is that he thinks he's like a sailor on a disease-ridden ship, and because he got chicken pox, he's had to cancel shows because of it. And he's also booked, I believe, for the Queen's Jubilee, isn't he? He's one of the acts there. Although to be honest, I don't know enough about him. Just he did this. I'll be riding shotgun, and that's about it. I don't know. Tom Fletcher and his wife Giovanna posing up for an obligatory picture with Donald Duck because they went to celebrate Disney's 30th anniversary. Didn't she win some programme or something? And that was going to be I'm a celeb. They were going to give her her own chat show and all. That didn't come to anything. They always do that, don't they? Always do it. And then I saw Dermot O'Dreary the other day on another programme called Pet something. I don't know what it was. I've got no idea. I didn't quite understand it. It was done in a very, very tiny little studio, and presumably it was there for people with their pets to watch. I've got no idea why. I couldn't quite understand it because I don't think he's the best presenter on the television. That's right, The Pet Show. It was the biggest waste of television space I've ever seen. I can't remember if it was on the BBC or not. And it's sort of Dermot O'Dreary and Joanna Page. They're joined by actor Ben Mirren and his dog, and be the first to take on their agility course. Well, I tell you could die waiting for this thing to try and take off as a programme. It was so dull and boring. So dull and boring. Messing with, One Direction fans can be a bit risky. Ask Dan Walker. After his infamous run-in with Louis Tomlinson on the morning sofa, he says he was sent 5 death threats. 5 death threats because of I don't quite understand that at all. Dan says, every day I get hundreds of messages, some lovely, some angry. When I interviewed Louis Tomlinson, 5 people threatened to kill me, including one who said they were going to come over from Brazil. It's an awful long way to go, isn't it, really, for something like that? But Louis vowed never to go on BBC Breakfast again after he accused Dan and Louise Minchin of proper going in on him when he was interviewed in Feb 2020. Proper going in? Is that some new... Oh, giving him a hard time. Why didn't you say giving him a hard time then? Going in. He was asked about his spat with band member Zayn Malik, prompting him to say, God, you're proper going in here today, aren't you? They're just questions, Louis. They're just questions, love. All you have to do is just answer them and then move on. It's not a big deal. You know, goodness sake, honestly. 6:15. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
LBC.
It's amazing how many companies have pulled out of Russia. You know, companies who are not working. Dell have suspended product sales. Sainsbury's have said that they will remove all products that are 100% sourced in Russia. I didn't know there were that many, actually. I mean, I know, obviously, the vodka. Mango employs 800 people in Russia. They said they would temporarily close its stores and its online platform. IKEA have closed 17 stores in Russia. H&M, Burberry have stopped sending products to Russia, but its 2 flagship stores there remain open for now. Hermes have temporarily closed the stores in Russia, the first luxury goods giant to do so. Nike have stopped taking online orders for Russian customers. Airbnb have suspended all operations in Russia and Belarus. Apparently there are 90,000 Russian active short-term rentals on the service. Mercedes-Benz Group have halted the sale of cars and vans in Russia. Harley-Davidson have paused the shipment of motorcycles to Russia, saying its thoughts are on the safety of the people of Ukraine. BMW have stopped the export of cars to Russia. Boeing have said that they will suspend parts, maintenance and technical support to Russia, and Airbus have pledged to cease its support for Russia's aviation industry, where it maintains aircraft used by the country's main commercial airlines. So there is a growing band of people who are either pulling out or they've halted the operation. All of this can't be looking good for the people of Russia. That's, what did we say earlier on? 3,000 more people have been arrested by Putin. I mean, taking the total now of people who've been arrested demonstrating against the war to, I think, the other day, more than 4,300 people were demonstrated. So in the last 11 days, more than 10,000 people have been detained at protests in Russia. I mean, and still the message doesn't get through to him. You know, we're seeing big protests today, even in Siberian cities where we only rarely saw, you know, such numbers of arrests. And so they're literally, 10,000 people detained already. I wasn't aware they had the capability of arresting 10,000 people, but it's not looking very good for them. And the military operation over there, I mean, they're just like sheep, aren't they? They arrest everybody, old women, little children. 7-year-old the other day, arrested. Dreadful, really. David says, fantastic show. The ironing of newspapers was very popular in the past, as it stops the print from coming off in your hands. And somebody else has said exactly the same. It stops the print. So now we know, actually. And yes, I mean, the trouble is, I mean, I read papers every day on this programme, as you know. I end up with a complete set of papers. And I've never had ink come off in my hands at all. Never, ever. I don't, and I'm looking, actually, just in case I've gone a bit blind. I've seen little bits of ink, but mainly I think they use a different process. Because I think most of the newspapers now are not printed as they used to be. Now it's all done electronically. So, in fact, they wouldn't use newsprint. It's done. That's why when they moved, most of Fleet Street moved out to Fortress Wapping, all of a sudden it was done completely differently. And so before you had the big printing machines and the typeset and the big rolls of newspaper that came in. Well, it's not done like that now. It's all done electronically. Maria is in Nerja in Spain. I think that's how you pronounce it. I seem to remember seeing that some time ago. It says, I've only recently started listening to your programme and find some of your stories so funny. Oh, just some of them. Oh, well, I mean, it's better than nothing, I suppose. I'm in Spain at the moment, and your tale about taking your jeans off yesterday made me laugh so much and resonates with me. Yesterday? Blimey, are you listening a day backwards? Spying. Keep making everybody laugh, and you make me laugh with your funny stories. They're not meant to be funny, actually, Maria, but also the jeans story. I did the jeans story, taking the jeans off. No? Where were you yesterday? No, we did it on Friday. Artie says, my daughter had a 12, had a birthday party at Pizza Express in Richmond. Oh, right. And they liked it there. And they took in a birthday cake. You can do that to places, can't you? You can take in your own birthday cakes. This one came from Thornton's. And fresh whipped cream and strawberries. Woo! So you've tempted me there straight away. I couldn't eat it, but it sounds absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. I don't mind people talking about food, even though I can't eat it. So he said the manager didn't even charge a service charge. I should think not. For a little girl's 12-year birthday. I don't know where Pizza Express is in Richmond. I know where it is in. Is it opposite the station? Oh, right. I like a Pizza Express. They were offering. I know where the one is in Twickenham because they're offering a special deal on dough balls at the moment, or the garlic balls, which they also do in Waitrose. Dough balls, yeah, they sound quite nice actually. And Colin says, in the early 70s, my dad took me to see a a whale on the back of a lorry. Does anybody remember a whale on the back of a lorry? I don't think we remember that one, actually. Do you know, that reminds me of a joke. Somebody wrote into a newspaper some years ago saying, I'm trying to find a poem about a Red Indian, Native American Indian falling in love with a white saviour, whatever it happened to be anyway. And they wrote in and they kept bombarding the newspaper with all these stories about, does anybody know what this poem is, please? I'd love to get hold of it for so-and-so, so-and-so. And then in the end, they also sent a letter going, by the way, I'm the person who was written about in that poem. Would you like a copy of it? They just made the whole thing up, which I always think is quite funny, actually. So whale on the back of a lorry. Parents took their toddlers to see it. And they were wailing. Where was this? Where was this? Lifted from a boat from USA, and it visited York, Coventry, Worcester, Bristol and Plymouth across England. And there are photographs of it on YouTube. Some who told their friends and family about their childhood encounter have found themselves disbelieved or become convinced themselves it was merely a peculiar dream. No, it exists. There are photographs of this huge whale, and people, they'd never seen a whale on the back of a lorry. And they had instruments of killing it, adding insult to injury. Harpoons were displayed. Thousands visited it for entertainment and education. 3 dead whales were once on almost permanent tour of the UK throughout the 50s, the 60s and 70s. Good Lord above. Well, who'd have believed it? Well, there it is. We see the actual pictures of a whale on a lorry. After a while, I should imagine it must have started smelling, because it would be rotting. I don't think you can embalm a whale. I don't think so. But no, you were right, Colin. You were right. You did go and see it. If people say you didn't, just direct them to YouTube and you will see whale on a lorry. And I should imagine, actually, finding whale on a lorry would find it very quickly for you. But I'd never heard of it. I'd never heard, but my parents wouldn't have taken me to see anything like that. My father used to go to the museums a lot and go and see. I think when they did the Tutankhamun exhibition at the British Museum, my father queued for that. Of course, I didn't have any interest. It's funny, isn't it? As children, you didn't have any interest. I used to dread it when my dad would say, oh, let's go up to London and go to the museums. You go, oh, God, how boring. How utterly dreary. You know, let's go. The only museum I wanted to go to was the Science Museum, because it had things that you could play with. You could wind a little crane, or, you know, there were always different things going on. And my worst one at the time was, let's go to the V&A. Oh, God, please, let's not go to the V&A. And yet, strangely, as I've got older, I've gone off to Science Museums. It's full of kids and running around all over the place. Shut up. So, and yeah, you're banned. And so the V&A is my museum of choice, because it's got so much in it. And I love going upstairs where they've got all the rooms of the London houses and the shop fronts that they took off, and also, you know, just really, and all of a sudden you find things like that fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Science Museum I've been in on a few occasions, but I refuse to pay. I absolutely refuse to pay. I don't think you should have to pay for something that I've been subsidising for a long time. And so I don't. I always go, they have turnstiles there, and I just go, I'm just going to the shop. Always go, I'm just going to the shop. No, it's not that I'm mean. It's just that let the tourists pay for it. I'm a Londoner. Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner. I'll take a short break, actually. Need to lie down, I think.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 to 7. The amount of firms that have suspended operation in Russia. I didn't realise that MasterCard, American Express and Visa have all suspended operations. Does that mean that people can't use the cards in those countries? And we can't use them to buy goods from Russia either? I'm assuming there must be some sort of block on it somewhere. Also, Apple, Microsoft, H&M, Lego. So obviously these you tend to forget all these companies have got outlets overseas. But I should imagine IKEA, Airbus, American Express, Visa and MasterCard and Netflix as well are all sort of fairly big. Visa and MasterCard are suspending operations in Russia, and also credit and debit cards issued by Russian banks will no longer work outside the country. Russian businesses and cash machines will also be unable to accept cards issued abroad. So are the cash machines operated from their country of origin, or is it somebody in Russia who's turned them off? I don't know how that works. Presumably, because it's electronic, they can sort of make them not work. So if you put your... I mean, I don't know, because we haven't investigated this bit, actually. It's only because I thought about it a minute ago. If you put your card into a machine, does it keep the card, or will it give it back again? You think it would give it back? Because I know you can only... But there's no money, is there? I don't know how people are surviving. I really don't. But anyway, as Russia steps up the war, hospitals, schools and nurseries are being bombed, having lied through his teeth. Russian cards still work in Russia, but it's the other ones that don't. But Priti Patel pledging to speed up the visa process. Yeah, well, you've not done very well so far, have you? I mean, is it possible you might better move it a little bit quicker? And there was one columnist today talking about London. And in the middle of London, on the way to a hospital for a monthly checkup. The city has been decimated, writes this columnist, by the Mayor Sadiq Khan and Transport for London, with huge cycle lanes and traffic moving at a snail's pace. They should all be sacked immediately. Motorcyclists and cyclists have made the situation even worse. Frankly, it would have been faster if I got out of the car and walked. London's economy must be going down the dust pipe, and it really is quite amazing the people paid a huge salary have done this to the capital city of the nation, and then have the nerve to lecture the rest of us. Oh, Sadiq Khan loves the power. He also quite likes the NME musical events, you know, because it's a freebie. He likes a bit of a freebie, and he likes the publicity. No idea why. Completely, decimated the thing. And then somebody was asking us earlier on, and we don't know the answer, that's why we couldn't give it to you, whether there's more train strikes. Well, the last one's achieved absolutely zero. Nothing planned at the moment. Nothing planned at all. Which is, I'm sure they know what they're doing. I convinced myself. By accident, Steve, I heard John Lennon Stand By Me. I know it's been sung by lots of people and there was a film, but who wrote the song? Was it John? John, in my opinion, sings is the best. I've never been a fan of the Beatles, but I'm being converted now, says Barry. I think John Lennon wrote Stand By Me. I don't think he wouldn't have written Stand By Me, I'm pretty certain. We shall find out. I saw one, says Jonathan in Havant, of the dead whales on the trailer near Chichester Market in the early 70s. I was about 5 years old. I can remember, very scary and very strange. Well, we wouldn't have seen something like that. We'd have heard of whales. We'd have heard of, especially at your age, you'd probably have heard of Moby Dick and stuff like that. But we never would have seen anything. So if somebody turns up with one on the back of a lorry, I don't know how they made money out of it. Oh, Stand By Me was Benny King, written by Jerry Lieber, so Lieber and Stoller wrote it, and it featured in a film of the same name, featuring River Phoenix, who of course died through a huge drugs overdose, and Will Wheaton. The royalties in 2012 were estimated to have topped £17 million. There have been over 400 recorded versions of the song performed by many artists, notably Otis Redding, of course, who also had Sitting on the Dock of the Bay, John Lennon, Cassius Clay, later Muhammad Ali, The Cause, Tracy Chapman. Amazing, isn't it, really? Florence and the Machine, the Kingdom Choir, and A-League Club, Melbourne Victory FC. They play the song before home matches, and fans raise the scarves above their head and sing the lyrics. So now you know. Powerful stuff, actually. Angela says, I was thoroughly ashamed to hear the paltry number of refugees the UK's accepted. I only hope the government relaxes the policy and more of these desperate people can be welcomed to the shores. She's apparently investigating it. She's just a bit slow, I'm afraid. She can't help it. She sort of goes, oh, yes, we're definitely doing something. In the meanwhile, people who've turned up here have now been sent back to where they came from because they don't have the correct paperwork. So yet more baloney, I'm afraid, from Priti Patel. I mean, how long does it take to sort these things out? America's given the green light to supply fighter jets to Ukraine. But Russia threatens war, says the Sun, because he's seeing everything as a... I mean, he's quite mad. That's the trouble. You're dealing with a complete lunatic. Not very good. Tom says, I'm recovering from surgery for cancer. And I couldn't stop laughing the other day as I was trying to take my jeans off using your method. He says, thank you very much. quite welcome. Not every day you could. Mind you, I had the same trouble with pants, but that's another story. I don't think I'll go into the pants story. I mean, I think people need a little bit of a respite from Steve Allen's putting his clothes on and off. I spend most of my time falling over. Seriously, I can't stand on one leg. I don't know what that signifies. Suppose I've got no sense of balance. I'm rubbish. Seriously, I'm absolute rubbish at the moment. Absolute rubbish. Shane Warne died after doing a ridiculous 2-week liquid diet. I don't know why he did a 2-week diet. We'll never understand why. But he died, they say, from a suspected heart attack. And there's loads of pictures. He's going to get this state funeral, but they had to check with the family whether they were okay with that. I don't know what that means. I know what our state funerals mean because they're much orchestrated, and I don't know whether or not they can do exactly the same thing for him. He's got statues up. People have laid flowers and tins of beer, which must be a very Australian thing to do. But either way, everybody said exactly the same. Too young, too soon. Way too soon. Way too soon. Shot down in flames, 8 Russian aircraft in one day. I mean, they're putting up a fight. You can't fault them for it. Unfortunately, on the back of that come casualties and come Ukrainian casualties. And another one here, a nation praying for peace. The Mail Fund has hit 4 million. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, the amount of money we can... if we put our minds to it, we can give money and we can give things that they need. Even though, our rates are going through the roof in this country. More than £100 million has gone through the deck appeal already. Seriously, I mean, a phenomenal amount of money. Absolutely phenomenal. And it's obviously that people are siding with Ukraine. Unfortunately, I fear it's going to get worse before it gets any better. I have a feeling it's going to get really bad. And we just have to get used to seeing the pictures. There's a London taxi driver here, and he's giving Ukrainians a ride to safety in Poland, which is good. But only 50 people handed UK visas. The rest turned away. Turned away. I mean, seriously, Pretty, pull your finger out, love. I don't want to be rude to you, but frankly, you've achieved nothing so far. Can you do something quickly? The rest of the country is pulling together. You dragging your heels. Really not good. From bankers to oil tycoons, 6 of the lucky oligarchs. It's funny, they never get arrested in Russia. You know why? Because they're oligarchs and because they're filthy rich. And because filthy rich means you can grease everybody's hands. That's how it works in Russia. I was listening to Ian Dale's programme and he had somebody on and they would talk about the oligarchs. And he said, why are they not being arrested? He said, because they're oligarchs. He said, because they literally get Putin what he wants. They can afford better lawyers. They can afford whatever they want. If Putin needs anything, he goes to his friends, the oligarchs, and in return for him leaving them alone so they can get on with their ill-gotten doings, they will do whatever he wants. And that's why he's ended up as one of the richest people in the world. As I say, how he's managed that on his salary as president, I've got no idea. J.K. Rowling in all the papers today, who's criticised a controversial law being introduced in Scotland to make it easier for people to change gender. I mean, we've talked about this before in the past, actually. How many people are there who want to change gender? I mean, is there an absolute avalanche of people? She says it will harm the most vulnerable women in society. And she's again stated her belief that the legal definition of biological sex as opposed to gender should be protected. It's not going to go away, is it? Let's take a short break. 6:45. I've got the headlines for you with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, I saw Bob Marley the musical on Saturday after I had fish and chips in what used to be the Two Eyes Coffee Bar in Old Compton Street, and Petula Clark was in there. Really? Good God in heaven, Petula Clark. Are we going back in time, Terry, from Leighton Buzzard? I love Petula Clark. I interviewed her years and years ago. I interviewed her with another actress at the time, and I reminded them that they'd worked together on television. And I can't remember the name of the other actress. She'd passed on a long time ago. Petula's getting on a bit. Definitely. She must be in her 80s? Petula Clark? 87? I'm like, what? 89. Unbelievable, isn't it? No, I'm a big fan. Born 1932. I've got all the records. I've got all the greatest hits. At one time, she was our greatest singer in the chart. She had more chart entries than anybody else, and she had some fantastic songs. from don't sleep in the subway to downtown to, I mean, just everything. Really fantastic. Love her. What else we got? The story of the whale, says Tom, on the back of the truck being paraded around the country. Very interesting tale. You can read all about in a book called The Barnsley Whale, written by one of our friends and long-standing regular at the Red Cow pub in Richmond. Lord above, the Barnsley Whale. Why Barnsley? What was the significance with Barnsley? Barnsley near the water or something? Have I missed out on this? Fancy parading something like that. That's almost like going to... We used to have... Well, we still have, but I mean, I haven't been to it. The Michaelmas Fair down in Newbury in Berkshire. It's a big fair. It's a combination... it's a bit like Winter Wonderland, of all different fairs all coming together, or the Nottingham Goose Fair. They have lots of different rides and everything else. And they used to have, for many, many years, when I used to go to the Michaelmas Fair, a freak show. There would always be a freak show. And the freak show would consist of either the woman with a beard or baby in a glass bottle with two heads. Things that they used to show all these different things. And there would be a barker who would stand outside and say, come on inside to, you see the two-headed lady or the snake lady and all the rest of it. And it was, you never see the freak shows. Baby in a bottle. Yeah, two-headed baby in a bottle. Yeah. Oh, we had to be two-headed, not just baby in a bottle. That wasn't very exciting. But no, the freak shows were... really big business in all the fun fairs. In the same way they used to have the Wall of Death, which was the motorcycle riders going round and round what looked like a dustbin, very popular. And you could buy a ticket, could go and stand at the top and look down on them doing it. And it was just basically the smell of petrol that kept you in there. I'm loving this. I love the smell of petrol. Love the smell of petrol. I used to help out at a garage, and in winter you'd put petrol in the car and you could smell it. It was just absolutely fantastic. Now, of course, you can't even afford to put petrol in your car. But no, the freak shows, look up freak shows and you'll find all sorts of things. They would put in tents and you walk round two-headed cows and stuff like that. And sort of, the woman who was sitting her head was in a box on a table and she spoke to you and things like that. I remember all of these different freak shows. Some were optical illusions, but they were very popular. And they used to have people with sort of disabilities, and then that was all outlawed, and they just went on to peculiar other things that they'd acquired. Freak show, yeah, it was. It sounds odd now, doesn't it? Really, there's a very odd story actually of a jilted 33-year-old woman from the Isle of Wight, the real life Miss Havisham, they say, but who'd never read Dickens, but thinks. This man here, financial director, thinks he's discovered the woman who inspired his Great Expectations spinster. And they think this house is the drawing of Upper Mount, which is where Miss Havisham was. They think it's Peacock Vane. It's on the Isle of Wight. And you can see it now. It exists. Whether or not she ever existed, I've got no idea. And what else have we got quickly? Oh, yes, toilets. Toilets. I knew I was going to do a toilet story. And this is a pensioner called James Johnston. James Johnston lives in Bognor Regis. He bought his apartment 10 years ago. At the time, his balcony overlooked a council beach office, which was replaced in 2018 by a toilet block. But the trouble, it's quite a nice toilet block. It's not it looks nice, doesn't it? I mean, it's not exactly unpleasant. And he's looking at the back of it. But anyway, he reckons it's not 50,000 quid off the price of his flat. So he's not very... I mean, he's 87, so I shouldn't imagine it makes too much difference. But it's not... he said he recently put the apartment up for sale. He said, but all 18 viewers have been put off by the toilets. See, the trouble is, you don't know which... how far off if you were at the top of this block of flats, you would overlook the toilets. He might just be looking at the toilets. They look very nice. But the estate agent says it feels like no matter what the price is, I don't think we'll find a buyer. Well, you're a fat lot of bloody use, aren't you? Honestly, who'd want to employ you? The idea is somebody comes to you and says, can you sort of do this? The council said the public had every chance to voice their concerns. I mean, the toilets don't match anything. Yes, they do. They match the sea. It's painted blue and grey, and it looks very nice. Whether it looks the same from the back of you, nobody gets the perfect view. But I love the idea that Gail Chisholm, I just don't think we'll ever find a buyer. Well, pull your finger out, love. That's what you're paid to do, isn't it? Viv Richards, birthday today. Sir Viv Richards, the master blaster from Antigua and the former West Indies captain. He's 70 today. Sir Ranulph Fiennes is 78 today. Happy birthday to him. Regarded, former SAS officer, as the world's greatest explorer. So very happy birthday to both of them. Born on this day in 1958, he died, believe it or not, in 2014. Rick Mail. And Dame Margaret Weston died in 2021 as director of the Science Museum. She became the first woman in the UK to run a national museum. In 1940, age 14, she detained a German pilot whose bomber had crashed nearby until her father was in the Home Guard, arrived to arrest him. Wow. So we mention all those people. There was nothing grand in the way Ted Heath's piano made its exit from number 10. Apparently 6 men, it took quite a performance. They literally heaved it onto its side and whizzed it out the door. I went down because he lived, his house is opposite Salisbury Cathedral. It's in the Cathedral Close. I think it's opened as a museum, but it wasn't open the day we were down there. But it's quite a nice house. In fact, all the houses in Cathedral Close are very nice indeed. Very, very nice. Can you look smart in trainers? No. No, it's quite simply no. I see people getting off the train at Waterloo Station, getting on the train as well. You know, smart dress and all the rest of it. Pair of trainers. You know why? They can't walk. They cannot walk. They can't walk in their shoes, so they wear trainers and they keep their own shoes in a little bag for putting on the office. Because there have been offices in the past saying you must wear proper shoes in the office, high heels. And some people say, but it's not very comfortable. You know, I mean, I was the first one to complain vigorously and to maintain that to this day. Paul Fear, morning, says Stand By Me is also featured in the great new musical The Drifter's Girl at the Garrick, sung wonderfully by the amazing Beverly Knight at the end of Act 1. It's a very good show with all those Drifters songs. You should have one of your outings to it. Thank you, Mr. Fear. Nice to hear from you as well. And how wonderful, Steve, to give the lovely Petula Clark a mention on your early show. I'll second all of your comments. Loved Petula Clark. Seriously loved Petula Clark. I went to one of her birthday parties some years ago. I was the only person there who I didn't know. Everybody else was famous. Jackie Trent and Tony Hatch, who wrote a lot of songs for Petula, were there. And they wrote Neighbours, everybody needs the good neighbours. That's finishing. But anyway, talking of finishing, I've got to go. Thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 8th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast between now and 7, Monday through Friday. And we have 2 podcasts every day for you to download, which costs you absolutely nothing. The Queen pays a moving floral tribute to Ukraine. I believe that the President of Ukraine is going to be talking to the House of Parliament via Zoom. That'll be interesting. They must have to put all new screens up and everything else. The energy bills, which could hit 4,000. Petrol's gone through the roof. I think it's the highest price it's ever been per barrel, $114 a barrel, which is the highest price in 14 years. I mean, so it's very, very expensive. I'm going to go and see my brother today. I said to him, I'll have to check and see if I can afford to come down. And all we'll do is we'll end up sort of cutting out certain garages and we'll go with sort of the cheapest ones because they do make a lot of profit. Or jellied eels sliding off the menu. They've fallen out of favour. I'm glad I've never tried them. I couldn't eat eels. I've seen them doing them and people sort of, you know, like, I don't mind doing the pie and mash. I've never had that either, but I know what a pie is, you know, and I know what mash is and I know what sauce is. But it's the eel bit. I couldn't eat eel if you paid me. Jellied eel. Ugh, disgusting. But some people absolutely adore it. And there's still places in the East End. There was a story, there was somebody very famous, I think, for doing jellied eels. It was a guy called Tubby Isaacs. And Tubby Isaacs, really famous place. And there was something, there was a big story that went along with it. It was either gambling debts or all sorts of things like that. But the place was famous for jellied eels, Tubby Isaacs. I always remember it. And I never went in it, but I just remembered it because it's a good East End name, isn't it? I thought so. Putin's got his mistress in a Swiss hideout. I should imagine she's fearing for her life. You've got to be on a list somewhere, dear. But hearing him speaking English was very interesting. I don't know why he doesn't use English more often. You know, perhaps he's not confident. But either way, he's got to stop this. This is just getting completely out of hand. People are dying, and all because you want a little piece of land, dear. You need to grow up. You know, somebody needs to bend you over their knee and smack your bottom. very hard. Because, you know, it just can't go any further. Men, women and children are dying. You obviously don't care. He made a load of terminally ill children in Russia the other day go out there in the snow, not even dressed up in it, to form the letter Z. It's basically the Russian equivalent of the swastika. That's what it is. It proves that they're in support. And then we had the Russian athlete, the pretty little boy, who painted a Z on his uniform. He didn't get gold in the gymnastics. He only got bronze. And in fact, ironically, Ukraine got gold, but he didn't acknowledge them and they didn't acknowledge him. I don't know why he was there in the first place. But to paint the Z on basically means you approve of the killing of men, women and children. I think some say the Z is pronounced Za Pobyedu, meaning for victory. Others say it's for Zapad, the West. Many have noted its similarity to the swastika, because the swastika was used by Nazi Germany, but in fact it was originally Jewish. The swastika's Jewish. Was it Hindu? I know, whatever it was sort of adopted, and then became that horrendous sign that everybody knew then meant Nazis. And now what they've done with this Z is they've nicknamed it Putin swastika. But whatever it is, this athlete shouldn't have painted it on there, because I thought athletes are supposed to be totally neutral in these sort of things. And it really was a shame. That the whole thing is a shame. Every day you read and you see pictures. I think Holly Willoughby the other day and Pip Schofield got a bit teary. They had a little girl singing Disney's Let It Go, and they beamed that over, and it was really sad, actually. Yeah, there you go. It's the equilateral cross with the legs bent at right angles, looks like the swirling arms or pattern of L shapes, a holy symbol in Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism for centuries, hijacked by the Nazis, who then used it, and then it became the symbol of Nazi Germany. Either way, it was terrible. And so now you've got the Z, which as far as I'm concerned doesn't quite look as bad, but now we know what it means. We kind of all want to sort of steer well clear of it. But I just don't know what he's aiming for. He's going to end up with nothing. He's going to end up with a ravaged country, which he's going to do what with? You know, hold sort of day outs or something. It's pointless. And what did somebody say the other day? They said, there was something. It was very poignant. It was very, very poignant. It was something to do with... it'll come to me in a minute, because it was something that somebody said, and somebody said, but wait a minute, doesn't that mean the blood of Ukrainians? You know, the people who've actually died and lost their lives. And it just gets worse and worse. Priti Patel screwed up big time. I mean, seriously, the woman an embarrassment. And Kevin the Milkman says 300 visas in a week. Is this really the same country that evacuated 1 million children in a couple of days in 1939? The Home Office should hang its head in shame. Yes, everybody's in agreement with that. Did you hear the bit that Nick Ferrari played yesterday, where she was sort of talking about, we're doing our best and we're doing this? They're basically doing, excuse my French, bugger all. Seriously, 50 people were turned back. In France, there is a sign which basically says, there's no point in leaving here. You need to go to Brussels, Belgium. You need to go and get the visa over there. You can't get anything from here. They're having nothing to do with it at all. Welcome to Britain. No visas delivered in Calais. And Priti Patel, so I nearly said a very, very rude word, I'm sorry, she's basically screwed up. She's all claptrap, that woman, and very little action. So to fill in the online form, this is for people who are fleeing a war-torn country. Would you like to go to www.gov.uk/guidance/support-for-members-of-British nationals-in-Ukraine and-Ukrainian-nationals in... Are they serious? Are they that thick and stupid? Are they that uncaring? Yes. Call +4480. Where are they going to get a telephone from? Do you want to explain that to me? Need help? Or go to Paris Visa Centre, Brussels Visa Centre. To apply for your visa, this is mandatory. Fill this out and just basically go to Paris. Seriously, I'm almost incandescent with rage to think that they can treat people who've... I mean, there was one little boy, I think, turned up, trying to sort of make contact. And no, go away. Shoo, go away. I mean, I've never heard anything like it. Priti Patel, a load of claptrap and hot air and no action whatsoever. How that woman ever got a job, God alone knows. Seriously, we're going to do something about the Channel people. No, you're not. You've done nothing. Nothing at all. And these are people fleeing a war that we've said, there's 1 million people displaced. And we're at 300? You are having some sort of laugh, are you, dear? I said the other day, pull your finger out, love. Metro have run with my headline. Pull your finger out. I mean, the North London builder's wife and the 2 kids not allowed into the UK after fleeing the Ukraine. This is a guy called Vitaly. He's been working in North London for the past 3 years. When the war broke out, he drove to Ukraine to get his family. They're now all stuck in Calais because the British authorities won't let them cross. I mean, I don't know, what, and also, all the lorries with all the stuff on going out to there, they've got to have the right paperwork. A lot of them don't have the right paperwork. They're not letting them through. It's almost as bad as Live Aid. Almost as bad. They raise an absolute huge amount of money, but because of the corruption in the country they were sending the aid to, most of it was being stolen. And here we are in a similar situation, a war in Ukraine, £100 million raised. What did I say? What did I say the other day? I said, I hope to God that money's going to get out there immediately, not be tied up with, let's set up a little committee. Let's all decide what we're going to do with them. Well, I don't think we should be buying mattress. I think, get the money over there. Get the money over there, you incompetent bunch of nincompoops. You're not fit to run anything at all, let alone be in Parliament. It's no good sitting there going, oh, yeah, very good, very good, that indeed. Let's give ourselves a pay rise, shall we? What are you doing about the men, women and children who've been murdered? Absolutely nothing. Apparently the money is raised by charity, not the government. No, but there'll be paperwork to do with it. You can't run a charity without it being approved. Oh, we are working as fast as we can. No, you're not. No, you're not. What are you doing? Sitting there on your fat bums doing nothing. I mean, seriously, you lose the will to live, don't you? If that was your family, you'd be picketing Parliament and going, get your fingers out, do something and do it now. £100 million raised. If you start putting up blockages about you'll need to form a committee for this before we decide what we do, want to waste the money and do it. Listen, you know nothing. You know nothing. The people of this country know far more. They know those stupid MPs sitting there. I mean, I was listening to them talking the other day, and it was the Daily Politics. So the host of the programme was very good, and she was saying, so what are you going to do about the Russian oligarchs? Well, of course, I've already told you, the Russian oligarchs have got so much money, that's why they're never prosecuted in Russia, because they're Putin's friends. Putin wants help from the oligarchs, he asks, they give, because they're all corrupt. They've got their money and they can all help each other out. They've got banks and banks of lawyers. They can twist it up. Well, we're definitely going to be doing something, goes this woman speaking on behalf of the so-called Conservative Party. And we should have some groundwork laid down. Oh, how long will that be? We're looking at 6 months. What? Looking at 6 months? They're moving their money now. They're moving it now. And so a plan to harden and quicken the UK sanctions against the Allies has got through the House of Commons at rapid speed. The government says it will stop wealthy Russians using the City of London for money laundering and hiding ill-gotten gains. Yeah, I like Priti Patel called the Russian president a gangster. You're a bit slow to the ball, aren't you, darling? Where do you think, I mean, where have you been for the past 25 years? You know, you seriously believe that these people can't move their money? You're more naive than I thought you were. Of course they can move their money. That's why they're oligarchs. That's why they're so rich. So you've impounded their yacht. They'll just have another one built. Doesn't make any difference at all. And also it just means that the yacht's not going anywhere. You can't confiscate it. They'll tie you up in knots. They'll tie you up in knots. Anastasia says Priti Patel's an absolute disgrace. Poland have done more, and other countries who are struggling are more helpful. Ireland, our neighbours, have done better than England. Yeah. I just don't understand they make it so difficult. They're sending these people back to France to get their visa. I mean, they're fleeing a war-torn country. I don't understand why you can't move that on as fast as possible. Especially people who've lived here for years and years and have been working here now can't get back into the country again. I mean, these people must be so frustrated. They might be thinking to themselves, you know, we're better off where we came from. Which isn't much, is it? Which isn't much to say. Dave in Plymouth says Patel is certainly a disgrace, but the Farage fan club need to look in the mirror. That's where her politics come from. Well, the whole thing is just a mess. They're so unprepared because Priti Patel, basically Little Miss Claptrap, she's achieved nothing apart from saying, we're doing this, and she's saying all the right words, not necessarily in the right order. We'll take a short break. It's 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Do you know, I reckon all the people... Good morning, by the way. I'm so sorry. I'm in a foul mood today. You might as well enjoy it while it's there, because I'm probably as frustrated as everybody else is. I'd be as frustrated now, sitting in my studio, as the people are trying to get across from France to here to enter the country, where we've been told, we're going to take thousands of people. Yeah, at some point in the future, I should imagine. No point in holding your breath, is there? What I don't want I don't want you to think, but I have a sneaking feeling I might be correct, that you've given £100 million to DEC. Now, I bet that those people who've given money to DEC, 100 million, do not expect their money to sit in a bank account. I expect that to be used immediately, but I don't know who's controlling it. And I want... It's the charities, is it? Because I want that money to go out straight away. But what worries me is that they might, all these charities, as charities do, even though many of them have got serious amounts of money in the bank. Serious. And I think the richest charity is the National Trust. I think they have got an awful lot of money in the bank. Some of the other charities, the animal charities, have got serious money in there. But when there's a disaster, they top up the account so that they keep it on the same level. And with this £100 million, I would expect somebody... I don't know what they're going to do with it. I mean, do they take it out there and give it to people? What do they do with it? They can't buy anything. There's no shops open. What are they supposed to do? So they buy clothes and food in bulk. But at the moment, they can't get the lorries over there. So this is the big problem. So presumably the money goes into a bank account and it sits there. And some charities are already setting up out there. But that's £100 million that can be used. And we're not the only country raising. They're all raising money. I noticed Camelot, in their generosity period, decided they were going to give £1 million. Camelot, £1 million. They've just given away 65 million to somebody who had the right numbers, but to people dying in another country, they can only manage the million. But I thought that's what they were set up for. If somebody didn't claim the money, that went into the pool, and that went to go and help good causes. Because there's too many opportunities for money not to get through. Who do you on the ground, you've got to make sure that you're safe, and you can buy, the bedding or build houses or get tents or do whatever. Bearing in mind, they're in the depths of winter. It's bad enough over here, freezing cold. And we've got the clothes. They don't even have the houses. So awful. Ian on the M40 says, I listened for the travel on another radio station yesterday afternoon. Sorry, I'll have to get my head around this one. Another radio station? Which country would this be in? Another radio station. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. And he says they were doing What's Your Favourite Smell? Yes, I mean, today it'll be favourite biscuit, and then it'll be, your favourite TV presenter, favourite comedian, favourite hairstyle. That'll be the next thing. You must be listening to BBC local radio, because they're struggling to keep going. They've got no idea what they're going on. The local vicar, will be given a show, and some woman who's sort of run the local WI for the last 15 years, she'll be there telling you how to bake fairy cakes. You can just tell, can't you? It's all of these sort of things. They like that because they're so desperate, because they think that calls add up to audience, which of course they don't. As I was telling somebody who works for another radio station in London, another radio station that's clinging on for grim death. Ray in Sainsbury, which must be a new place to me. I don't know. Have they got their own town now? I think maybe he means Salisbury, poor soul. He says, I love your 3-hour shows every day. Well, that's what you've got for the next God knows how many years. I don't like to sort of burst anybody's bubble, but, people say, oh, you're not due for retirement. If only I could get out of a contract. But sadly, when you've got a contract that runs for, my driving licence runs less than my contract, which I got yesterday. My new driving licence has arrived because I'm on limited driving experiences, and I suppose you all will be very shortly. For those people who need their lorries, actually probably not so bad with lorries, but for those people who need their cars for getting around, the price of petrol shortly is going to go through the roof. You'll notice the prices have gone up all the time, and it now costs a serious amount of money to actually go away. Noreen has just been away for a 60s weekend at Skeggy. I've never been to Skegness. I've always wanted to go to Skegness. Among those, because she loves her 60s weekends. Marty Wilde, Steve Ellis from The Love Affair. Heart's gone astray, deep in her. Brian Poole, Tremolos. The Manfreds, Dave Berry, Vanity Fair, The Swinging Blue Jeans, The Fortunes, Spencer of The Searchers and more. The first 2 days it was wet and windy, but the third day was lovely. So please wish Louisa, Michelle's beautiful daughter, a very happy 18th birthday. I've seen her grow from a sweet 8-year-old to a beautiful young lady. They don't half grow quick. Oh my God, do they grow quick. My godchildren now, I mean, are just growing at a phenomenal rate. Phenomenal. I mean, they just grow but yes. Every time I see them, and I haven't actually seen them for a little while, so I need to organise that in a few weeks' time. Steve, one here. It says, for the last 2 years, government departments have been hiding behind COVID, using it for every excuse. But the reality is, says Tony, they're a total waste of time, and this has highlighted that further. The trouble is, too much time giving it this, too much time giving it large, too much time doing nothing. We still have the war in Ukraine, Steve, and it's been raining here for 3 weeks, says Shane. And he's in Sydney, as you know, actually. We were flooded, and it's still raining on the east coast of Australia. Sydney's dam is spilling over. Surely we're going to have good news. Well, it can't get any worse, can it? Cannot get it worse. Still locked into the spike, says Ward, which is good news. And Jonathan says, I love the way you're having a go at the total incompetence of Priti Patel and the Home Office. So many of us share your feelings. I'm sick to death of people, giving you this baloney, this claptrap, which we all know they're just flannel. That's all it is. It's flannel. We're definitely going to be doing this. Definitely going to be doing this. Yeah, when, dear? When are you going to be doing it? When are you going to pull your finger out and do something? Try and justify your immense salary. John says, as a British expat living in Finland, I'm disgusted at the inhumanity Britain is displaying towards Ukrainians trying to enter the country. Finland has already made provision to accept and accommodate 3,500 refugees, and provisions been made for schooling for the children in their native language. Yeah, what have we done? Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Raised £100 million, all very laudable, all very nice. Has anybody actually managed to get through yet? Tiddly handful. Tiddly handful. It's not enough people. Yeah, we know there's a few people got in. Yeah, no, the money. I couldn't give a toss about the money, because they're basically, they've screwed up big time on the money. I've just got this horrible feeling it's all going to end badly, and they're going to go at the end of the year. Well, at least we let in 500 people. You're going to go, really? Such a big deal, wasn't it? Such a big deal. People who, you only have to look at the pictures of them. There's pictures on the front of the Guardian this morning. Pictures of a Ukrainian police officer helping a little child on the outskirts of Kyiv, because shelling has prevented many people from actually leaving. They can't go anywhere at all. And then there's people sitting there. It's freezing cold, wrapped up in duvets and all their belongings in 2 little bits of luggage. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's 2 little bits of luggage. There's one here, a river that's burst its banks. They're trying to get old people across this river on literally floating bits of wood. And then a funeral for a Ukrainian soldier killed in February, and coffins being buried as well in mass graves. What else can they do? What else can they do? They can't do anything else at all. Residents of a place called Irpin waiting to board the evacuation buses after their town was bombarded. They've got nothing left. They've got nothing left at all. And no questions asked, says The Guardian, how Britain's welcomed the oligarchs. Yeah, they do it in Russia, they do it here. Listen, there's always a way of sort of getting people whose money is slightly suspect into the country. Oh, no, do this. Get in here and we can get you into here. There's a lady called Yelena Bolyachenko on the front page of the Times, who is 55. She lost her sight entirely in one eye and partially in the other when a Russian shell hit her home. And you look at her and you think you're having a bad day. Seriously, we've got nothing. Nothing at all. Children who are in hospital, hit by sort of shells. A family dealing with their dead son who was in the Ukrainian army, who's pictured in his coffin. And you think to yourself, and we think we've had a bad day because, but we're all feeling the effects of this war. Every country around the world will be feeling the effects of inflation. Everybody will be feeling the effects of inflated prices on petrol. You don't think any of these big companies are going to be giving a toss about it. They're going to keep going. They're going to keep going. They'll put up the price of petrol, and if you want to go anywhere, you've got to put petrol in, unless you know another method, like electric cars. But who in God's name can afford electric cars? Nobody. The charred remains of a Russian jet blown to bits in the northeastern city of Kharkiv, and ex-British soldiers on a train heading to the front line in eastern Ukraine. They've been told not to go. They've been told, do not go. It is too dangerous. But they've decided, one of the volunteers who gave his name as Jax, said, we're here to help stop the invasion. It's a mere drop in the ocean. It's a mere drop. That's why I say it's not going to end very well here. Mind you, Russia's elite found top shops closed yesterday as the sanctions kicked in. Loads of places, Gucci, Dior, Fendi, Louis Vuitton, Prada, TSUM and GUM, they've all cleared their shelves. One woman says, what happened? Your mad president decided to start a war, dear. That's what happened. And you're going to be paying the price for a long time. Jimmy Choo's shoes were open with limited stocks. One woman there with her parents wailed, they don't have my size. Yeah. I mean, the Russian people only know what Putin is telling them. They have no idea what the truth is. They are denied. Do you not remember? I think we were running a story on LBC of a woman who phoned her mother, who's in Russia, to say this is what they're doing in Ukraine. And she said, no, they're not. She didn't believe it. She seriously didn't believe it. And her daughter was sending her videos. Her mother said, no, they're not doing that. That so much have they been brainwashed and indoctrinated by Putin, because if you don't take what he says, we're going to come and arrest you. Because you can't demonstrate in Russia, because they don't have freedom of speech. They've got a dead Lenin and, in a little mausoleum which people queue up to see. Not that any of it's real. It's all sort of plastic now. But it's a case of that's what they've got. They don't have anything. Their shops are closing. Even the elite shops are closing, which means that the super rich, can't buy their Jimmy Choo shoes. You can imagine what a nightmare it must be for them, poor little loves. But get out there and demonstrate. That's my advice. And perhaps...
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Putin might actually eventually realise that what he's doing is wrong. It's so very wrong.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. More of your texts and emails we'll get round to. Also, the other bad news was rapper Dizzy Rascal, guilty of assault. It's not his real name. And then he comes out of court, having been found guilty, waiting on sentencing. And he sees a photographer who's taking his picture, because outside every courthouse there are photographers. And they take your picture, because that's what features in the daily papers. Unfortunately for him, somebody also videoed it. He grabs this photographer's camera, throws it to the ground, breaking it. That'll be another assault charge you'll be up on, matey. Not the best thing to do, is it? Ringo gets a mural in the town where he was born. Unfortunately, it's the biggest bloody mural you've ever seen. Takes up the whole side of a pub. Absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. Jackie Weaver raps Lloyd Webber. I know, that's what they say in show business. Jackie who? Jackie who? She was famous for basically doing so. She's had her 30 seconds of fame and it should have finished ages ago. Yeah, the mural is the most ridiculous one I've ever seen. It's enormous. Absolutely. If you were living in houses round there, you'd be going, I'm sorry, do we really have to have something that big? It's a bit of an eyesore, isn't it? Let's face it, we don't like graffiti. So why would we want something like that? Admittedly, I think it looks quite pretty, but I wouldn't want to live near it. Although actually very useful if you don't have a sat-nav. Look for the pub with the mural of Ringo on it and we're very near there. You're within striking distance. So Jackie Weaver, Andrew Lloyd Webber's done a song, and at one point it said, call on Jackie Weaver or something, and she's kicked off about it, being this desperado and sort of going, it's not right and all the rest of it, and you didn't ask my permission. Doesn't have to ask your permission, darling, to use your name. What, you think you're the only Jackie Weaver in the entire universe? Grow up. Get over yourself. Dreadful, isn't it? Kim says, I feel embarrassed about calling myself British, Steve, all because of the inhumanity and cruel attitudes of the British government towards Ukrainian people, and indeed to all refugees around the world. Johnson and his administration disgust me. All they've got to do is the same as, even now, even at this late stage, Putin could still save face. He could say, I've thought about it. We're going to start pulling out. We're going to scale down. Mind you, I can't believe a word he says, can you? But, if he says that, people might see him. Otherwise, he's going to go down in history as some old pervert who wants to kill children. That's what he's going to go down in. He's not going to go down with any bit of glory attached to him. The man who ruined his own country because of his own recklessness. That's what it comes down to. It comes down to that. He could change it, but obviously he doesn't want it. He doesn't care what people think about him. But, he must read the press. He must read what people say about him. But, they're not saying he's a despot. They're all saying he's mad as a fruitcake. But there's nothing you can do about that. Some of the charity money is going to different organisations. Ukrainian Red Cross volunteers, they're providing warm clothes and support in shelters and metro stations. These are tube stations. Believe it or not, they have a tube station network there. I think people thought it was a third world country or something, and they didn't have that. No, they're also going to do work to restore the water supplies. Not the easiest thing to do in a war-torn country. Plus medical facilities, food and shelter. In neighbouring countries, the Red Cross is helping those fleeing Ukraine. It's a shame they're not operating down in France, isn't it, really? Perhaps they could get people through a little bit quicker. Perhaps if Priti Patel was dealing with, the Red Cross saying, these people need to come in. They need to come in. You need to find places to put them up. We have loads of empty office blocks, loads of empty council housing. We can put people up in things like that. We can do it. Why are we not doing it? It's not like this war's only just started. We're over a week in. Hello? Why did they not... Yes, it's not like we didn't expect it to happen. They've been planning this in Russia for the past 20 years. That's how embarrassing they are. Care International, they urgently needed emergency supplies like food, water. I told you water they need like there's no tomorrow. They don't have it. Bottles of water, cases and cases of water. I mean, it's cheap. We can fill up water bottles from the tap, for goodness sake, and send it out there. They need hygiene kits. Save the Children, helping to provide children and families who fled the Ukraine with food, water, again, hygiene kits, psychosocial support and cash assistance. Water is a big thing, and some of the big manufacturers of water. I mean, you can buy 6 bottles of water for £1.30. I bought some the other day. You can buy a case of water for £4. Imagine how many you could take out a lorry full of water and start handing out water bottles like there's no tomorrow. All of this stuff can be done. And it can be done quickly. It's getting the lorries out, making sure that they have a clear passage through and they can go to Poland and start distributing. I mean, there's so many ways of doing it. It just needs organisation, something this government couldn't do if their life depended on it. Oh, sorry, Priti, do you understand what the... Oh, perhaps you don't. No, let's not bother talking to Priti. Yeah, we're going to do it. Don't worry, it will happen. Will it really? Good. Let us know when. Ralph says the civil servants at the Home Office are a law unto themselves. How many government ministers does it take to get anything done? About 300, I think. About 300, yes. Civil servant. Why should civil servants care? Their only allegiance is to the government they happen to be serving at the time. Next time, if there's another government that comes in, the civil servants will still be there. It's the best job in the world. And then at the end of it, you only have to watch Yes Prime Minister and Yes Minister to realise that what you're watching on the television, that's exactly how it operates. That's amazing. Margaret Thatcher called it her favourite programme because it was so realistic. They'd be saying, at the end of your tenure within the Home Office, you get knighted and you get a huge government pension, index-linked. I remember seeing, the Prime Minister in the programme talking. He said, but you get all of this. But yes, Minister, but, we've given a lifetime of service. They get subsidised meals in the House of Commons. They get whatever they want. and you can, if you manage to get to the House of Lords, well, I mean, you've arrived. You are in utopia. £350 a day, isn't it, just for turning up and going to sleep? Cheaper than a Premier Inn. And they can still fiddle their expenses. I mean, it's just, it is just amazing. But the worst thing is that while we're sitting here in London talking about it, there are people dying. There are bombs. They don't sort of have a rest at night. They don't go, I tell you what, we'll sort of just have a little sit down and maybe go and get a doner kebab or something, and then we'll carry on bombing in the morning. £323, the daily allowance for the House of Lords. You don't have to do anything, just sit there and nod off. Because most of them are so, they do, they just, I mean, the amount, yes, that's the daily, that's the allowance. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest fiddle going. It's great. Well, once you've been elected as an MP, I mean, the amount of MPs that I used to talk to at LBC in the early days, who have now been knighted. I can't begin to tell you some of the conversations we used to have. Some of them were quite fascinating, but they've been knighted. It really is bizarre. Katie Price says she'd love to train to be a paramedic. Perhaps we could send her out there. She could put her skills to good use, but unfortunately I don't think it's ever likely to happen. Kathy Burke has retired from acting. She said she just wasn't enjoying it anymore, so she's decided that she's going to give it all up and she's going to direct. Yeah, but she's been directing for years. And also Shane Warne, he was on holiday, I think in Thailand, and there's a picture taken hours before his death. He booked a massage, and the masseuse went in to give him the massage, and he couldn't, he wasn't awake. And so she went back to her boss and said, he's not awake. And that was then they went in there and discovered that he died. And apparently it was just a heart attack. Just a heart attack. That's all they've said. Which, of course, is what everybody dies of. It's like, what did they die of? Well, they stopped breathing to start with. And so he had his heart attack, and that killed him. But you would have thought, I mean, I don't know, perhaps I'm being incredibly naive, that if you're a footballer or you're a cricketer or an athlete, you're fit. I'm assuming fit. That's what I was thinking, that, but when they stop, they sort of, but then they become pundits, but they still play, don't they? It's like David Beckham is always posing for a picture with his gorgeous daughter, and God knows she's so gorgeous, and so marvellous in the kitchen. And they had a picture of the Beckham's kitchen the other day. They said it's like a hotel's kitchen, no action whatsoever in it. Nobody ever cooks. I love it. Steve, is Putin that stupid? No, he's not. That's the trouble. He's not. He's not that stupid. He's very clever. Listen, he's managed to start a world war all by himself. We think he's thick as a brick. We think he's got mental issues. We think he's probably got an illness. But he's managed to start a war all by himself. And if you don't go for it, he'll have you arrested, or worse still, executed. They have no trouble taking people out who they think can be a nuisance to them. It's just that when you hear him speaking English, you suddenly realise that, he's amazing. Andrew Marr has described Putin as one of the cleverest men I've ever interviewed. He said he was extraordinary. He's got this very famous cold stare that people talk about. But I would say, listening to him, because he was being interviewed then in lots of different languages, he's one of the cleverest men that I've ever interviewed. He may not be anymore, but he was then. Oh, yeah, I have no doubt in my mind. He's the president of Russia. It's do what I tell you, not do what you think is right. I'm the one who's running this country. I'm the one who's having to hide away. I mean, he will get his comeuppance in the end, because there will be a price put on his life. Well, in fact, there's a price on his life already. But it's a simple case of he will be so guarded by people, people who are like sheep. I mean, it is said, actually, that the Russian army is possibly one of the stupidest in the entire world. They're not the most bright, intelligent people. Not like any other army. All they are. You only have to look at sort of the ones who've been captured, and they sort of stand there looking a bit gormless into the cameras. And the Russian general, I mean, they don't seem to know what's going on because they've been lied to. They've been lied to. They thought they were going in as a peacekeeping force, but now they're going back in body bags. And I'm sure their Russian families are absolutely delighted, because most people in Russia live in poverty. They live in poverty. They don't have everything that other people have. So, any money that comes in, if you manage to get yourself into the Russian army, the family would look on this as a bit of a bonus. However, when they come back in a body bag, not so much of a bonus. 5:45.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
It's very interesting, isn't it, when you look back at all the events over the past year or so, that a load of people in Calais can get in a rubber dinghy, can risk their lives coming over the channel, some losing their lives, as we know, because we've seen it happen before, arrive in this country, be given housing, money, and everything that they need, and yet a genuine person fleeing persecution in a war can't get any further than Calais, because if they get to this country, they get turned back because they don't have the visas. It'd be better, actually, if we directed them to maybe a motorboat waiting off Calais, and we go, listen, come here, I'll take you over there, because all you've got to do is get to this country, and they have to take you in. But if you do it the legal way, they're not interested, not at the moment. Eventually we will let people in, eventually, and then things might sort of change. But at the moment, they're so blooming incompetent. I did see, thank you everybody, that Linda Barron died yesterday. She was 82. 82, for goodness sake. From Open All Hours, she was Nurse Gladys. Miss Gladys. He loved her, didn't he? He used to get turned on by just about everything. She also appeared in EastEnders and Last of the Summer Wine. And her agent, Donna French, said she was a wonderful actress and a great friend, and deepest condolences to her daughter Sarah, her son Morgan, and all the family. Cause of death not given. But she was funny and clever and a joy to work with. I thought she was great. She starred opposite, of course, David Jason and Ronnie Barker as Gladys Emmanuel. And I could come and stay the night. He said, no, you can't. I could look after you. Because he had a shop. Great programme. I loved Open All Hours. I just bought the box set, actually. Have I seen the remake? No. There was a remake. No, I didn't. I don't like remakes. David Jason now owns the shop, doesn't he? As Granville. I love the till. Still Open All Hours. Yeah, it had the till that they had to sort of jump back before it sort of took over. Yeah, but we all remember little corner shops like that, don't we? We really do. We remember them. Kathy Burke has announced she's retiring from acting. She said, I was fed up with the way the industry works. When I used to work as an actor, you just talked about your own character. You really didn't have any input on anybody else. And I thought, this is so effing boring. Her decision means her final roles were in Channel 4 series Crashing and the Ab Fab movie in 2016. So she now works behind the camera. But at least she's a genuine person. At least she's honest about it. No, I've never interviewed her. No, I've seen her working a few times, and she's exactly the same off as she is. I loved her character in what was that thing where she played the woman in the house of the gay guy and all. I can't remember what that was called now. Gimme. It was so funny. There was a bit, she's walking along the road, and she was so badly dressed and everything else, and she's sort of, swishing her hips as she's walking along the road, and she hears builders going, and so she thinks it's for her, and so she turns around, walks straight into a lamppost. Turns out it wasn't for her at all, it was for somebody else, but it was just so good. She had one of those sort of faces, and it was that wig that she wore all the time. I thought it was great series, great series. But a shame. Libby Purvis says classic radio comedies like Dad's Army should not be edited to remove non-PC jokes. She made the remarks after it emerged the BBC was editing old shows to remove certain gags. Oh, honestly. Apparently, old Steptoe's puffy poets, Corporal Jones's racial insensitivity and much binding in the marsh gags. I mean, but that's what it was. She told Radio Times it's actually refreshing to be made to cringe as the show. It shows how far we've come. I don't remember the old Steptoe's puffy things at all. I don't remember any of that at all. I remember that at one point they go, both father and son, they go to a strip show, and there's a stripper there, and there's also a drag queen. But they don't know it's a drag queen. They seriously, because they're a bit naive, and they think it's a real woman. And who did it turn out to be? Turned out to be Dame Hilda Brackett in an early incarnation of a drag queen. And I think Harold was the one who was going, oh, he really likes me and all the rest of it. And then somebody said, it's a man. I mean, even stuff from 20, 30 years ago can be shocking now. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's why we've changed. Otherwise, we'd still be dragging women into caves, wouldn't we? By their hair. It's still a popular sport as far as I'm concerned. I see no reason why it shouldn't change. Apparently, Shane, used to have chips for dinner on match days. His skill was bowling, so he never needed to be that fit. Really? Do you not need to be fit? Yes, you have to. You've got to run. I've played cricket. Yeah, you only have to run a little bit, then you've got to raise your arms, so that's a bit of exercise all the time, isn't it? I think that seems quite normal. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, back from Germany, Ukraine flags everywhere, which was great to see. Also, one of the TV channels was playing the Alistair Sim version of A Christmas Carol, which always makes me think of you. Thanks a bunch. Thanks a bunch. I've got so many versions of A Christmas Carol, and the Alistair Sim one, he's so good in that. So good, so good. I love it. I love all that sort of, as you know, Wayne. I like all of the Christmas stuff. I still watch stuff like that now. Though I watched The Winslow Boy again the other day. I know I'm definitely having a relapse. I think in my mind, I'm sort of watching all this sort of stuff. I love the World Pasty Championships. Whoa, that's fantastic, isn't it? And this is great. The Cornish Pasty Amateur category. He's been competing, John Lovejoy, for 9 years, and his daughters Summer and Daisy came first and second and third respectively in 2 junior categories. So it's been held in Cornwall, of course, for pasties, but unfortunately the dad and his daughters come from Devon. One in the eye for old Cornwall. One in the eye from Cornwall. John from Plymouth says, it feels amazing, I finally won. I love a pasty. I don't know why they don't do them at Costco. They should do pasties at Costco. I think that would be quite nice. Yeah, they're very, I do like some of them with sort of potato and a bit of mince in there and everything else, a little bit of carrot or something. Oh, just delicious. And I think, well, food. I mean, sometimes a bit dry. No, only if you buy them from some of these pasty places. They're always a bit naff at the station, actually. They're so expensive as well. So expensive. I like this man here, Aaron Phoenix. Aaron Phoenix. He's bipolar. And doctors said, can you get a hobby? So he's decided to go for tarantulas as a hobby. He's got 120 tarantulas. He's collecting them. He says, the doctor told me a hobby would focus my mind. It was true. I find them fascinating. And the spiders have a whole room to themselves. Who's going to argue? Who's going to argue with a tarantula? I wouldn't touch one. Absolutely not. Good Lord above. I mean, that is really bizarre, isn't it? Apparently women are being left feeling insecure after insults about their hair. Apparently taunts include drab, lifeless and dishevelled. But that's why women, apparently, I'm told, it can't be true for everybody, can it, spend on average £1,000 a month on makeup and having their hair done. Because women's hair costs a fortune to do. You don't get cheap haircuts, whereas men, I can go out and get a haircut for a tenner. But women, it would be 60 quid, 70 quid, 100. Yeah, apparently some of them spend £1,000 a month. Yeah. Doesn't seem possible, does it? But if you have colour put in, colour can be up to £250, £300 if you have it done in a big posh West End salon. I mean, it must be quite nice to get your hair done all the time, I mean, it's like the Queen. I mean, don't think she gets up every morning and goes, where did I put my Carmen rollers? They'd have all been sorted out. Somebody would put her hair in, then comb it out, and then she would have that like that all day. Monica says diesel in Newcastle is 169.9. In one newspaper, somebody said they had to replace their electricity car battery at a cost of over 19,000 quid. If it was an electric car, yes. Yes, there is the distinct possibility that your battery can run out. I mean, I have 2 batteries in my car. I don't know why I've got 2 batteries in my car. Yes, it makes it go faster, I think. It's got go faster stripes. But I like the idea of having chips for dinner on match days. That seems quite appealing. Chips, or on non-match days, or just having chips all the time. Chips and egg and chips. What else can you have with chips? Oh, just about everything. Sausage and chips. You can have fish with chips. What did I get the other day? I went out and buy something, and then, it blew me down. I can never remember what I had. I had a bowl of cereal afterwards. I remember that as a pudding. A bowl of cereal for puddings. I'm trying to wean myself off things like little trifles and stuff like that. And I did buy, and it's chilling nicely in the refrigerator, a bottle of banana milk, which I like very much indeed. Comes from Marks and Spencer's, and it's really banana-y, and it's just delicious. And so I've got that chilling in the fridge at the moment. I didn't bother to go and get the other stuff the other day because I didn't want to I'm going to wait till I get my bus pass, because now I've got the driving licence back. I'm very pleased about it. Isn't that funny? We talk about it for a programme, and then blow me down. Then I get the text message from DVLA, and then blow me down. The blooming thing arrives. They must be listening to the programme. So I was very pleased. Very, very pleased. In fact, it sort of made me feel even happier than I thought I could be. See no reason why not. Oh, so here we go. Local council chief Jackie Weaver has blasted Andrew Lloyd Webber. I'm assuming this must be some sort of joke because she's desperate for publicity. It's a song he composed about her. The lockdown Zoom meeting sensation. Yeah, you've had your 5 seconds, love. Over. Move on. There's other people. And he's released the tune on Instagram without her permission. He doesn't need to get your permission, dear. He wrote it. Okay? Just because it features your name doesn't mean anything, but there's loads of other people. It's called A Song for Jackie Weaver, sung by Carrie Hope Fletcher. It had the line, when you're stuck in a tunnel and you can't find your way out, thank their Lord there's a Jackie Weaver about. Jackie branded Lloyd Webber incredibly arrogant. Yeah, well, perhaps incredibly stupid for you. You're not the only Jackie Weaver. I bet if I went through the telephone directory, I'd find hundreds of Jackie Weavers. It's a very common name, dear. She said it felt like he'd used my name and story to keep himself relevant. Yes, dear, the man who wrote Cats and all the other things, yes, he needs to be relevant. You must be suffering from a dearth of insecurity. I've never heard anything like it. What on earth is going on in that little tiny mind? God knows. Other stories, oh, here's Dizzy Rascal breaking a photographer's camera. Bit of a thug, aren't you, dear? Not very nice. And flames ripping through the upper floors of a tower block yesterday. This is in Aldgate in East London. It broke out at 4 p.m. And how these things break out, I've got no idea. More than 100 firefighters on the scene. I think the fire is out now, so things like that happening. Thank you very much indeed. We'll take a short break for the news at 5. Nice to have your company. It's Tuesday, the 8th of March. The good news is J.K. Rowling is going to match funding up to £1 million after launching an emergency appeal to aid children trapped in orphanages in Ukraine. Children with no mummies and daddies. And so she has a foundation called Lumos, who want to provide food, hygiene and medical kits. She says, I will personally match donations to this appeal up to £1 million, which is, a single person. All right, I know she's very rich, but she doesn't have to give any money at all. I mean, the one thing I'd like to read, and, I don't know whether they've given or not, is sort of the Beckhams, the amount of publicity they get in all the newspapers. Surely they could spare £1 million. £1 million is nothing. And nothing. I mean, certainly Camelot have provided £1 million. All these people, going millions. All these footballers worth a small fortune, who could easily top up, couldn't they? They could do it by themselves, but they just seem to want publicity. These people nowadays, which is a bit embarrassing. Britain's most militant anti-vaccine movement is being infiltrated by the far right, according to a Hope Not Hate probe. And so they've got all these people. And Tommy Robinson. It's not his real name, is it, Tommy Robinson? I can't remember what it is. Stephen somebody. But anyway, Yaxley Lennon, yes. I wonder why he changed it. Makes it sound a bit more right street cred, innit? it? Unfortunately not. Beckham's favourite nosh. Why do they have to tie Beckham into everything? When was the last time he had a, black pudding or a ploughman's? But apparently it's all youngsters are turning their noses up at grub. So things like pork pies, admittedly, pork pies are fatty, not very good for you. Arctic roll. I mean, who doesn't like Arctic roll? Everybody likes Arctic roll. You don't like it's just ice cream and sponge and a bit of jam. Liver and onions. You see, I love liver and onions. Lovely. Not everybody does. Bread and butter pudding, I love. Saveloy, sausage and chips. I've never had a Saveloy. I've had sausage and chips. Ploughman's lunch. Well, that's just a baguette with a hunk of cheese, some pickle. And that's quite... Oh, Saveloy. Yes, I've seen them. I don't like them. Yeah, a bit yuck, actually. Very popular in Essex and Newcastle. I'll rest my case. Steak and kidney pudding. Very nice. Mashed potato and onion gravy. Very good. Lancashire hot pot. That's sort of a bit basic, isn't it, Lancashire? We just chuck it all in pot, leave it there. It's Corrie, isn't it? Would you like some of Betty's hot pot? Bubble and squeak. I like bubble and squeak. That's just basically mashed potato with cabbage fried. Spotted dick. Black pudding is at number 10. Don't like black pudding. I mean, I've never eaten it, but I just don't like it. I mean, I have to look at it and go, it's dried blood. No, thank you. Pie mash and liquor. I mean, that's dying out, isn't it now? Pie mash and liquor. But I quite fancy it. I mean, there's nothing the matter with it. Gammon with a pineapple ring. Oh, yum, yum. I tell you. Oh, that were a treat, wasn't it? Oh, that were a treat. Very 70s, that. What you're having to start? We're having prawn cocktail to start with. And then we're going to have, I'll have gammon with pineapple and chips. Oh, I tell you couldn't beat that. Gammon. Steak Diane. Can't remember what steak Diane is. I think it's steak with a sauce, isn't it? I'm pretty certain it's a Diane sauce. So there it is. It looks quite nice, actually. And it's a seasoned, a dish of pan-fried beef steak with a sauce made from the seasoned pan juices, generally prepared in restaurants tableside. You know, when they come to the table and everybody looks over and goes, I wonder what they're having. And they have you ever had it? Yeah. Yeah, it's lovely. It's very nice. But they cook it at the table. They have a little pan thing and a heated thing, and it bursts into flames, and everybody looks over. It's like having a pudding which has got a sparkler in it. So it's Worcestershire sauce, mustard, cream, and cognac. It's a bit nice, actually. That's a bit posh. I used to go to a restaurant once and have fillet steak with a green peppercorn sauce. And that was, but if they did it tableside, that meant it was generally quite posh. You paid a lot for that. You know, they'll be over and they would tip the pan and then it would flame up and everything else. Very nice. So some steak restaurants, you cook it yourself. Well, that's called staying at home. That's not a restaurant, dear. That's called staying at home. I mean, the very idea, imagine going out to a restaurant, they go, okay, we're bringing the ingredients, you cook it yourself. They give you a little stove. I've been into a Japanese type restaurant before and they give you a hot stone. And you cook your meat on that. What's the point of that? Stay at home. Dreadful. Baked Alaska. Love Baked Alaska. Baked Alaska is ice cream covered in meringue, and then you bake it in the oven. Or failing that, you've got a blowtorch, and the ice cream doesn't melt because it's all sealed in. It's lovely. So it's ice cream and sponge. And there you go, look. And it's delicious. Some of them are just fantastic. And you set fire to it, and it burns it, but it does not. So it cooks the meringue, but it doesn't melt the ice cream in the middle of it. We like that. That's very nice indeed. Welsh rarebit. That's very nice. That's just cheese on toast. Steak well done. Not really, no. Haggis. I saw haggis on sale. Where did I see haggis on sale? It must have been out. Yeah, for Scotland, no. Kedgeree. That's quite nice, isn't it? Kedgeree. People have it for breakfast. And I believe it's haddock. Isn't it? Kedgeree? I'm pretty certain. And Kedgeree. There you go, Kedgeree. There it is. So it's... interesting. What's in it? There you go. Undyed smoked haddock fillet, cut in half, 2 bay leaves, some basmati rice, rinsed in cold water and drained, 4 free-range eggs. Looks delicious, doesn't it? And you get those sort of eggs on the... Oh, I could eat Kedgeree now, actually. I like haddock. Only because Phil Vickery says it's the best tasting fish, and it is. At least you can taste its fish. It's very nice. And number 1, jellied eels. So, I've never eaten jellied eels. As I say, I wouldn't really want to eat something like that. They move. I don't know, no, not at all. I know it's very popular. Oh, it even looks disgusting. Sorry, I had to have a slurp of water. It made me feel quite nauseous there, looking at... It is a punishment, isn't it? The jellied eel recipe. You need eels and other things, and then you just sort of cook it. I'm sure it's delicious for people who like it, but not for me, thank you very much indeed. There are certain things that will not pass my lips, and that'll be one of them. It's an eel. 1 minute it's alive, the next minute it's not. It's jelly, isn't it? £12 every 2 months at my local hairdresser, Steve, and I'm just pure beautiful, I am, says Kim. 12 quid every 2 months. Mrs. B in Edinburgh says, my nana used to cook tripe. Have you ever had that? No, there are certain things I wouldn't have. Tripe would be another one of them, please. And Nicholas says, no more food talk, please. I'm starving and it's too cold to get out of bed. You make everything sound so juicy. The steak Diane is particularly good. Especially if they cook it for you at the table. That's really posh. And then for pudding, we used to think, isn't it funny, years ago, for pudding, you would go out to an Angus steakhouse. You'd have your prawn cocktail or pâté and toast. And then you'd have sort of steak or steak Diana, whichever one you wanted. And then for pudding, strawberries. We used to think strawberries were a luxury. I mean, nowadays, you know, when it's strawberry season, everybody's got them. Neapolitan ice cream we didn't have. No, but strawberries we would have, or profiteroles. They were quite nice. But strawberries, you'd imagine, and they go, would you like cream? Yeah! Are you serious? Give me the cream. Definitely. We thought that was posh because, you know, we didn't have the amount of fruit that you can get now because of the... when you didn't eat out very often. Eating out was quite an expensive thing. We did a Burney Inn or something like that. We did find a couple of other little restaurants, but we were made to dress up. You couldn't go out dressed up in a pair of jeans and a casual shirt and a jacket or coat. Oh, no, you had to dress up for it because it was an expensive thing. So my mother cooked most of the time. We didn't go out when we went out on birthdays or something like that. But I can remember going to the Burney Inn, the Crooked Billet, or the Staines Roundabout was all sort of all higgledy-piggledy and everything else, and it had patterned carpet, and you'd sit down and there was a table you could look out and watch the motorway traffic, and then you'd order your food. They'd come over, and you know you would always order the prawn cocktails and things like that. Steak chips, peas and mushrooms. And look, strawberries with cream at the Burney Inn. We thought strawberries were a luxury food because I don't remember mother ever buying strawberries. We did go picking strawberries once, and we would go out into the countryside and pick blackberries. Sometimes you'd see a big blackberry bush by the side of the road. We'd pull in to a lay-by and we'd all rush back there and start picking blackberries, and my mum would make jam and she'd freeze blackberries and do all sorts of things with them. My mother was the freezer was invented for my mother. It's as simple as that, actually. But never went to pick strawberries, but there's a lot of farms around our way where you can go and pick strawberries. And they always say you can eat as many as you want. They've got so many strawberries. And so, because once you've eaten enough, then you get down to the serious business of picking them. And it's funny, after all these years, I can still get excited by a bowl of strawberries and some double cream. Yeah, not very good for diabetics. Not very good. But I always think, sod it. I'm only going to do it once every so often. I don't do it all the time. If I did it every day, I could understand it, but I don't. I'm very good. Very good. Lead pollution from car fumes has cut the average IQ of Americans by nearly 3 points. Lovely. Apparently they were a bit frightened by those results. And everybody talking about Shane Warne. Everybody talking about Shane Warne. And the Queen says it with flowers for Ukraine. She was meeting the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. And there's all these I still like the Queen. I don't care what anybody says. She can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned, really. And she pays a moving floral tribute to Ukraine amid more evidence invasion is stalling. Fears that the energy bills could hit £4,000. It's mainly gas. So I can live without gas, actually. I can have the boiler taken out, because it's the only thing I've got that's gas. Have some electric radiators put in. And you only need a few. I bought them for my brother. Do you remember I bought them years ago? Because I'd stayed for Christmas, I'd been years and years ago into like a Premier Inn. And they had these heaters in the room, and they were thin heaters on the wall. And I thought, listen, if they've got those in the room and they're on, they can't be that expensive to run. And because it's a Premier Inn, they're working on a budget. So I then went online, found out the make, went on to Amazon, and I bought them. And I think it cost me less than £500 to buy them for my brother, because up until then he had a boiler, but it was an old one, and it didn't really pump out very much heat. And these ones did not use a lot of electricity. We put one, and also we discovered one in the hall, 2 in the sitting room, and one in one of the bedrooms. It was like living in a sauna. They literally warmed the rooms, and these were thin. We had them fitted to the wall, and they were hot-wired in, or hard-wired, and they were brilliant. And we were sat there at Christmas, the sweat dripping off us. It wasn't quite that bad. 5:15, let's get the latest LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Do you know there's one little boy in the paper today? and he's got his backpack, his passport and a phone number, and he travelled 600 miles to safety by himself. By himself. The 11-year-old fled on his mother's orders to the Slovakian border, and he's not been named. He was packed off by his widowed mother, who's called Jula Piseka, who was forced to stay behind to take care of her elderly mother. She sent him on the journey by train with a Slovakian relative's phone number written on his hand so he could reach safety, and he was still smiling when he got the other end. He's 11. He was hailed a hero by the Slovakian Interior Ministry, and it wrote on Facebook, volunteers took care of him, made him warm and provided him with food and drink, and he's been met by relatives. He did that all by himself. All by himself, little lad, bless his heart. But also this, the other one, the girl's touching rendition of Disney's Frozen hit Let It Go in a bomb shelter, went viral. The video, which has been viewed more than 10 million times, shows Amelia singing in her native tongue in a bunker in Kyiv. Two little joyful people there, people, with a big heart live in your small country. And somebody says, I couldn't leave my mother, so she can't move on her own, so he had to go. 11 years old. He went all by himself, and he's still looking happy at the end of it. I mean, just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. Thousands flee, but furious Putin escape corridors lead them straight into Russia. Straight into Russia. The zookeepers as well, who've moved in with the animals they simply couldn't leave behind. They've got bison and horses and some alpacas and an Asian elephant who's been terrified by the sound of the explosions. As you can well imagine, they don't know what's going on. They don't know. And Oxford University accepted more than £3 million in donations from a billionaire crony of Vladimir Putin, accused in Parliament of robbing the Russian people. And this is Russia's second richest man, a fortune of 20 billion. So to give 3 million is nothing. You've got a fortune of 20 billion. Listen, they spend 400 million on a boat, on a yacht. Why would they bother about 3 million? You can get an awful lot. That's why, as I say, oligarchs will never be prosecuted. They never get. You can make sanctions. They've got ways around it. They've got ways around it. It's as simple as that. Steve says, Brian in Faversham, I think Welsh rarebit is cheese on toast with an egg on top. No, it isn't. Don't put an egg on top. No, it's just cheese on toast, Welsh rarebit. Mind you, to add a bit of interest, my mother used to chop chives up and put it into the top of the piece of. I used to love cheese on toast. Absolutely love it. Steve, you mentioned banana-flavoured milk. I like slicing up a banana, putting it on a slice or two of bread, sprinkle of cinnamon, and under the grill, wash down with a tall glass of milk. Oh, right. Thank you, Stu. So, a tall glass of milk. If I drink milk, I'll get indigestion. I do like cold milk, but I do get indigestion with it. And Banshee says, don't overlook vegetarian dishes, a balanced diet. Oh, I think my diet's very balanced. Very balanced. Prosecco and, other things at all. But cheese on toast. If somebody said to me, I'll make you some cheese on toast, I'd be as happy as Larry. Happy as Larry. Yes, a hint, yes. So, here we go. The insult from the gymnast, Ivan Kuliak. I think it's Kuliak. He wore a Z on his shirt. He wrote it on there. A rather stupid, immature young man of 20 years old who didn't win gold. So that's good news, isn't it? And Britain will be able to sanction hundreds of Russian oligarchs. Hundreds? How many are there? Good Lord above. If MPs pass a new law to speed up the process, says Liz Truss. Oh, that'll be held back. Oh, you could just tell, won't you? The moment they give it out to them. OK, we're all going to be voting on this one. And, OK, you've all abstained, have you? Yeah. We're going to be doing this. We're planning to do something. We're thinking about doing something. We'd love to be able to help. Unfortunately, and that's the key word. Putin's got a mistress. Obviously not seeing a lot of him. If she's in a Swiss hideout, he'll be getting a little bit frustrated, won't he? I should imagine. Not enough to keep him going. And they're hiding out in the Swiss Alps. She's an Olympic gymnast, safely tucked away in a secure chalet. So while he carries out his assault, killing innocent citizens and causing a refugee crisis, the family's holed up in a private and secure chalet somewhere in Switzerland. For now, at least. She thought to have 4 children with him, although 2 have never officially confirmed it. Sources say they have 2 sons and 2 daughters, aged 7, born near Lugano in Switzerland. So she's got 2 young boys and twin girls with Putin who were born in Switzerland. They all have Swiss passports. Phew, that was lucky, wasn't it? Managing to get those ones. How lovely. He once said, I have a private life in which I do not permit interference. It must be respected. Yeah. Whatever you say, dear. Whatever you say. Scientists are creating the world's first immaculate conception for mammals. Oh. Women are a step closer to conceiving without men after scientists created the first virgin births in mammals. So the scientists remove an egg from a mouse. A mouse, yes. And using a gene editing tool, they find the genes a father would normally contribute to. To switch genes on or off to be more like those from a father, an enzyme is injected. That triggers the egg to become an embryo, which will be born as a mouse pup. It's all a little bit too worrying, isn't it? You know, I preferred the old-fashioned method. You know, so much easier, I think. So much easier. Tracy Emin. I never quite got Tracy Emin. I really didn't. I never, you know, an unmade bed. Rivetingly exciting. And she confirmed she was a no-show at Joan Collins's China wedding anniversary shindig at Claridge's, blaming the lingering effects of COVID. Alas, Tracy won't be holding a party this month to celebrate the 6th anniversary of her marriage to a lump of rock in her French garden in 2016. And how are the triplets? 3 smaller stones that the delightfully daft artist subsequently adopted. They're getting bigger, she says. I think for you Specsavers, I think, dear, little visit for you. So rapper Dizzy Rascal, guilty of assault on his ex, and then smashes a photographer's camera. Not a very pleasant person. He will be sentenced next month under his real name, Dylan Kwabena Mills, 37. He was dubbed a bully by a judge and proved it later. He was described as a ticking time bomb. Sent her bullying to... We've given him an MBE. And now, hopefully they'll be taking that back. Ridiculous. And houseplants soak up pollution. So when you go and buy a houseplant, they have the ability to purify the air in your home. It's been the subject of much debate, but I am here to confirm today that they can soak up pollution after all. No particular plants, just anything, really. Anything. And here's the picture of Syringo on the wall of a pub. I mean, it's the biggest mural I've ever seen, actually. And it's on the Empress in Liverpool. I mean, it is absolutely enormous. And Bonnie Lithgow, our friend Bonnie, says, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, Australia, with Shane Warne. So there you go. And she says he was a funny man who played many tricks on me, and we never had chips unless he cheated. He became a really good friend to me and my jungle friends. That's interesting, isn't it? Everybody's saying... The trouble is that the cause of death, Bonnie, appeared to be just normal heart attack, you know, which can affect just about anybody, I suspect. But how lovely. I love the idea he was a funny man who played many tricks on me. Good old Bonnie. Good old Bonnie. Where are you at the moment, my darling? Are you in America? Are you in Australia? Are you here? Where are you? But he died of a congenital disease. Whatever that is. What's a congenital disease? There is no COVID infection and no sign of assault or murder. Well, that's a cheering thought, isn't it? Found unconscious in his room, but they've done the autopsy and it just turns out to be normal, which is a bit sad. Tina says the stories about little children remaining joyous in bunkers, zookeepers' devotion to their animals, are not just inspiring, but personally encouraging and motivating. P.S. I live a very practical life, no beauty regime for me, but I look $1 million. You and me together. I look $1 million too. Shane says Sydney is flooded and very wet, which is not good. Steve, I meant to say buck rarebit is cheese on toast with an egg on top. I've never heard of buck rarebit. Same sort of thing, actually. Same sort of thing. So Welsh rabbit or Welsh rabbit. It can be rarebit or rabbit. And then they do buck rarebit, which is the Welsh rarebit with an egg on top of it. I'm not sure about that, actually. I'm not. Yeah, I just stick to traditional. I mean, I'm sorry, Brian. I'm not going to buy into that. We're not putting it into Room 101, and you don't need to worry about it ever again. And what have we got here? Celebrating birthdays today. We like celebrating. If you're celebrating your birthday, many happy returns of the day. Lord Michael Grade is celebrating the former chairman of the BBC, executive chairman of ITV, and chief executive of Channel 4. Was raised by his grandmother after his mother left when he was 3. The nephew of Lou Grade, a founder of ITV, was driven to his first job as a journalist in the Daily Mirror in a Bentley. Whilst working in the US, he cruised around in a pink Cadillac. He celebrates his 79th birthday today. They're a strong family, the Grades, let me tell you. And also the fabulous Giles Brandreth. And Giles, the British author and broadcaster, star of QI, an ex-Tory MP, has written 7 detective novels. He also is an actor who played Lady Bracknell in a musical of The Importance of Being Earnest, and he broke the record for the longest after-dinner speech. He spoke continuously for 12 and a half hours. 12 and a half hours. He's a lovely, lovely man, and he's 74 today, so many, many happy returns, Giles. He's also president of the Teddy Bear Association and the British Panther. He's got a cast list as long as your arm of all sorts of different organisations, and he's very entertaining, very entertaining. So happy birthday to him, and if you're celebrating, as I say, hope you have a very nice day. It's never as bad as you think. If you say your age quickly, it's okay. Don't have to worry about it, especially in my case. I'll say it very quickly, Steve. 68. Nobody ever worries about it. No, not just yet, but it creeps up on you. Oh, look, Caprice thinks she's still a model. How funny. Oh, well. Good old Caprice. There's a bright one. It's 5:30. Let's get the latest news headlines this morning from LBC with Simon Conway.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Steve Allen on LBC.
So, Bonnie, I was right, actually. Bonnie Lithgow, she says, how did you guess? I'm in Portugal, but the UK next week. I can't wait to get to LA in May, then I can listen to you in the daytime. Hope you're well. Hope you're very, very well indeed. Actually, I was just reading, a friend of mine he's one of these people who keeps changing his phone suppliers. And of course, you now know that it's so much easier to change your phone supplier than it ever used to be. Before, it was a hassle to get it. Now you can do it quite quickly. They can't stop you from changing supplier. And a friend of mine said, oh, you need to go onto this one. Very, very cheap. They're doing unlimited calls and texts. Okay, unlimited calls and texts. This is how cheap this phone is, okay? 4 gigabytes, £6. 8 gigabytes, unlimited calls and texts, £7. 12 gigabytes, unlimited calls and texts, £8. 60 gigabytes, unlimited calls and texts, 60 gigabytes, £10. 200 gigabytes, I mean, God, you could launch a satellite on that, I would have thought. Unlimited calls and texts, £15 a month. Okay? And it's just amazing, actually. I mean, really, it's very, very cheap. And it's with a company called Smarty. I'd never heard of them, but a friend of mine, I think the contract is a year. 12 months. But they're so easy to change now. You don't need to do anything at all. You just literally push a few buttons and you're disconnected from the last people. Because if you're, same day, very, very quick. Because if you're with some of these big companies now, there's all sorts of different packages. And, at one point, I was paying £60 a month years ago. £60 a month. And a friend of mine said, we're going to phone up and we'll just tell them we want out. Now you don't even need to tell them anything at all. It's just automatically done and disconnected. And you're with the new one, and then you just sort of stop the standing order. Because it's a big market. Big market out there. But I thought that was very cheap. Very, very cheap. What have we got? Oh, Sarah, the Duchess of York, who's been trying to support disgraced ex-husband Prince Andrew, is going to fly to America to give a speech about strong women. Don't understand that at all. I really can't work that one out. Apparently it's a keynote speech at an event in Denver, Colorado, with the organisers saying the Duchess will speak about the resiliency and strength of women in philanthropy, a topic near and dear to our hearts. They did reveal in Eden Confidential in January that Sarah had no intention of shrinking away from the limelight after Andrew was kicked out of the royal family. Probably the best thing that ever happened. But, of course, let's face it, she is living in the Queen Mother's old house. I think she's in one wing and Andrew's in the other one. So, obviously, she's not doing that well. But she's always been saying the wrong things, actually, at the wrong time. She was sort of going, oh, Andrew's a marvellous person, he's this and that, and the rest of the world are going, I don't really think he is, actually. O2 and Virgin are hiking bills by as much as £48 a year from April. BT, EE and Vodafone are planning bill hikes of up to £74 a year come April. Meanwhile, millions of Three mobile customers will have to pay up to £31 extra a year following changes in just over a month's time. But a common mistake users make when taking out a phone contract is not knowing their usage needs, and most end up paying for more data than they need. I forget what I've got, actually. I think I've got unlimited data. But they have already written to me and said, oh, it's going to be... everything's going up. Seriously, I mean, very, very shortly, I should be found sitting outside Global with a little, with my head bowed and a little tin on the floor going, please help me. I could just see that, because if they say that all these bills are going up by about £4,000 a year, petrol's going through the roof, it's ridiculous. According to Ofcom, the average mobile phone customer in 2020 uses 4.5 gigabytes of data a month. Now, if that's your usage, you could get contracts from the likes of giffgaff with more than enough data, 15 gigabytes, in fact, for as little as £10 a month. That means the majority could be saving up to £25 a month when compared to the £35 a month you pay for unlimited data. Over the space of a year, that's a saving of £300. Has Will Guyatt done that already? Has he done that? Yeah, shop around, because now it's so much easier to get out of existing contracts. It really is. You don't need to. You don't need to worry about it. You can sort of get out of these expensive companies and go to something that's a lot cheaper. And then, at the end of your year, when you've saved your money, you can then move to something else. You can just keep chopping and changing. A friend of mine spends all his time changing. Very time-consuming, I have to be honest, but at least he does do it. And he does save money. Do you know, looking at all these cruises, there's a Grand World Cruise here, new for 24-25. They say it's selling fast. How many nights is this one, do you think? Departing February 2024. So you're going to wait, blimey, 2 years you've got to wait for that. You've got to live long enough. And how many nights is it? 81 nights. 81 nights on this, nearly 3 months on a cruise. It starts off, you fly for free in business class from London, and you go to French Polynesia, and then you pick up the ship, and then off you go. And you go around Polynesia, New Zealand, overnight pre-cruise hotel stay, free house drinks package for all bookings, or choose £3,000 to spend on board, and you get free prepaid gratuities, save you a fortune, believe you me, you don't have to tip, free specialty dining, and the price, there's an owner's suite, always the way. The Vista suite is sold out already. It's always the top ones that go, and the owner's suite, how much do you think it is? How much do you think it is? The owner's suite. This is for 81 nights for everything. You get free gratuities, free chauffeur transfers, money to spend on board, drinks package, everything. 10 grand? You're joking. 66 grand. £66,000. But I should imagine the owner's suite comes with everything. I mean, useless for you because it comes with free fitness classes. So you don't want to do that, do you? What's the point of doing that? That'd be a nightmare. But you do... They've got a therapist, but you get complimentary soft drinks, bottled water and specialty coffees, 24-hour butler service in all suites, and elegant casual ambiance, no jacket or tie required. Thank the Lord for that. Nobody... The ship is... it's Oceania Cruises. But you can book, and you go to India, Sri Lanka, Burma, Indonesia. I mean, to be honest with you, 60... Imagine you wouldn't want to get off. 3 months on a ship. I mean, we can see the owner's suite. Can you? Oh, is that the... Oh, it's got a piano and your own bar and a proper bedroom and seating. That's the owner's suite, is it? Oh, isn't that lovely? The all-new owner's suite, furnished exclusive with Ralph Lauren Homes. I love the bed. That's very nice. I mean, if you get all the food, free house drinks package for all bookings, including wine, champagne or beer with lunch or dinner. I mean, it's not bad when you think about it. Everything's taken care of. I mean, but you've got to wait 2 years before you can take up because presumably they're now... Yeah, imagine at the end you have to get off after 3 months on board. 3 months. There is a ship called the World. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. And it's basically you buy an apartment on it. And they tell you where the ship is going to be, and you fly out and join it, and you move into your own apartment. It's your own apartment on the World. And it just literally just keeps going. It doesn't stop. It will stop, to sort of, in a port, and it'll be there for a few days, so you have the opportunity of picking up. There it is, the World. And it's got everything. It's got large apartments that you buy. I mean, some of them run into millions. Its capacity is about, really... You buy a flat on board this thing, and you're not on it all the time, unless you want to be on it all the time. And you just literally float around, and you get all the service. I mean, sometimes you're on the ship by yourself, because some people just use it, but they bought the apartments. Oh, the apartments, I think I did see one. It was about 13 million for it. But you've got everything taken care of. There's all sorts of rich Americans on there, little old ladies who are in their last stages of life, I think. They just buy these things, and you float around the world, and it will say, well, tomorrow we're going to be in Los Angeles, and so you fly out to Los Angeles, join the ship, and they welcome you like it's a hotel, except you own your apartment. They're not bad, the apartments. There you go. There's one here, £20 million penthouse is listed for sale. Do we have pictures? 3 bedrooms, 4.5 bath. The owner, who wishes to remain anonymous, is selling up, but only to reorganise his holdings into several smaller apartments on the ship for his grown-up family. We've got pictures of his apartment. How lovely. Can you imagine? £20 million. I mean, if you had the money to spare, wouldn't you do that? I could live in a hotel without having to worry about doing everything. Would be no hardship for me whatsoever. Oh, so this is one of the... it's nice. It is like a floating city. It's very nice. It's nice, isn't it? You look out the sea, mind you, of course, if you get a bit seasick, you're not going to be enjoying it at all, but it's nice. Look at that. Look how much room you've got on these things. I think so, too, for 20 million quid. Oh, look, proper fire and everything. And you just sit there and just float away. And then somebody goes, they're doing dinner downstairs. Oh, I'll have it tomorrow. Can't be bothered to do it today. Room service. Steve, my version of Welsh rarebit, 2 slices of cheese on toast, brown sauce on top, bacon, tinned tomatoes. Bill, that's called breakfast. That's not called Welsh rarebit, that's breakfast. And Phil in Streatham says, I've got an unmade bed, a cup of tea and a fag. No surprises there, then. So you are the Tracy Emin of the programme this morning. Steve, for Great Welsh rarebit, go to Eileen's Cafe, says Gary, which is Buccleuch Gardens by the river at Richmond. Really? Great little cafe. I've never heard of it. I don't even know the name of the gardens by the river at Richmond. Do you know what it looks like it used to be, the old public toilets, doesn't it, really? A lot of these places get... Oh, I know where that is. That's by the Meadows. That's by the Meadows, isn't it? And they do... All right. I had smoked salmon this morning for breakfast. There you go. It's the old toilets, isn't it? It's been converted, I can tell. Tell by the way the building looks. A lot of those happen. We've got one in Twickenham that's converted on the green. Used to be the public lavatories. Arthur's, yeah. Public lavatories there. Steve, I was in the Royal Navy. 3 months on a ship isn't a big deal, says Martin in Oswestry. No, well, exactly. Can you imagine being on a submarine for 3 months? That would drive me mad. I'd be frightened about that. And Stella says, doesn't congenital disease mean you're born with a defect? Yes, it does. It does. Steve, please wish, says little Julie, Louisa, a very happy 18th birthday today. 18. Can you imagine, honestly, what a world you're in if you're 18. 18 years old, my goodness me. You're 21. Are you 21? I know. It's not. I mean, sometimes people write to me and they go, there's not really a lot to look forward to. I think there's always something to look forward to. There's always got to be something nice, like the travel. Look at that for a link. Don't get that on other radio stations. The latest LBC travels with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Dave in Plymouth says, Steve, after 32 years in the Navy, I can give a foolproof prevention of seasickness. Keep your eyes on the horizon while sitting in a tree. Actually, I don't think... Did I get seasick? I didn't actually get seasick when we went on our... Because a lot of the ships now have got stabilisers. When you're taking a cruise. But even so, you still get some rough seas. It's like being in an aeroplane and they go, it's going to be a little bit of turbulence, so if you'd like to stay seated and keep your seatbelt on. And what did I see the other day? Oh, it was the most awful joke. It was the most awful joke, and it was played over a Grand Canyon where people were doing bungee jumping. And they've got this bloke, and I think he was Australian or something like that, and they clip him onto the piece of elastic, and he runs, and just as he hits the end of the thing, they go, no! And of course, he jumps, and of course, he then thinks that it's not connected. So you can... It was so cruel. It was so cruel. I mean, obviously, there was nothing the matter with it, but they all laughed. I thought, and he was, as he sort of plummeted towards the earth, he didn't know whether or not he was still attached, because they said, no, you need this. You could have had a heart attack. Never get me bungee jumping, thank you very much indeed. Wouldn't want to do that. Steve, don't even think about that 3-month cruise. How would the nation, nay, the world, live without you on the wireless for 81 days, says Kevin. Imagine, well, that is true. That is true. I have to think of the audience, and you're quite right, Kevin. I was being selfish. I shouldn't even have thought of myself. Didn't Elaine Stritch used to live in the Savoy? Yes. And in fact, actually, she used to live in the Savoy, and she mentioned it all the time. She would say, I've just come here from the Savoy. I told you, it was a free advert for the Savoy, and she did stay there as well. Apparently, so did Anne George, our very own Amy Turtle. Oh, right. And Thatcher was staying in a suite at the Ritz until her death, because she was having difficulty. Her house is around, if you go round Hyde Park Corner and go down as if you're going to go to Victoria, as you cross over the traffic lights at the bottom as the gardens of Buckingham Palace go round the corner, just cross over there, and on the right-hand side is where Thatcher used to live. And you knew that because she had armed police outside all the time. I used to pass it all the time, and we'd go, oh, it's Thatcher's place. I often thought about pulling the car in and going, is she in? You know, just... Yeah, bit of a... She used to love the programme, she really did. But Elaine Stritch lived in the Savoy. In fact, she had a couple of... Actually, I'll tell you what I noticed the other day. Is the Dorchester being done up? Only because it's got scaffolding all over the place. And normally you get people parking their flashy cars at the front of it. But you can't, and it looked as though there was... They were doing some work on the hotel. Because I always noticed that. There you go, major renovation, I thought so. It'll commence a comprehensive renovation from Feb. And... So, the promenade and the bar, biggest since 1989, because it's owned by the Sultan of Brunei, I believe. About time they started doing it up. It needed doing up. And so it's quite interesting, actually. The Dorchester will remain open throughout the renovation process, with its afternoon tea served in the Orchid Room and a reinvigorated concept for the rooftop restaurant to be launched next spring. Wow, very nice. The Dorchester's a new concept. It's just a hotel. Just a hotel. But they always have all these flashy cars lined up outside there. I tried to sneak in one day. Didn't last very long, about 5 minutes. So I changed the car and they welcomed me with open arms. I've had tea there. I've had tea there on a couple of occasions. That was the first hotel that I've realised that you could order more sandwiches after you'd eaten the sandwiches. You just say, I'll have more sandwiches, and they all offer that service. You don't have to just eat what they give you. Because I was more interested in the sandwiches, believe it or not, than the cakes. I'm not really a cake sort of person. You know, they're nice. And then you say to them, can you pop them in a box? I'll take them away with me. And so you take the cakes away with you, which is nice. Nice. Very nice indeed. So here's the Queen putting on a subtle display of support for Ukraine with the blue and yellow flowers. We have the flag. Ukrainian flag on the back of our building here in lights, which is fantastic. But the bouquet arrived for the 95-year-old's first face-to-face meeting since catching COVID. She's amazing, isn't she? I'm sure she's shrinking. Yeah, I think she looks great. I mean, what is she now? 95. She has every chance of making the 100. And I think, is it today that the... President of Ukraine is going to be talking to Parliament? That's 5 o'clock today, so that'll be on all the news bulletins as well. Scientists say they've figured out the language of pigs. This is swine language. Grunt, oink, oink means I've had a trough day. Yeah, oink, oink, grunt. Tidy your room, it's a pigsty. Squeal, squeal. I can smell bacon. Grunt, grunt, squeal. You've got a potty mouth. I don't even know what this means. I've just read this out. I've got no idea what it is. Boffins have studied recordings of more than 7,000 grunts to work out what they mean. They can match each sound to emotions, such as being happy, excited, scared or stressed. Pigs are highly intelligent animals with complex emotions and on a par with dogs. I know, I've seen the film Babe. This one learnt to speak. How did they train that? I mean, that must be really difficult. I mean, really, really difficult. The masseuse revealed she knocked on Shane Warne's bedroom door to give him a foot rub, but he'd already passed away. A foot rub? I've never heard of such a thing. A foot rub? What's that? I don't like that. It's not very nice. The therapist, nicknamed Pen, was booked to go into his room, and he was in a village on the Thai island of Koh Samui. There was no reply when she and a maid knocked on the door. Pen then texted her boss saying he's not having a massage now, he won't wake up. Moments later, friends who were on a lad's break with Warne discovered his body. Wow. Ty Pen, who already has given one of Shane's mates a nail treatment in the same property, said Shane was having a massage and I had a text saying I would do his nails and a foot massage when the other two girls had finished. Sounds slightly peculiar, doesn't it, really? Very odd. I've never been to Koh Samui, but apparently in a bizarre scene on Sunday, a female fan gained access to the ambulance which was taking his body to the post-mortem. She was let inside the vehicle in an apparent security breach and spent less than a minute with Warne before being asked to leave. Apparently she ran a fan club for him. What? So try not to die over in Koh Samui. They'll let anybody in the ambulance with you. What have we got here? Kirsty Allsop in the papers today, which is quite nice. She has opinions and is not afraid to express them. And today, of course, is International Women's Day. And it's an event created because every minute of the past 22 years, 3 months and 7 days, has been a celebration of men. So nothing exemplifies this better than in Ukraine, where stories of everyday heroism are emerging. And it's people here trying to... There's one woman, Valentina Pushka, a military paramedic who was shot dead by Russian forces as she tried to evacuate the injured from the key front line over the weekend, or the mothers who made anti-war posters for their kids and helped them lay flowers outside the Ukrainian embassy, or the woman who was filmed angrily confronting a Russian soldier, handing him sunflower seeds to put in his pocket so that when he died, at least sunflowers will grow. As each day this illegal war passes, new heroines are born, which is absolutely true. So we celebrate International Women's Day. Talk about living in a hotel, says my friend Ian. I just got home from my friend's apartment in downtown Dallas. He's on the 48th floor of a building which is next to a very nice hotel. And the good news is he can order all the room service and use any amenities the hotel guests have. It's amazing, although he said when his monthly bill comes from the restaurant, it can be a bit of a shock. They do the same here in London. In Knightsbridge, there is a big block of flats. That's all you can call it. They're very expensive. I think they start at 10 million and go up to about 120 million. But you use the Mandarin hotel next door. You can use that as the same facility as if you were staying at the Mandarin. They've got walkways that go between the two, so you can order food or whatever. Their service charges must be astronomical. I wouldn't even like to think about it. Steve, that round-the-world cruise is probably cheaper than a care home at today's rates, all-inclusive for 80 days. That's what a lot of pensioners do, though. They go abroad and spend 3 months in Spain in the winter because it's cheaper than heating their houses. Barney in Beckenham says, we used to go to the Dorchester for special occasions with my parents. Well, it should look even better when they finish doing it. It should be even nicer. Yes, it's a new concept. But you can still get your afternoon teas there, which I like a lot, very much so. Well-off women are routinely spending, I told you, it's in the papers, £1,000 a month on hair and beauty treatments. It's beauty treatment, so you can spend up to £300 on your hair and £150 on your nails. Wow. I mean, I watch QVC every day, and they do cream. I spend that. Listen, if I had I think I've got an account with QVC, but you could buy their creams and everything. People spend a fortune on it. I mean, I've just bought some cream off the internet, and apparently you put a little bit underneath your eyes, and it makes you look 10 years younger. Cool, eh? How cool is that? That'll be useful for a radio presenter. trying to look younger, but you never know. We might be on television shortly, so I'm determined to halt the ageing process. We'll take a short break. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast here on LBC. Don't forget, if you go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, you can download the app, and then you can download all the podcasts that we have on offer, and there are thousands, and you can find a lot of my interviews up on YouTube as well, the filmed versions. And see what I look under clever lighting and lots of makeup. I wish. News at 6. Here it comes.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Freezing cold today. I mean, it really is noticeable, but they have said that a lot of the weather they were getting in Iceland is travelling over here, but it's blooming freezing. It really is. When I got back yesterday, I bumped into one of the ladies from one of the shops in Twickenham. She said, how are you? I said, it's freezing cold. I'm so cold. You get so used to, you're sitting in the car, and I've got heated seats in the car. Quite a normal thing to have apparently nowadays. And you get out the car and you go, God, blimey, it's stoned me. It's a bit cold this morning. So wrap up is the advice. Please wrap up, because otherwise, Jane says, I spend £26 a month on my hair and £45 a month on my feet. That's pedicure and varnish. Important to look after your feet. Nobody looks after their feet. We were just talking about it, actually. I had my feet done a short while ago. £45, I think, for the first visit, and then £40 after that. So you get if you want your toenails painted, I'm sure they'd paint them. But I found it quite satisfying, actually, that somebody was sort of, look after them, massage them with oils and everything else. And then you think, oh, that's nice. And I should have gone back, so I'm going to go and make an appointment tomorrow and go back and have another one. Because the one thing that diabetics don't do properly, as well, not everybody's as bad as me, is look after their feet. You have to look after your feet, because it's very likely that as a diabetic, you can lose your toes, you can lose your feet. It's because of circulation. And also, if you get an infection in your feet, it can spread quite quickly. And I've heard of diabetics who've been amputated up to the knee and beyond. So a lot of people. In fact, my friend Brian, I think he'd lost both his toes. They had to remove his toes because of infection. So it's always best to sort of go and do it. But the trouble is, there's so many demands on money nowadays, isn't there? I mean, it literally is. It's just ridiculous. Thank you, Steve, for the cheap phone tip. Just signed up. It's cheap. Says Sean, the taxi driver. P.S. Fuel is crippling at the moment. Any tips? No, I wish there was. Sean. I wish there was a magic word that you could go into the station and whisper to the bloke and he'd go, all right, half price. You wish. Yeah, it's the highest it's been for 14 years, and it's going to get higher. But, of course, if you drive for a living, if you're driving a taxi or something like that, it's absolutely crippling. You need to, the fares will have to start going up. They can't do it any other way. It's not going to be viable, is it? What about all these people, the reps who have to whiz about all over the place? So because it's jumped to $139 a barrel, which is the highest for 14 years, wholesale gas prices for next day delivery have more than doubled. So it's not good. US have hinted at a ban on buying Russian energy as it looked to other countries to increase supplies. Yeah, it must come from other places. It really must. Ukraine, the latest developments from Ukraine. This morning, they say Russian attacks are preventing civilians from safely evacuating their besieged cities. Tens of thousands of people across Ukraine are without power. And in the port city of Mariupol, they're running low on food and water. It's water. This is the big thing. A third round of Russia-Ukraine peace talks ended with little agreement. A fourth round will take place today. The US, France, Germany and the UK have vowed to continue raising the costs on Russia for its unjustified invasion of Ukraine. Russia threatened to cut its natural gas imports to Europe as retaliation for Western sanctions. Well, you can do that, but then you won't have any income, will you? It's not the brightest penny in the box. Do that. We can always find natural gas from somewhere else, whereas you'll be stuck with a load of it, turning it out, but nobody to sell it to. In his latest address, the Ukrainian President Zelensky says he will stay in Kyiv as long as it takes to win the war. We'll keep you up to date with all the latest developments and the best analysis throughout the day here on LBC. Every Sunday, says Linda in Chingford, I do a pamper session, face and feet. My mum used to do the same. She would have a day where she'd sit down and she'd do her feet. She'd sort of massage them, the cucumbers on the eyes and all that kind of stuff. Face packs, all these good things that sort of, make you feel a bit better about yourself. Pampering, there's no bad thing about pampering. Even men go and get their nails done now. You can go into some of these nail bars. They don't look at you as if you're peculiar. They just go in there and they do your feet as well. You sit in a relaxing chair, do your phone thing whilst they sort of faff around down by your feet. Always used to frighten the life out of me. I don't like it, actually. I'm not very good. But when I went last time, there was a young guy doing it and he was very good. He was a chiropodist. And sort of, cut your toenails and everything else, which always makes them look really attractive, actually. Very attractive. Because we don't bother with our feet at all, do we? It's the only part of the body you don't bother with. You bother with your hair, you bother with your face, you bother with, hair everywhere. If you're a bloke, oh, nightmare. My Auntie Enid was the same, covered in it. She couldn't move, seriously. At one point she was growing a small goatee beard. And there's, you need to shave the side bits, and then you've got the shaving bit. Oh, God, honestly. I spend most of my time with a Gillette Lady Shave in one hand and some Tapilitary cream in the other. It's very confusing, my life at the moment. Very confusing. Corrie star Tracy Bennett has told of her terror at struggling to move her limbs after her drink was spiked. She can't remember anything about it. She said, oh, by the way, before I forget, she was appearing in Gypsy in London. She said, the truth is I shouldn't have done it at all. I didn't want to let anybody down. Only saying to warn others to never take your eyes off your drink. If you're with friends, get them to watch your drink. We were talking the other day about Petula Clark being seen in London in Soho, and of course she would be seen there, because my friend Paul Fears says she's playing the bird woman in Mary Poppins. And at 89, she's playing the bird woman. Feed the birds, tuppence a bag. All around the cathedral, and Petula Clark. So that's why she was in the coffee bar, as seen by one of our lovely listeners. Amazing, isn't it? I should have remembered that she was playing the bird woman, and she's doing it by herself. She gets to sing the whole song by herself, and she looks good as well. It's very hard work. Yeah, pigeons or theatre show? Yeah, very hard work. Yeah, she'd be doing 8 shows a week. 8 shows. There was another lady who appeared in a show in the West End. She was in Billy Elliot, and she'd been in nearly all of the performances. And she played the grandmother, and she was really good. The moment the show stopped, she died. It was almost like the show was her lifeline. It kept her going, and she was great. Absolutely great. And for the moment, I can't remember her name, but it'll come to me very, very shortly. But, so Petula Clark's still going strong as the bird woman. To be honest with you, she's only got that one number, but it's, as far as I'm concerned, it was Walt Disney's favourite song. He loved Feed the Birds, and he loved the woman who did it. In fact, he cast her personally. And he went to an old people's home and said, I want you to play this part in the film. And she died shortly after they finished filming. But it was so great. Feed the bird. You'll hear her talking in it, in the film. Feed the birds, tuppence a bag. And she's got all these. It was the outfit they made her wear. And so it started off with Julie Andrews singing the song, Early each day to the steps of St. Paul's. And it was that's when the row ensued as the kids were going to the bank, and they were with their dad. And Michael said, I want to go and buy some food for the pigeons. Waste your money on some old raggle-taggle pigeons, said his father. But that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to feed the pigeons for tuppence a bag. And Dad wasn't going to let them because he worked in the bank. Raj says, great show as usual. Definitely right. Half of diabetic foot amputations are preventable with good self-care and making sure diabetics attend their routine foot check clinics. God, you made me feel quite guilty now. I feel a bit awful about it. I've never had a routine foot check clinic. I have started going to get them looked after, Raj, so thank you for making me feel even worse. But you're right, it's absolutely... I was always told, and I remember saying to friends of mine, you realise that, your feet are something you should... it's not just us diabetics, more so for us, because of circulation. But, other people should look after their feet. And mostly people don't. Mind you, if you're Australian, you walk around in sandals most of the time. We don't do sandals in this country. Well, some people do. And you've got to look after your feet. Shane says, can you say hello to Sydney? We're drowning now. It's been 3 weeks. Yeah, it's funny. They've got all the water and everything else, whereas we've just got freezing cold. And it really is freezing cold today. Today's noticeably cold. 2 killed, I think, already. And you look at the flooding. They've been told, tens of thousands of them in Sydney, told to evacuate their homes as floods ravage eastern Australia. Hardly makes the news. Look at it. Well, I say look at it. I'm talking to myself here quite clearly. Here they are on a site, and they've got tenting up. And it's only the people whose houses are sort of raised up on stilts, who are managing to escape this. They've got the New South Wales fire thing, cars which are, I know, practically submerged. And a lot of people, what does everybody do now? They take pictures of it. Of course, the ducks love it. The ducks think it's fantastic. Bridge closed, mainly because there is no bridge. So we send our sympathy to the people over there in Australia. That's why we seem to be sending a lot of sympathy and a lot of love to people around the world, but I don't mind. And so Neil says, your singing's incredible. Why not release a single? You are having a laugh at my expense, I can imagine. Thank you. Anne Emery, that's right, Dick's sister and Billy Elliot, says Avril. Thank you, Avril. Anne Emery. She was lovely. I loved her. I thought when I bought Billy Elliot, the one that they did, which they transmitted to everybody, a live version, it was brilliant. Brilliant. I'd still maintain it's one of my favourite films. One of my favourite shows in the West End. We all went to see it. There was a crowd of us. We were shocked to hear children using bad language, but it finished. It was in the new Victoria Theatre. It was lovely. I mean, really lovely. Just over the road, actually, from Wicked, which is still going great guns. The film was great. Yes, I liked it. But it finished just as he goes out onto stage and he leaps into the air, and then it freezes and it goes into Ride a White Swan by T-Rex. And I interviewed him. I thought he was great little actor. Jamie Bell, great little actor, really nice person, unaffected. Isn't it funny? Some people in the business are terribly affected, and some people in the business are just ordinary. They just get on with it and they do it. They don't do the showbiz parties. They're not interested in that kind of it. And yet some naffle who's been on Love Island, thinks they're the big I am and has to be seen at in all the bars and all the... There was a bloke on the television the other day. It was on one of these date programmes. God knows. Are these the saddest people in the universe? You're so desperate for a date, you've got to go on a television programme, but then you understand that they're obviously very insecure. And they had a girl and a boy, and he was a little bit plastic looking. And so he was sort of saying to her, are you only going out with me because I'm famous? And I thought, well, who are you? And it turned out he'd been on one of these Love Island type programmes. And she went, no, I'm not interested in that at all. He said, because, he said a lot of people only want to go out with me because I'm famous. And I thought, you're living in cloud cuckoo land, lovely. I get that a lot. Only want to go out with you, Steve, because you're famous. Unfortunately, nobody knows what you look like, which is probably the best way. Let's get the news headline, shall we, from LBC with Simon Conway.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning, Defence Secretary Ben Wallace joins Nick as the UK looks to tighten the vice on President Putin's regime through new legislation on oligarchs. He'll also be joined by one of the country's top mandarins to analyse just what's going wrong at the Home Office. As it emerges, the number of Ukrainian refugees offered a visa stands at just 300. And what impact will the Prime Minister's pledge to move away from Russian gas step by step have on your energy bills? That's all on Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 o'clock, right here on LBC.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast, weekday mornings from 7, LBC.
Nice to have your company. 22 minutes past 6, freezing cold in London this morning. Wrap up warm if you're going out. I'll be grateful if we get some snow, but I keep mentioning it and nothing ever happens, so I've given up completely. I've just had a thought, Steve. But I heard that Putin is a big fan of the Beatles and idolised Paul McCartney. Perhaps Paul could have a quiet word with him. I don't even think that would work. But, I mean, I think everything's worth giving a go to, isn't it? I think that there must be anything just to sort of stop this rampaging madman. Ridiculous. Stella said, I go to a podiatrist to get my nails cut. Since my hip replacement a year ago, I can't bend forward to cut my toenails. It's the most difficult thing to do, isn't it? -1 degree, says Jane, in Cullingworth in West Yorkshire. Oh, God. It's certainly... I tend to find, though, and I know it sounds ridiculous, putting the mask on keeps the wind off your face. It really does make a lot of difference. It's amazing. Steve, could you give us a shout-out? We're taking a van of aid to Ukraine and are currently in Poland on our way to the border. We set off from Leeds yesterday at 8 a.m. Wish us luck, says Phil the Builder and Chris. So there you go. Well done, you. Well done, you. Let's hope they get all the other lorries through with everything on there that they need. I mean, because they need everything. Water. God knows they need water. Bottles and bottles of water. Surely one of the big water companies or one of the big manufacturers can just sort of say, we're giving you a tanker full of water. Get it over there. They are trying to restore water, but it's a difficult process. It really is. Billy says, me and my dad went to watch Agatha Christie's The Mousetrap at St Martin's Theatre a few years ago. It was brilliant. It was show number 27,300 when we visited. They have a counter at the front to show you how many have been shown since the play started. Yes, it's the longest-running musical, although it's amazing how many people haven't seen it. See, I mean, I've never met anybody who's ever seen it, ever, which is embarrassing, but you're on the Isle of Wight, so you don't need to worry about that. And, Steve, I now know what question to ask next time I'm... on a date, says Kevin the Milkman. Do you only want to go out with me because I get my emails read out on the Steve Allen show? Seriously, he said it. He said it with a straight face, that this bloke, do you want to go out with me because I'm famous? And I remember looking at him thinking, you are the most delusional person I've ever met. The second longest running West End show, second longest running, probably, well, it would come into something like Phantom or something like that. That's third, is it? Well, we don't have Starlight Express anymore. What's been running longer than Phantom? What has been running longer than Phantom? Oh, blow, I can't remember. What is it? Les Mis, of course. Yes, it was Move Theatre. They moved theatre and scaled down the orchestra. They took out a number of people. From the orchestra. The Woman in Black is at number 4. In fact, if you stand outside the theatre and wait there a long time, you can see her coming round to go in the back of the theatre to frighten people. Blood Brothers, that's never still going, is it? Blood Brothers is still going. It's just come back in, hasn't it? I think it's just come back in again, yeah. And Mamma Mia. And where are they? Oh, I know where they're running that one. That's just down to 9,000 shows, Mamma Mia. Novello Theatre, yeah. It's lovely, lovely. Mamma Mia. I did go to see it, actually. Everybody joins in singing at the end. Everybody joins in singing. It's a bit predictable, actually, but still good. Still good, you know. They offered me a part in it, but I had to turn it down. Wouldn't take my shirt off. Yeah. I always remember that great line from a well-known comedian who said, he said, I was going to be set, he said, I was offered the part in the touring version of The King and I with Joan Collins. He said, but they had to pull it. He said she wouldn't have her head shaved. Which I loved. Phil says, spent a few hours yesterday in the lambing shed on a North Yorkshire farm where I was delivering. The farmer's retired dad was helping with the orphan lambs and was one of James Herriot's customers. Oh, wow. Yeah, you get a lot of little lambs who don't get picked up by their mothers. The mothers give birth to them, and the mothers ignore them. So what they have to do is they have to get another lamb, another sheep that's giving birth, and rub the afterbirth on it, so the lamb thinks, or the sheep thinks, it's just given birth to them. It's quite a clever procedure, actually. They're so cute. They're so cute, but this is the time, lambing. And then they write all over them with a spray paint. You know, I think if you've written in red, it's curtains for you. It's a bit sad, isn't it, really? I like lamb. I can't eat them. I couldn't eat lamb. It makes me ill. And it's only because I look at them, and because we used to live near a farm in a little village in Yorkshire, and we used to go and collect the lamb's tails, because they used to get caught up in barbed wire, and it would sort of rip them off. I mean, it didn't hurt them. We used to collect them. We thought it was quite a good thing to collect, actually. But, no, lambs are good. I love watching... I don't want to watch the lambing process. It's a bit too much for me. But that's what they have to do. So, in other words, if it's a lamb, a sheep, confused, that's only had one... lamb, they give it another lamb to look after, and it sort of thinks that it's had two. It's a little bit like confusing. They're a bit dim, sheep, you know. Bar ram you to your fleece. Bar ram you. And if you don't know what film that's from, you're listening to the wrong programme. Definitely. There's some bloke here, a social media star, had his McLaren supercar seized by police after it was driven without insurance. He's an Iranian influencer, somebody called Pouyan Mokhtari. It was impounded when an aide drove it to the Channel Tunnel in Dover ahead of its planned shipping to Milan. He's had it wrapped in sort of gold. It sat gathering dust for over a week before Mr. Mokhtari, said to be worth £10 million, sent a truck to collect it. Dear, it's another peculiar one, isn't he? These so-called social media stars, influencers and everything else. I mean, basically living in cloud cuckoo land, which is lovely. A lag's pal is facing jail for throwing tennis balls filled with cocaine over a prison wall. Connor Freeman claimed he was helping a friend who had death threats over a debt. He said he thought the balls were filled with cannabis. Yes, dear, of course. But anyway, he's facing jail. So, not a very clever person there. And this is an interesting one. You remember a short while ago, Katie Price was done for drink driving for the sixth time. Sixth time she was done for driving under the influence. And there was a woman who was in one of the papers today, and she was done in Manchester. She was over the drink drive limit, 3 times over the drink drive limit. So they've banned her for 2 years from driving, which is exactly the same as Katie Price got. She got banned for 2 years. Jessica Shidell rammed her Renault into a parked car with such a force it ended up on its roof. And she's a one-time assistant editor with BBC Breakfast, admitted drink driving, got a 2-year road ban, a community order, and must pay £270 in fines. So Katie Price, 6 times drink driving, only got 2-year ban. Why not banned for life? Don't understand it. Dear God, I don't want to go anywhere near her if she's allowed back on the roads. Thank you very much indeed. We'll take some more of your texts and emails in a moment. Prince Charles pictured in the paper today in his element. He was following a fellow cheesemaker. I didn't know Charles made cheese. They seem to have little industries going on within the royal family. Yeah, I mean, it would be expensive, wouldn't it? I don't know what sort of cheese it would be. The Russian commander who's been captured by the Ukrainians. I mean, a commander. I mean, I ask you, they're dimmer and dimmer, aren't they? He says Putin lied to us. And the other one was great white sharks could be swimming in UK waters. Well, that's taken me away from the beach very, very quickly. And Marcus Rashford is sitting on a fortune made away from football. £9 million. £9 million, which is actually not bad. Not bad. Entitled to every penny. 6:13. Let's get the headlines with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Unleaded, says David, is 175.9 at the end of our road this morning in Guildford. It's now so expensive, I'm almost past the point of worrying now. Yes, I mean, it seems odd, doesn't it, when you think it used to be so much cheaper. And 175, I paid 179 the other day. That was for number 5 on the pumps. It's got either 5 or 10. Oh, it's got a couple of other things I can't remember. Ian says, I deliver ice cream to those theatres. Do you? How lovely. How lovely. I could go an ice cream now. Little tub. We used to love a little tub. They were so expensive in the theatres. So expensive. Steve watched Flight of the Navigator again last night, despite it being 36 years old. It still looks good, says Steve in Leeds. Yes. Compliance, wasn't it? Flight of the Navigator. It was a Disney film about a young boy who falls down a railway bank. He's out with his family. And anyway, he gets picked up by a spacecraft. And his family don't know him anymore. He's reported missing. And then he comes back. There he is. I don't know what he looks like now. He must be getting on a bit that year. If that's 36 years ago, he looks about 14, 15 then. Oh, my godfathers. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's the Flight of the Navigator child actor who played the part in it has just been charged after robbing a bank in a wig. My goodness, I tell you, they don't get around these kids, don't they? Very traumatised. But it was a nice little film, and he basically has to go back to try and find out where his family were in time. So he's moved on, and the family are older now, and he wants to come back home, but of course he's in the wrong time slip. It's a very good film, but yeah. So charged with robbing a bank. That's the trouble, isn't it? Kids who go into it's like all these, people from the Love Island and things like that. You're going to start reading bad stories about them as eventually the work dries up because they don't do anything. They have a little shelf life, and they really need to make sure. He had a drink and drug problem. This little kid who played in it, he got 2 years for robbing the bank. It seems amazing, doesn't it? There was another one I was watching who I think, and my friend Ian will remember this, The Shop Around the Corner. The young man in there, he got murdered, I believe, in a motel room. This is The Shop Around the Corner was a film made in the 40s, I think. No. From The Shop Around the Corner, he played a guy who sort of was working in the shop, and he was all, flash Jack the Lad. And I think he might have been gay, but he got murdered in a motel room. And you start reading all these horrendous stories about people who, the work dries up after their kids, and they very rarely, very, very rarely make it into adulthood. It was a very difficult time. The only person who did okay was somebody like Shirley Temple, who went on to be an ambassador for UNICEF, I think. But, she had to make it. Jamie Bell, of course. But they're very few and far between. They really are. And some of the early ones from Hollywood, they just used kids because they looked cute. Macaulay Culkin sorted himself out now. But, he was another one, very famous as a kid, didn't quite make it. I sat next to him in a restaurant. I say sat next to him, he was at the next table. But as far as I was concerned, it was as good as. But yes, who are you? I'm Macaulay Culkin. And he was great in the films, and they're good, some of these kids. They really are absolutely excellent. Petula Clark, says Terry, is worth $7.5 million and has homes in Geneva, Paris and Chelsea. Her father part-owned Polygon Records that she had her first hits on. And then she was sitting on her own in a quiet corner of the restaurant on the table next to me last Saturday at the restaurant in Old Compton Street. Very flash, isn't it? Yeah, I should have realised, actually. I was a big fan, actually, of Petula Clark. So, sitting on her own in a quiet corner, just over the road from the theatre, isn't it, where she is starring as the Bird Woman. And I bet you anything, the amount of people who go to see Mary Poppins won't have the faintest idea who she is. There used to be an actress, very famous actress in this country years ago, and she was put into a pantomime. And Anna Neagle, her name was. Now, lots of my listeners will know who Anna Neagle is because she was very famous. But they put her into a West End musical at the Adelphi Theatre. And she came on stage and she opened the door. And, of course, she was expecting applause because she was a big star in her day. And she was put on, I think it was pantomime. And I think Lionel Blair might have cast her. But she didn't get the applause that she was waiting for. And it was really, I felt a bit sorry for her. But she was very good in the part. But she paused for that little brief moment. And then carried on with sort of doing the scene, waiting for... But, of course, most of the people who were going to see it, they wouldn't know. And I would suspect that most people who know Petula Clark would probably go and see her. But the majority of audience for Mary Poppins wouldn't know who she was at all. They wouldn't know. And yet she was our biggest-selling singer. She had hits over many, many decades, big singer. And I always thought she was great. I always thought she was absolutely fantastic. I loved all of her songs. She had some really good. Mind you, so did Cilla Black. Cilla Black had lots of hit singles. In fact, we actually cheated a few years ago. We were playing little snippets of them because the orchestrations were fantastic. And you think they don't make songs like that now. They really don't. It's a great shame. So we've done birthdays for Giles Brandreth and Lord Michael Grade. And... what was the other one that I didn't like? There was another story I can't remember what it was. There's so many stories I get to the newspapers, and as I say, you end up being just befuddled by about everything that features in the newspapers. They say here Britons will face soaring costs if Vladimir Putin can be forced into submission by collapsing his economy. Well, it seems to be going there, because if they then say we're not going to be buying any Russian oil, everything else, they're now stuck with it. Who do they sell it to? Nobody. They're stuck with it. So they have no income, and I should imagine that must run into billions. OK, we can go elsewhere and find it, but in the meantime, you're going to be paying through the nose for it. You seriously think the oil company is going to be taking a hit on this one? I shouldn't think so. Disgraced MP Claudia Webb. Do you remember that story about Claudia Webb? She's got to wait until May to try to overturn her conviction for harassment. She was handed a 10-week jail term, suspended for 2 years, after being found guilty at Westminster Magistrates Court in November. They heard that Webb, 56, threatened to throw acid at and reveal naked pictures of Michelle Merritt, a friend of her boyfriend, who's a scout for Chelsea. I mean, really is one of the most bizarre stories. But the case has been adjourned to May the 19th. Labour said it will push for a recall petition to force a by-election if Webb does not quit the Commons, but must first wait to hear the appeal result. Other stories coming in at the moment. Mr. Neil says it's fresh out there today. I've just been out and fed and cleaned the chickens and the ducks. Bless his heart, honestly. He does all these things now. He said because he says. And pheasants. He said, have a great day and stay safe. Lorraine and I had a few great days down in Bath, which is lovely, actually. Bath's very nice. A beautiful afternoon tea in the pump house and did all the touristy stuff and had a nice meal in the Ivy. It's our 40th anniversary in April. How nice. Oh, it looks delicious, doesn't it? Look at him, honestly. Bless his heart. Mr. Neil. He's been with the programme for a long time now, ain't you, mate? And we're very grateful. But so they went to the Ivy. We had a nice meal at the Ivy. Me and Corey had a great time there. Bless his heart. Also, Brooklyn Beckham. He's selling his house, actually, because they have a mansion. He doesn't actually do anything, Brooklyn Beckham. It's very sweet. Because they want to be more flexible and bi-coastal. I know, they too talk rubbish, these people, which is great. And he says, I'm not sure how a pad, this is Vanessa Phelps writing, an asking price just shy of 11 million cramps one's flexibility, but the visions of the nearly newlyweds flexibly whizzing from east to west coast on an almost hourly basis is intoxicating. She said, I can just see myself flitting between Southend and Penzance in the lotus position. Poor old Brooklyn, honestly. Bless his heart. I mean, what do the Beckham family do for a living now? Nothing. The 16-year-old sits there with his jeans round his ankles. Very odd picture. The father just gets another tattoo. And Harper Beckham just sort of conjures up another immense meal in the kitchen, and the mother struggles with the clothing business. That's about it. Lots of tributes to Linda Barron, best known as Nurse Gladys Emanuel, because people liked her. Everybody liked her. And as well. She was in the sequel, yes, as well, with James Baxter. Also, the other story which I was looking at. Oh, it's... I've got to take a break. I was just... Shane Warne's family talking of their nightmare at the moment because they didn't see this one coming at all, as did nobody, unfortunately. 7:15, let's get the news headlines, shall we, with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7. It is cold. I keep reminding you it's cold. Please be aware of it. Avril says it was Charlie Girl at the Adelphi. I nearly went into it when I came out of My Fair Lady in the 60s. It's so odd, isn't it? Because I can remember it like it was yesterday. I really can remember it so well. This morning, Steve, you've moved from rambunctiousness at the start of the programme to reflective. What a professional. What great listening. Perdita, will you stop it? Honestly, it's getting to the stalking stage now. Hope you're well. Hope you're very well. And Steve, I've just booked tickets to take Auntie Mary for Mother's Day to see Mary Poppins. Looking forward to seeing Petula Clark, says Tiger Sam. Mother's Day is on the 27th, on the 20th of this month, Mother's Day. Doesn't really affect me, actually. But I tell you the only thing it affects me is because if you've lost your mum, the cemeteries will be full of flowers. I mean, full of flowers. I remember going to a crematorium, Breakspear, and acres and acres and acres of flowers. I mean, it was just unbelievable, really. So, but you'll love it. It's a great show, Mary Poppins. It really is very, very good. You know, the two boys who wrote the additional songs, they wrote them listening to this programme. Because when I met them, when we had the premiere, they said, we listened to you all the time when we were writing. I was the inspiration. Whee! Very excited, very excited. Steve, can you tell the wife tea's on the bedside table, says Graham. Don't tell me she's gone back to sleep again. Nothing worse, is there? Very embarrassing. All this food, says Christina. And I'm starving. Best get breakfast made. Banana and yoghurt. Oh, I'm not sure about banana and yoghurt. Doesn't sound very exciting, does it? Actually, I'm not sure what I want for breakfast today. Sausages. 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 The simple answer for everything, sausages. I long for a really good transport cafe where you can get a portion of chips with your breakfast as well. Prep bacon roll. I'd kill for a prep bacon roll. I'm sure they don't do them anymore. I'm sure they've stopped them. I only did them when I was sort of having my trouble with the bank, if you remember, which we sorted out. And I was going there. And I went to the little Pret at Victoria, and they did these bacon rolls full of the best bacon you've ever had. Delicious. And I think they must coat the bread rolls with some sort of garlic butter or something like that. Whatever it was particularly delicious. Here, nothing. You get some little thing with a bit of bacon, a bit of cheese. I want a bacon roll. And nobody from Pret has bothered getting back to me. Find that a little bit harsh. You know, they should be writing to me going, Steve, we will make them specifically for you. Do not worry. You can walk over the road and every day... You know, queues for bacon. Every time I get there, no bacon rolls. Perhaps they must be popular. Just can't get them, which is a bit of a problem. So, Christina, it's bacon rolls for me. And, Steve, I'm just back from a trip to the New Forest. The wild ponies are wonderful, meandering down the road. So, hi to Julie, another spiker I've come across recently. The New Forest is great. It's very pretty. It's got little rivers that run through it, pubs in the middle of it. Really nice sort of places where you can lose yourself. Have you noticed the light in the morning, Steve? What, how light it is? I know, I don't like it. I prefer it when it's dark. I do. I'm better when it's dark because I come in here in the dark and then I go home and some mornings it's brilliant sunshine. You think it's too bright. It's too bright. I don't function. You know, at least when it's dark, and it was dark here when they turned off the Christmas lights and all of a sudden there were no lights there at all. And it was, I kind of, you know, you worry about things like that. Well, I do. I worry about all sorts of things. Strange things like that. Yes. I just quite like the idea of being able to get a bacon roll. I don't ask for a lot in life. Seriously, I never complain. So the story that we do like is Andrew Lloyd Webber at the centre of a bus stop with Jackie Weaver, whoever she is. The viral sensation, 74, has branded the West End composer incredibly arrogant because he wrote a song about her without her permission. You don't have to get somebody's permission, Jackie. You quite clearly don't understand the law at all. How you ever got to that job in the council, God alone knows. He just wrote a song about you, dear, like writing a song about Winnie the Pooh. She said, it felt like he'd used my name and story to keep himself relevant. I mean, he's Andrew Lloyd Webber, love. He's worth hundreds of millions of pounds. You're Jackie Weaver, worth nothing. I don't quite understand why you're complaining about it. I'd be grateful, dear. He's keeping your name relevant, not his name. It's you, she says. It would have cost him nothing to have reached out. He probably doesn't know who you are. He's probably just read your name somewhere on the back of a wall or something. She says, but I'm too ordinary for the likes of Andrew Lloyd Webber. I was not good enough for him to send a text or an email to. Why would he bother? Why would he bother? He's managed to get all the publicity out of it, mainly because you've sort of started off moaning about it. Because you've moaned, you've given him the publicity. She became apparently a star, or disaster, after a Zoom meeting, says, I wouldn't even call it a song, I'd call it an anthem. Well, it's sung by Carrie Hope Fletcher, and he released it on Instagram. Part of it goes, when you're stuck in a tunnel and you can't find your way out, thank the Lord there's Jackie Weaver about. Jackie is our saviour, she'll know what to do. In the nick of time, she'll rescue you. What are you moaning about? Honestly, I mean, to be honest with you, it should be Jackie Weaver's a nobody. I'm singing this song, you know, and take it on from there. I mean, it could be any Jackie Weaver. Why do you think it's about you? It could be a name he read on a gravestone. It's what people generally do when they're writing musicals and stories and stuff like that. They go around cemeteries and they find a name, especially old Victorian names. You get the best ones in cemeteries. But, I mean, that's what I do. I'm constantly going around there. I thought, what should I call myself today? Ebenezer. I think that would be Ebenezer. But no, I mean, there must be loads of... She thinks it's her. She's so vain that she thinks that song is about her. Da-da-da-da-da. See? I can get it. I tell you, even at my age. I'm still not averse to doing an old Carly Simon song. But it's true, actually. It's true. Somebody said... Mark says, I had a Pret bacon roll at Waterloo yesterday, but the one opposite the Old Vic. Don't rub it in. I don't need people taking the mickey out of me. It's not my fault, because the Pret actually on the station, there's queues. Apart from that, the stairs are the steepest. I have to hang on to the railings. I look like some geriatric trying to get up the stairs, people rushing past me. And they're all queuing for their coffees. And I always go straight to the bit where I think the bacon rolls are going to be, and they're never there. Never there. It's all very, very disappointing. So, I mean, one day, you know, I'll better find things like that. But at the moment, it is not likely to happen. So there's a lovely picture on the front of the Daily Star today, which is a traumatised doggy getting a hug after he and hundreds of other terrified pets were rescued from this bloody war, because we tend to forget about the animal. People are walking out, you know, trying to get to safety, holding cats, dogs, guinea pigs, even lambs, even little lambs who've, you know, faced the after effect, which is terrible. Britain will be shivering, says Boris Johnson's former deputy Sir Alan Duncan, if we sanction Russia too harshly and run out of gas. Well, we'll just have to buy it somewhere else. Why do the government start making excuses about things? I mean, pull your fingers out and start sort of making some sort of change. What was the other one? Oh, Katie Price saying she'd love to train to become a paramedic. It's an old story, dear. You've done this one before. It's not going to be happening, all right? Nobody's going to let you train as a paramedic. She said, if I could find the time, says Katie Price, who's currently on holiday. Again, I tell you, I can't wait to become bankrupt. The amount of holidays this girl has is almost phenomenal. It really is. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I shall wrap up warm because it is bloomin' freezing today. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 9th of March. Welcome to another day. Welcome to another day where one particular town, 45 coffins have moved in to take the bodies of dead soldiers away. Zelensky invokes the spirit of Churchill in the Commons the other day. It was almost identical. It's just that, you know, when you listen back to the Churchill one, you can see where Zelensky got it from. I mean, he's clinging on. Interestingly to note, since yesterday's programme, things have changed a bit. I promised you yesterday I was boycotting Shell garages because I wasn't going to go for anybody. Sorry, I had to run back. Any petrol in the car, which was going to come from Russia. Might have come from before, but that was different before the war started. Now I've decided the war started, so I said I was going to boycott it. Lo and behold, they boycotted it too. So that's good news, isn't it? I was very pleased about that. So I can go back to the Shell garages and start using the petrol, but I will not buy anything Russian. Not that it made any difference, but PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, McDonald's and Starbucks have temporarily shut businesses in Russia. And I think KFC and Burger King are under increased pressure. So they could be the next ones. But, I mean, that's good news. And then it turns out that more than half of Putin's government want away from the war. But they're too frightened to say anything, because the chances are if they decided to step down, that would be the last thing they'd be seen doing, because Putin goes round like the schoolmaster with a whip. Only the trouble is they would probably lose their lives as a result of it. That's the state it's getting. So now all these people who worked for all these different companies over there, they've now lost their jobs. So there's no money in the banks. They don't have a job to go to. And Putin shows no sign of backing down on the war. So what do? The answer is, you know, by these companies pulling out, which is very laudable, but the only people it hurts are these companies. Putin couldn't give a flying forex. As somebody said yesterday, I was listening to the radio going down to see my brother yesterday, and somebody was saying, but in fact, I think it was on James O'Brien's programme, it makes no difference. Putin is so rich, if he wants a McDonald's Big Mac, he'll build a McDonald's in his back garden of one of his palaces. You know, he doesn't need to worry about it. The ordinary people on the streets who get their fixes of coffee, no more. Gradually, Russia is closing down. He is destroying, by his very act of terror, he's destroying his own country. The supermarket shelves are empty. I'm looking at pictures this morning of empty supermarkets. And this is supposed to be the country that's, we're all big and this, and we are not. He's destroying the country that he claims to love. I suspect he just likes his own money. I suspect that's what it is. But if nobody's buying their oil, admittedly, the price of it will actually go up. We know that will happen. I paid $1.76 yesterday. And so the day before I put 60 quid in, I put 80 quid's worth in yesterday. And I've used about half a tank going down to my brother and coming back again, which didn't, that doesn't bother. I remember saying to my brother, I said, the price of petrol is very expensive. And he looked at me and he went, you really don't need to worry about something like that. Because I'm quite good at saving. In fact, I'm very good at saving. I've got better. And ever since I've got the app, I'm juggling money. Yesterday, we were juggling money about. I've become obsessed with it. It's become, something I look at and I think, right, if I move that from there to there, and because I've got an account there which money goes into and then we take it out, we put it into the different bank accounts, because there seems to be, we're going to simplify it, make it a bit simpler. But I check it on a daily basis. And because I've got a new debit card, I can do touching, which I couldn't do before, contactless. My card didn't let me do that before because it was quite an old one. So this one now runs, and I've got the passport, and we've transferred some money out, so I can now go and look for a new car. So it's actually looking quite good. Oh, and I also get the state pension. Which absolutely thrilled with. I mean, almost to the state of euphoria. I spoke yesterday to Zenzo. That was his name. And he was very impressed with LBC. So I'm quite delighted by that. And he was very, 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 very helpful. In fact, actually, all I've encountered recently, because we're all in the same boat here, is that the DVLA, very helpful. That licence arrived. They said it'll be 10 days, but it arrived. Because I thought it was a joke. I seriously thought it was trying to, cheat me, or all the rest of it, saying, oh, we'll pretend. And, of course, it was genuine. So I got that. And then speaking the other day to Zenzo, who knew all about it, so they're going to write to me. They've told me how much the pension is. This is the state pension. It's £179 a week. But I'm assuming you get tax on that because I'm still working. And plus I get a lump sum as well. And we worked it out. We thought we knew we'd worked it out, but a few of you had worked it out for me, because I didn't claim the pension when it came in at 65. So that should be a lump sum, and that'll go straight into the bank, and that'll be sort of, saving for that rainy day. And my brother is better as well, getting better, because he was having these dizzy spells and all the rest of it. And he's waiting for a heart monitor from the doctor. But the doctor and the hospital where he is don't tend to communicate. And so it's really frustrating. He said, you hang on the phone for ages and ages and ages. And then eventually he got through to somebody and they said, listen, you're third in line to get the heart monitor. This was 2 weeks ago, week and a half, 2 weeks ago. Anyway, when he spoke to them the other day, they said, you're fourth in line for the heart monitor. He said, how can I be fourth? I was third before. And, somebody's obviously been pushed in front. But his was quite important. But he is getting better. But he does need the heart monitor just to check. And I said, listen, I'll buy you a blooming heart monitor. I'll buy it for you. If because then at the hospital they go, oh, didn't the hospital, sorry, didn't the doctor say they had one? And then they go, oh, no, we haven't got one at the moment. It's out. And you think, oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Incompetence. But anyway, he is a bit better. And we were sort of shunting money about all over the place the other day. And also looking at investments, because I spoke to my Lynn. She's had the same problem that everybody else has. Your investments, because of this war, have started going down. And I know you're supposed, because I'm not taking my own advice here. My own advice is when I took out my investments years and years ago, is they will go up and down, and you just ignore them. So I ignored them and let it get on with it. But this time round, I lost, a few thousand quid in a month. And so we think what we'll do is take some out Because, at my age, I mean, for goodness sake, what's the point of having investments if I can actually have the actual cash, which is quite good. So Brenda says, when you get to 80, Steve, you get 25 pence a week extra. Whoopee! Lovely. Did you order the banana juice? I haven't ordered the banana juice, but I will be doing that. I've moved on a bit from the banana juice. Waj is logged into the Spike, as always. And Helinka says, morning, Steve. I stand with your rage regarding that pariah Putin. Putin's unhealthy obsession with Ukraine has caused so much death and destruction. It is an obsession. It's an obsession. He hasn't got the faintest idea what he's doing. He really hasn't. He doesn't care about the bodies. He doesn't care about children being killed. He doesn't care about parents, elderly people. He cares about nothing. So perhaps we should say the same about him. We don't really care whether he's shot dead. I couldn't care less. But, of course, he will be protecting himself, because he must realise that even within his own cabinet there are dissenters. There are people who could do him a lot of harm, and they could do it if they get together, the oligarchs and everybody else going, wait a minute, this country is being decimated by Putin. He's got to be stopped. Let's take him out. I bet you anything there are people thinking that at the moment. Even the generals who've been killed and arrested over in Ukraine have said, we were misled. The troops were misled. We were told we were coming over as a peacekeeping force. The Russian generals, yeah. And we were told we were coming over as a peacekeeping force. Nothing to do with peacekeeping. And it's really awful. It really is awful, because it doesn't matter how much money you raise. There's still people, even as I speak, another person killed. The bombs rain down. We've got Matthew Thompson over there. I mean, he's very brave. I don't care what anybody says about these people. He's on the Polish border. But you do worry. You sort of think Clive Myrie was talking about it. And I worked with Clive Myrie, years ago. 30 years ago, Clive Myrie and I worked together. We worked in the same little newsroom, and he's on his way back, which is good news. And every time I speak to anybody over there, I've always said, stay safe. But you can't... Listen, what do you do? Do you spend all your time with your head up looking into the clouds, wondering if there's going to be another bomber? I mean, Matthew is, I think the last time he wrote to us, he was outside the UK visa application centre in Poland. It's -3 degrees. People have been waiting for 3 hours. There are children, an 84-year-old woman, plenty of room inside, but they won't open the door. Incompetence. Absolutely incompetence. People in the queue say the same thing. If they happen to live in France or Germany, they wouldn't need to be there at all. They could just take their relatives. The UK has quite literally left them out in the cold. Priti Patel, gobby on a stick. The one... Yesterday, I was hearing Nick Ferrari saying exactly the same thing as I said a few days ago, which is, why don't they pull their fingers out? Why don't they pull their fingers out? A Home Office official has said the problem is they aren't the landlords of the building, and they're trying to persuade the building owners to allow more people in, but currently they're refusing. They couldn't give a toss, could they? They really couldn't give a toss. They're not remotely interested. The British government, poo. Poo you. For not doing something to help people. People who say, sorry, we need a visa? Yes, you've got to go back and get your visa. What for? Here's my passport. Look at that 11-year-old boy. He had his little passport with him, and he managed to make a 600-mile journey. And it affected Holly Willoughby the other day, because he was still smiling at the end of it, bless his little heart. He's 11. He's 11, for God's sake. And the government here go, oh, we are doing something. Are you really? What are you doing? What are you doing? You're not doing anything, are you, at all? Too busy worrying about, And as people said to me the other day, and I got quite angry about it, so they've kicked Burko out because he was a bully, and a very good interview with Ian Dale, where Ian was just basically asking him the questions which you would expect him to ask, which is, would you like a list of people who say you bullied them? Burko sitting there lying through his teeth. Not very happy at all. And I thought that was a very good interview. But wait a minute, wasn't Priti Patel done for bullying as well? Why has she not been kicked out? Oh, because apparently she's trying to sort out the refugee problem. Yeah, like hell she is. Like hell she is. I mean, she was investigated, I think, by a different body, but they found her guilty of bullying. And you think, but wait a minute. I mean, what has she achieved? And the answer is she's achieved nothing. Nothing at all. She's had loads of opportunities to try and do something. She can't even arrange visas for people to get into this country. People who are fleeing a war-torn country. People who are lucky to get out alive. There's many people in body bags, in coffins, in cemeteries, who didn't make it here. And as far as I'm concerned, you know, because of their basically holding up of the whole process, they have blood on their hands. It's as simple as that. You can't describe it any other way. All they've got to do is pull their fingers out and get on with it. They couldn't even sort out people coming over the channel, could they? What hope to sort out people coming from Ukraine? What a shameful person she is, and the government as well. Absolutely shameful. They're doing nothing. Everybody else taking people in. Us, do you have a visa? Can we just check it? Oh, for God's sake, honestly. Makes you want to throw up, doesn't it, really? It's 4:15.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. All the COVID travel bans, they say, could be axed in days, although yesterday, record numbers of people going down with COVID, which I was quite surprised about. I was reading that yesterday, I think, and I remember thinking, oh right, so for all those people who go, oh, don't worry about COVID, that's all gone away now, hasn't it? No, it hasn't. A lot of the column is picking up on Caprice Bourette. Apparently she's some model of some sort, and she's another one. She decided to take all her clothes off and have something written on her back, basically capitalising on a war in a country she quite clearly knows very little about. Not the brightest penny in the box. The Beckhams have given £1 million to charity. I think it's to their charity, because he has a charity. I don't know if she's got a charity. I think he has a charity, and it's linked in. And so they've given £1 million. And as I say, it's a drop in the ocean. They need lots and lots of money, all the charities. We were advising people to use DEC, D-E-C, because they've raised over 100 and whatever it is million now in a very short space of time. And the idea is to get as much money in, get it over there, buy all the stuff that they need so that people, you know, it's freezing cold. I've seen pictures. There was a picture in the paper today which haunted me, of a pensioner sitting in a shopping trolley as they were trying to get her, or him, over a bridge which had been bombed. Really ridiculous. Also, as I told you the other day, because we had Shane Warne who died, now he'd been on a liquid diet, and I've heard of liquid diets before. There are all sorts of people who go, oh, if you just do a liquid diet with all these juices, you're going to be fine and you'll lose weight. Cobblers. Absolute cobblers. You've got to have a mixed diet. And so finally, one of the papers got round to it today, talking about these liquid diets, and they asked some people to try them. And they said, yes, we tried them. Never again. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. It's not safe. You've got to eat less, and you've got to eat well. It's little and often. Exercise, you know, little and often, and exercise, and that will be fine. A liquid-only diet, dangerous. Very, very dangerous. So please don't go down that route. Rob says, now you're in receipt of the state pension, you'll also stop paying national insurance contributions on your earnings. Oh, well, I stopped those when I was 65. Because you don't have to pay it as a pension, but you have to pay the new social care tax from April at 1.25%. Oh, I can cope with something like that, actually. Nicholas says, I remember you wanted to show the producers a 10-shilling note. So I've posted one to you. Thank you for the spike, says Nicholas in Chiswick. Well, there you go. Somebody sent me a sixpence a few years back, actually, which I quite liked. A sixpence. Steve says, Shane in Sydney, looking for banana juice down here after you suggested it. Couldn't find it in Coles or Woolworths. I shall keep looking. Yeah, it's probably something that you would probably find in what I call ethnic shops, you know, shops which cater for a certain community where they do all the different juices, all the mangoes and all the other bits and pieces. That's the place you'll find it. I don't think you're going to find it in a normal supermarket. It would be a specialist supermarket where they do all these lovely juices. I love it. I mean, big supermarkets have world food aisles. Don't have one in ours. No, and ours is fairly big, you know, about as big as it can be. But Sunbury's Tesco does it? Well, there you go. I've never been to Sunbury. Oh, I tell you, I have been to Sunbury Tesco. I just wish that you could find things. I tried to find the other day foil, and I walked round for ages trying to find it until I had to ask somebody. Said, excuse me, can you tell me where aluminium foil is? She said the next aisle. I was literally about 3 feet away from the blooming thing. But it doesn't matter. Steve says, Barry, help, I'm feeling completely burnt out. I need to work to pay for school fees. I'm not rich, but I decided a long time ago to send my girls to better schools in the Richmond area as opposed to where I live in Hounslow. But I've not been able to invest as much as I need into my business and expand. I work most days of the week in the office, hardly go out to eat or on holiday. The last time I went on a proper holiday was when I got married over 20 years ago. The worst is yet to come, as I've been asked by my university to give a 40-minute presentation to students about running a small business. So I'm not sure I got the confidence. Of course you got the confidence. That's the whole idea. That's why they've asked you. It was like there used to be a joke years ago. And they said, how do you get a small business? And the answer is buy a big business and the government will do it for you. Have I ever done public speaking? Yes, I've done my shows. That's to students. Yeah, I did Harrow School some years ago. They just wanted to know about the sex phone-ins on LBC, of which, of course, I was grossly naive. But, but imparting your wisdom. No, I mean, there's an art to doing public speaking. There is really an art to it. John and, is it Lisa? Ilsa. Says, thank you for the last few minutes, taking it up for the refugees. Listen, who else is going to look after them? Certainly not Priti Patel. I wouldn't trust her with a barrel organ. Seriously, I wouldn't trust her with anything at all. She's just a load of old hot air. That's all that comes out of her mouth is hot air and no result. I mean, can you imagine? Want to go to France or Germany, they let you in as a refugee. Over here, no, you need to go back to Lille, and then you've got to get a train to go to here, and then you've got to go here, then you've got to fly to the moon, then you've got to pick up a piece of moon rock, bring it back, use that, and you think to yourself, these people are seeing members of their family killed, Pretty. I don't know whether or not you sleep well at night, dear. I'm assuming you can't. I'm assuming you can't do with the weight of everything on your shoulders. But then don't make statements that you can't fulfil, because I think, you have to be seen to be doing something. And at the moment you're doing, to put it politely, nothing. Nothing. Happy birthday to Martin Fry from ABC, The Look of Love. And that's about it. I can't remember any of their other hit singles, unfortunately. There's a widow suing over her husband's ashes deceit. For 27 years, she went to the cemetery to say a little prayer and have a little chat to him. He was cremated. And turns out he wasn't at that cemetery at all. He was at another one. She's been doing it for 27 years. I mean, I don't really know what you can do about something like that. I would think that was probably an honest mistake. It's like when you get people and they say, and so you buried mum or dad in the family plot? No. And they go, well, that's what we thought you were doing. I mean, how things get messed up, I've got no idea. I mean, when you go to the crematorium and they sort of cremate you, they take the ashes out. They're very careful to know that you've only got your ashes. Some people go, oh, maybe you get them mixed up. No, absolutely not. And they've got machines that do bits and pieces. And then they give somebody the urn. But then I think maybe the urn might have been marked incorrectly. And because they do them, then they write you to say you can come and collect, Auntie Annie's ashes or whatever it happens to be. And you go and collect them. I think maybe they were incorrectly labelled. And they went to maybe the wrong cemetery. And it's happened. It happens. It's called human error. Nothing you can do about it at all. Nothing you can do about it. But she's suing. She's suing for it, which I'm not sure is the best thing. It doesn't matter. It just means that you've been praying for somebody else. But, as it's the thought, but as you don't know, it is, I've decided actually that when I go, I want to be scattered on Richmond Bridge. I want to be scattered, and I want all my old producers there, and to make sure they're facing the right way into the wind. Yeah, they'll be just make sure he's really gone. Don't want that one coming back again. Could you wish my mum, says Amanda, Joy Gibson, a very happy 70th birthday for Monday the 14th of March. Oh, right. So it's Monday coming up, is it? What are we up to now? 9th of March. Should we save that one? Can we save that? I'll save it, because there you go. You've had 2 mentions already, Joy. But 70th, particularly difficult time at the moment. Mind you, I'm heading up your direction. I should be 68 in 8 days' time. God. One of my friends wrote to me, Stuart Manning, and he said, how do you feel about it? I wrote back, really happy. Not. It's only a number, isn't it? It's only a matter of a number. Nobody really cares. EastEnders and Emmerdale have had a ratings clash. The results are in. So, one, they've got Emmerdale with all their characters and all the rest of it. And you don't see much farming going on in Emmerdale, because it's not called Emmerdale Farm now. It's just Emmerdale the village. And EastEnders have sort of changed it. So, guess who won? You can tell by the way I've said it. Emmerdale beat EastEnders in the overnight ratings. It's amazing, isn't it, really? So I can tell you that Emmerdale and EastEnders both aired at the 7:30 slot. Emmerdale pulled in 4.2 million viewers. EastEnders had an audience of 2.6 million. Coronation Street came out top with 4.4 million, which actually Emmerdale's pulling up quite quickly. But I mean, EastEnders, close it down now. Put it out of its misery. You wouldn't expect a dog to hang around, would you, on its last legs? No, put it out of its misery. Do it. So, poor old EastEnders, having just spent £87 million. I bet the people over in Emmerdale would love them to spend £87 million on a set. Because theirs is on private land. They built a real village. You literally, you drive onto the property. It's got security there and everything else. It's like going to a film set, and you drive over a hill, and there's the village that they've built, which is very clever. It's been built on this bloke's farmland, and it's all there. It's all there. Nay, Mr. Wilkes. Amos Brearley. I mean, since the 1990s, Harewood has been the main location for filming, which is in the Yorkshire Dales. Upon its departure from its original home, the village of Esholt, Emmerdale's been filmed at a purpose-built outdoor set deep in the heart of the Harewood estate. So you can't see it. You could if you sent a drone over or something like that, and that could interrupt filming. And they literally, like Brookside, that was actually built on an estate. And one of the houses there was used as the bit where they directed all the cameras and all the rest of it. And the same here, the Harewood estate. And I've spoken to people who've been there, said it's great. You can go on tours, I think. Tours, which is quite nice. Brace yourselves, it's going to be the coldest March ever. -4 degrees. Oh, where have we heard that before? Although yesterday was freezing cold. It really was very, very cold. Chip lovers face smaller portions. I live in hope of a smaller portion. I looked at the picture of some bloke with a plate of chips, and I thought to myself, I could eat a plate of chips now. If we had a deep fat fryer in the newsroom, I could be churning out sausages in batter. I could be churning out hot plates of chips, curry sauce, ketchup. Oh, dear me, honestly. How wonderful. How wonderful. There's a woman who hasn't eaten fruit or vegetables for about 22 years. And somebody said, I'll give you £1,000 if you eat a pea. And she turned it down. Yeah, I like peas. They're you need a spoon. Can't, or mash them and then you pick them up. But I like fresh peas, when you get the pod. And when Paul Cooper has them in, I just pick up a couple of pods, open them and just eat the peas. Which is, no, not mushy. No, I don't do that. It's very common northern stuff. We don't do that down here at all. But I'm quite sure some of our northern members in the newsroom will be going, oh, we love mushy peas, Steve. Dominic could be like that, I can tell. Yeah, by ek, e by gum. E by gum. Ilk Climor bar tat. 29 minutes to 5. Let's get the news headlines with Serena Farrow.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, the 9th of March. It's cold, and apparently colder weather is on the way. So they say. So they say. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. Do you know the Archers, says Kevin the Milton, has been going 70 years, gets 4 million listeners, yet has never had to spend a penny on scenery. I know. I used to love the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. We used to have a load of albums years ago when I used to work for this industrial music station. And all the albums were the BBC sound effects. And it was Execution. And it turned out it was a watermelon being cut with a sword, which apparently sounded like an execution. And then they had all these different bits and pieces where, walking on gravel up a path and stuff like that, and doors and doorbells and stuff like that. And there was a whole series of these albums, which I thought were brilliant, absolutely brilliant. But my mother used to listen to the Archers. I think everybody did. There was no choice on radio. There wasn't anything else. You either had the BBC or you didn't have anything at all. I mean, how many episodes of the Archers? Good God, no. I go back to Walter Gabriel, and nobody remembers that. Since 1951, how many episodes? I don't know. Thousands and thousands. 19,500. Wow. I always remember that dun 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 dun, and then a little bit like this. There used to be this character. Well, there was this character Walter Gabriel, and who was one of the mainstays of it, and he had the most peculiar voice. I've never heard a voice like it. I don't know whether or not we've managed to find a little bit of his voice on YouTube, because you had to hear it to believe it. It was Walter Gabriel. And, back in the 1950s, this would have been, I'm quite sure. And I remember thinking at the time, there is the most unusual voice I've ever heard in my entire lifetime, because I spent my life listening to voices. Obviously, I would do, being in speech radio. But is it not there? Oh, what a shame. Such an interesting voice. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, there we go. There's two out the way. There's a product made by Mazza. They produce various flavours, says Gary, of banana juice. We're liking the banana juice. We're big into banana juice. And Steve, hope you're well, as can be. I'm afraid I've not listened to Mr. M since the war in Ukraine, due to the informative coverage on LBC, thinking of all the Ukrainians. Well, it does become addictive, but for all the wrong reasons, doesn't it? For all the wrong reasons. You don't want to look at the papers and look at the pictures of people. And it's good to stay informed. And I don't think Mr. M would hold it against you for wanting to be informed, because I should imagine he's also listening at exactly the same time as you are, because it's something that's of world importance. It has to be. It's about the biggest thing that we're ever going to face in our lives. Other stories: Prince Andrew emerging for the first time in weeks after paying off sex abuse accuser Virginia Giuffre. He wore AirPods as he drove at his Windsor estate the other day. Still don't like him. I don't care what anybody says. I really can't stand him. Prince Harry, don't like him either. And here he's gone all Brokeback Mountain. He was wearing a cowboy hat on a surprise visit to a rodeo. And he conjured up images of the movie star, Jake Gyllenhaal, as he mingled with crowds in his green felt headwear. He looked fed up without Meghan. He chatted with another hat wearer before watching bull riding. Really? I thought you were interested in animal conservation, Harry. I've obviously got it all wrong, dear. You just tell lies like everybody else. It was another bid for Harry to get ahead with American culture. Last month it was a Super Bowl. He looked suitably bored at that one, didn't he? I mean, animals used in rodeos, as he probably knows, but he's too ignorant to actually, bring it to the forefront, suffer fatal injuries including broken backs, necks, heart attacks and aneurysms. But, of course, Harry doesn't care about that, does he? Because it's not a case of do what I do, it's do what I say. So here he is, but looking a bit lost without Meghan. She sort of hangs on to him. Perhaps he's a bit simple. Perhaps he needs hanging on to, but he shouldn't be here because he's supposed to be interested in animal conservation. And I don't understand why he's even there. You wait till she gets him home. Oh, is he in for a bit of trouble? Definitely. We've got Walter Gabriel. It's an unusual voice, isn't it? Is this...
I tell you, nobody goes round speaking with the handle of a spoon stuck in their jobs. So why does you want to poke it in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, it was a cross between so many different things. It really was. That was Walter Gabriel. What year was that? What was he doing? 62. Yeah, I mean, I would think actually you could put... What do you mean, my era? Honestly, it's a bit rude, isn't it? A little bit rude. At last, some good news. John Bercow banned from the Commons for being a serial bully and a liar. And, I'd never heard of this, that you can be banned from the Commons for life. I had no idea it even existed. The former Tory MP will never again hold a pass to the building in Westminster. So where he goes now, I've got no idea. I mean, he doesn't have his own pass, but he can come in as a visitor. Why would he want to go there? They don't like him. The amount of people who've stepped forward. Also, he gets a taxpayer-funded pension. Tory MPs have called for him to lose it. I don't know whether he's rich or whether he's not rich. I would have no idea on things like that. But they said, Commons officials said a plaque honouring him in the gym would be taken down. And he's sworn, he's done all sorts of things. Michael Fabricant called for a debate on how Bercow's bullying could have lasted so long. Well, people just don't complain about stuff like that, do they, anymore? But it's very odd, isn't it? He's 59, guilty of bullying and harassment of several senior staff. There was nearly 2,000 pages of evidence. Nearly 2,000. You can imagine how long this took. So, consequently, he's out. What he does now, I've got no idea. No idea. Terry says, I lost my dad, Peter, on Sunday, former paratrooper vet. He loved your show and listened to LBC 24/7. I'm type 2 diabetic and I lost 6 stone, reducing insulin. Also, pelvic hip disability. I knew the late Graham Reed at Magic Circle and George Michael in the 80s. So there you go, Terry. There you go, Terry. Peter looks lovely, doesn't he? I love people who wear uniforms. I'm a military family, so, you know, I always like things like that. And this was obviously taken on Poppy Day because there's somebody selling poppies behind him. So you don't say how old Peter was. I'm guessing he'd be 80-something. Only guessing, but very smart. And the people are so proud to wear their uniforms and their berets and all their medals and everything else, and so they should be. So they should be. And we're seeing it all over again. Although the difference is at the moment that the Russian army are totally ill-prepared for war. Totally ill-prepared. They're just children. The generals are hopelessly out of touch. They've got no idea how to run a war properly. It's all very embarrassing. And as we've said before, they're going back in body bags. You know, but Putin doesn't care. Why would he care? He's not remotely interested. You know, he's already sent his wife away to go and live in Switzerland in a secure place. Wife. Faux pas there. 2 massage girls who were the last to see Jane Warne alive have been quizzed by police. And they're not linked to his death, but they seemed relaxed when he stripped off for a 2-hour oil massage. I don't like massage. I'm sorry, I can't get into it. The very idea... I have had them before. Only once. It was just a body massage. I didn't like it. I don't know if it was oil or... I can't remember. Whatever it was, I lay there rigid. And I just didn't like it. It wasn't my sort of thing at all. Mercy Marocchi is the guest columnist in The Sun today, talking about the people who take their clothes off, calling it empowering for women, which, of course, is a right load of old balderdash, I'm afraid. It's not empowering at all, just an opportunity to make money out of it. And so she caught the flack last week from the liberal feminists for writing in this column that it was classless and embarrassing for older female celebs such as Madonna and Britney to post naked pictures. I was told I was wrong, that it was actually empowering for women to post nude snaps to complete strangers. The liberal feminist mob told me I should keep my nose out of what women decide to post. Except the problem is, says Mercy, I can't. Because it's actually unclad celebs who are constantly rubbing my nose and everybody else's in their stark naked pictures. The latest celeb, in inverted commas, to strip off is Kerry Katona, who previously lost relevance and all her money before going bankrupt twice. However, she says she's become a millionaire again by selling topless pictures of herself. Women, of course, have a right to do what they like, a right I defend. But I equally defend my right to hold an opinion, and I will very much continue to do so. Oh, it's just tacky and cheap. I don't care. If people want to think it's empowering, we'll think it. You know, you can come up with any old baloney that you want to. It's like the Spice Girls, you know. Oh, yes, because it's girl power. The hell it was. It was never girl power. They were a group controlled by men, put together by a man. They didn't do anything to, evolve girl power. It was a load of old baloney, I'm afraid. Prince Harry pictured sporting a cowboy hat at a Texas rodeo. Harry and Meghan's good friend and biographer, Omid Scobie, tweeted a picture saying he was living his best American life. I don't think so. Rodeo is a sport that often involves the torture, injury and death of bulls. It's certainly not on brand, given Meghan's animal rights activism. But, do you think she'll be telling Harry off because he's a little child? As someone who's felt Harry has been lacking a backbone and has been naively sucked into Hollywood-style displays of virtue signalling, I quite like seeing him not glued to Meghan's side and going about his own business for once. Maybe he's trying to be his own man after 4 years of behaving like a big girl's blouse, she writes. If so, I endorse it. He's a big girl's blouse. He doesn't do anything. She's there to hold his hand, put her arm through his and all the rest of it, basically furthering her own career and killing him stone dead. So he goes to a rodeo without even thinking about the injury, these animals, and how they're put down with a bullet if they get injured in the ring. They don't go, oh, let's get them to the vets and let's get them ready for the next. No, not at all. Not at all. 4:45.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, just to let you know, the woman who plays Peggy Wally in The Archers, her name's June Spencer, and she's 102 and still going strong, says Phil. Oh, I know the feeling. And one from Tony, who says, I'm 78 And I remember listening to the Archers every night at 6:45 as a child with my mother. I remember Walter Gabriel very well. Did you know that on the opening night of ITV, the BBC killed off Grace Archer in a fire, so people would be too upset to watch television? It's called a spoiler. It's called a spoiler. It's a case of how can we... Let's have a death. A death is always very good, and especially if you could keep it quiet. But the trouble is now, because everything leaks like a sieve, you know about these things in advance. They're going to kill off Tiffany, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, Tiffany, in EastEnders, they killed off Tiffany, Oh, look, run over by a taxi. Did you know that there's a lot of hits that you probably know, but they were not hits for this particular... Well, they were hits for these artists I'm going to mention to you, but, in fact, they'd borrowed it. They'd borrowed the single. So Natalie Imbruglia doing Torn, in fact, it wasn't hers. There was a Danish singer called Lise Sorensen, who had a go, followed by an American band, the Edna Swap, and finally a Norwegian singer, Trine Rein, who did a version, all before Natalie Imbruglia had it. Tainted Love by Soft Cell was, in fact, he'd heard it. It was a long-forgotten B-side by Gloria Jones, played in Northern Soul clubs, and Mark Almond took it and turned it into the biggest selling hit of 1981. In the UK. Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun, wasn't hers. Oh, no. And yet it was written and released by little-known Robert Hazard in 1979, where it didn't even hit the charts. Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You, whose that was? Dolly Parton, of course. Happy Monday's Step On. Shaun Ryder sang He's Gonna Step On You Again. Well, that was done by a guy called John Congos in 1971, called He's Gonna Step On You Again. That was the best bit, yeah, exactly. And Hanging on the Telephone by Blondie, Jack Lee, who wrote that punk classic for his band The Nerves, readily gave permission for Blondie to cover it because his electricity was about to be cut off, so he needed the money. Madonna's Ray of Light, Curtis Muldoon's largely ignored 71 self-titled album include a song called Serein, which 27 years later caught the attention of the producer William Orbit, and Madonna turned it into a Grammy winner. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, I Love Rock and Roll. Well, that was, in fact, a B-side for a group called The Arrows. Alan Merrill wrote and released it in 1975, a B-side. Tiffany, I Think We're Alone Now. Where did that one come from? That was Tiffany Darwish's cover version. It got to number one 20 years later. That gets all the thing, but it was Tommy James and the Shondells. And you remember them because their big hit single was Here We Come Down, Say Monet, Monet, Blum, 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 Jump Around, Turn Around, Mum. You remember that? You don't remember Tommy James and the Shondells? God, I feel ancient. Twist and Shout from the Beatles, wasn't theirs? Oh, no. The full medley of John Lennon, they were the most prolific song titles, but it was not one of theirs. It flopped when a group called the Top Notes released it in 1961. It did far better for the Isley Brothers in 1962, and Elvis Presley... One for the money, two for the show, three to get ready to go, can't go, but don't you step on my blue suede shoes. They were, in fact, cover versions, most of his stuff. Carl Perkins wrote it. He had a bigger hit with it. It sold more than 1 million copies for Perkins in 1955, in the days when you sold records. Also, Red Red Wine, UB40, that was a hit for Tony Tribe. Was it not? Yeah. Red Red Wine, written by, I can't remember. Oh, wait a minute, Neil Diamond. Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? Because then you hear UB40 doing it, and when you tell people, somebody else had the hit with that, and they go, no, they didn't. Yeah, they did. They did. The One Direction fans have deluged Madame Tussauds with requests. What are they looking for? Body parts. They're looking for body parts of One Direction because the museum have taken the band off show. They've been there for quite a while. Some discarded Directioners have wanted to buy all 5 figures. One offered to fly them by private jet to Australia. They went on show in 2013. They've remained popular, but now they said the time has come to bid them a fond farewell. So what they tend to do is they tend to keep the heads, but they get rid of the bodies. They either get melted down, and I know, it sounds disgraceful, doesn't it? But the heads, because the heads are the most complicated bit. And, you might end up with Harry Styles' foot or something. Yeah, well, I would imagine they'll make a new one of him. I would have thought so, actually. So they're scrambling. Can we have any bits? No, you can't. Not a very nice thing to do, but imagine saying, because they look so real. They really do. The heads look very real. I think they've also taken Putin off display. Not looking good for Putin, is it? Everybody turning against him. Sad, lonely man. Mark and Michelle, Keegan and Wright, have been making the most of their break in LA, dropping into celebrity restaurants for a posh night out. What is this obsession we're going to... Why don't you just go to somewhere normal, darlings? Make it a lot easier for you. You don't need to go to a celebrity restaurant. It makes you look a bit desperate, really. But they've gone all out. They're staying at a £26,000 a week villa overlooking the Hollywood Hills. Must be very high if it's overlooking the Hollywood Hills. And they're building their own mansion in Essex. They call it a mega mansion. It's not really a mega mansion. It's just, somebody will build a bigger one quite easily. And they were wearing coordinated outfits. But they were obviously there with a photographer because nobody knows who they are in America. They're not known at all in America. Roman Kemp says he doesn't date English girls. Apparently he says women that have their life plan are busier. That attracts me more than anything. You look at the girls I've dated in the past. They're girls that are doing their own thing and they're effing good at it. Flipping? Would that be the word? I should imagine. Single Roman is on the lookout for somebody special. Bit difficult when you do a breakfast show, love. Little bit difficult, Somebody goes, so you're going to bed at what time? 7 o'clock? What for? Because I have to get up to go to work, because that's what's on the table. Also, stars are lining up to read children's bedtime stories for Comic Relief. Ellie Goulding, Alex Brooker, comedian Josh Widdicombe, and presenter Gok Wan and Sue Perkins are taking part. So that's good. I think the Duchess of Cambridge marked Children's Mental Health Week by reading Jill Tomlinson's The Owl Who Was Afraid of the Dark. I'd never heard of it. Might be just a girly book, which is very good. And a vicar has been sacked. Clive Evans shocked a family with his antics. He carried out a baptism in his boxer shorts. Dear. How dated, boxer shorts. Good Lord, nobody wears boxer shorts nowadays. It's all, sort of better. But a relative said he started to remove his shirt, which I thought was fair enough, seeing as he didn't want to get it wet. However, when he started taking off his shorts, I was shocked and I discovered, why is he undressing completely? But the Bishop of Hereford, the Right Reverend Richard Jackson, says we'll be keeping all those affected in our prayers. I love it. I like the singing vicar as well. He's very good. The singing vicar who sings at this wedding. He's fantastic. He's absolutely brilliant. And to mark International Women's Day, 700 women braved the chilly North Sea. It was at Portobello Beach, Edinburgh, raising money for Women's Aid, Rape Crisis and Held in Our Hearts. Couldn't they find something else to do apart from going in the sea? Freezing cold, terrible day, wasn't it? And you sit there and you think, I'm not going in the sea. I would. It was freezing. It was freezing yesterday, but of course quite nice when I drove down to my brother's. It was very nice because it heated car, wind rushing through my hair, that sort of tousled look. Very exciting. A pensioner has returned a book to a library more than 60 years late. Jill Davis said she found the forgotten submarine at the side of a road in 1957. She planned to return it after reading it, but never did. Instead, she took the World War II spy tale with her on several house moves before it re-emerged whilst decluttering. And the City Council has scrapped fines to encourage the return of overdue books. Imagine. That's what a lot of people did, didn't it? They used to sort of pinch books from the library, which was a bit naughty, actually. And I believe Wind Beneath My Wings was first recorded by Steve Allen. Really? I don't think so, Eddie. You think so? Wind Beneath... Does it say that? I don't know. For charity, yes. My friend Barry Upton wrote 5678 for Steps and now lives off the proceeds, says Michael. 5, 6, 7, 8, my roots scooting, baby, is driving me crazy, my... I know we did it because we did it on Five's Company with all of them. And it was very funny. Steve, sorry to bother you, but there's no podcast for yesterday, says Nora. Any chance your team can put it on? It's being, even as you speak, it is being put up there. It was a bit of a glitch within the system. But we've sorted out the glitch. The glitch is no more, as they say, and it will be up there by 7 a.m. this morning. OK, so just as we sort of finish before Nick Ferrari joins us, it will be up there for yesterday, which was a good one, actually. Yesterday was a very good little programme. We have sort of days where we go, well, that was a very good programme, or that was OK programme. Yeah, dreadful, isn't it? Dreadful. What have we got here? Lorraine Kelly Never let it be said that she doesn't land the A-list guests. Oh, you're beautiful, you're marvellous, you're wonderful. It's not really her, though, is it? It's only pretend Lorraine Kelly, as we now know. But she, on today's Lorraine, she shares a pre-recorded chat with Ryan Reynolds. And really hard-hitting. She joked she brought glamour and excitement to football. Stunning questions. Tough questions on that one. But anyway, you can watch the chat on Lorraine from 9 a.m. today. What was the other one we've got here? Oh, it's Tipping Point is the easiest, but you win the most on the chase. So Eggheads, average prize £9,364. They never win it. They never win it. The chase, average prize £21,000. Pointless, typical BBC, average prize £2,825. Yeah, and Tipping Point, £4,172. I don't see any reason why. But the trouble is, we want to see it. We want to see big money up on the stage, don't we? I loved it when they actually got Bradley Walsh, and they sort of got him as like a gotcha. Anton Deck did. They got him firstly on one thing, and he didn't know. He was set up at a fake lunch for a charity. And he said, "You'll never get me again." He's the only one I think they've actually done twice. And the second time, they infiltrated the chase. So all the people playing were actors, and they were being fed all their directions, and they were told all the answers as well. And they won £200,000. And then all the fire alarms went off, and Bradley Walsh was looking around, what? Then the lights went out. Then Anton Deck were there dressed as fireman. He went, "Not you two." He got done twice. But the funniest was Stephen Mulhern gets done at the pantomime. Everything goes wrong. Everything goes wrong at the pantomime. They've rearranged his props. Oh, it was amazing. And now he wears boxer shorts. Well, I'd mention that, just in passing. News at 5. Here it comes.
Granny and Grandpa had their hearts set on getting Jess a drum kit for her birthday. And because they bought it on their Barclaycard, they were rewarded too. It was music to their ears. Same can't be said for Mum and Dad. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Search Barclaycard to find out more about our range of rewards cards. Barclaycard. Make money work for you. 28.9% APR representative variable. Subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. T's and C's apply.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Good morning. It's Wednesday, the 9th of March. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So all going very well in the pension department. I'm very excited by this, because I should have done it ages ago. But for some reason, I just never got round to it. But the bloke that we spoke to, Zenzo, was very impressed that I was on LBC. So he's sorting all that out, which is very nice indeed. And we get backdated as well, which is good for a few years. So better than nothing. It's like a little windfall, isn't it, really? The Beckhams have given money to fleeing children. And so David said the needs of families are escalating. 7.5 million children are at risk. It's all to do with UNICEF, but he's got his 7 fund. I don't know why it's called 7. It's 7, of course, was his number, wasn't it? Hence Harper's 7. And they've sort of given this £1 million. So it's basically gone into their own account for their charity. And so how it's going to be administered, I've got no idea. But I'm sure with the help of UNICEF, they'll manage that one. Sting has ruled out oligarch gigs after a private show for a tycoon's family. He played a private gig 5 years before he was sanctioned by the EU. Speaking to the Mirror, he says no oligarch in Britain, Russia or anywhere else is in any position to book a gig, a wedding or a party. Those days are over. He played at the £1 billion wedding of Mikhail Gustariev's son, Said, in Moscow, where he performed alongside Jennifer Lopez. They're that rich. That's why they'll never be arrested, the oligarchs. They get whatever they want because they're in with Putin. And we've still got them here, although for some reason one of them made it into the House of Lords. How? I've got no idea. Perhaps Boris can answer all those questions. But you look at people being helped, elderly people, children. It's just appalling. Sting's spokesman added the star is appalled at the Ukraine invasion and will not play any more shows for anyone connected to the Putin regime. He's not winning this one, is he, Putin? I don't care whichever way you look at it. He might be sort of, raining bombs down on places, but he hasn't broken the spirit of the Ukrainians. He really hasn't. I mean, they're sort of very much, we'll fight them on the forest, we'll fight them on the beaches, we'll fight them all over the place. And as Putin's own people turn against him, thousands upon thousands upon thousands have now been imprisoned because he can't cope with somebody who basically says to him, why don't you sod off? You know, do us all a favour. Go and do one. Go and do one. Go and live in your Dhaka. Go and take your ill-gotten gains. You know, and let the rest of the people hang on to what little they've got left. Because as all these big companies close all their businesses, more and more people are going to be suffering in Russia. Not to the point of death. Well, not all of them. But it's a case that they don't have jobs. And not only do they not have jobs, they've got no money coming in. There's no supermarkets with any food in. They're running out of that. They've got no money in the supermarkets. Nobody's buying their oil. We've basically told him, you stick it, mate. You keep pumping it all up and you just keep it because nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying it. All right, so we might suffer. We're stronger than you. You are only doing it for yourself. We're all doing it for the people of Ukraine. It's as simple as that. Steve, my ex-father-in-law's cousin was in a duo whose song Madonna sampled for Ray of Light. He does well from the royalties. Barry Upton was in a later version of Brotherhood of Man and briefly worked as a presenter at Chiltern Radio. And, yes, do you know, I think he's spoken to me. I'm sure that Barry Upton has spoken to me. I'm pretty certain from Brotherhood of Man, years and years ago. I'm pretty certain. And Shane says, didn't the lead singer of the Rubettes singing Sugar Baby Love have a good voice? Yes, his name was, wait a minute, Sugar Baby Love. He was the one who had the high-pitched voice in the Rubettes, and his name was Paul Da Vinci. Paul Da Vinci was the lead singer of the Rubettes, and he went on to have a very successful solo career because he could hit the high notes. Paul Da Vinci. I'm very rarely wrong on anything to do with music. I'm fairly good at these sort of things. I might not necessarily know all the songwriters, but I can tell you the history of most of the groups, which is good news. Yes, I'm light-end, you see. Light-end, but with a bit of serious stuff thrown in on occasions. Steve, wish my best friend and showman, Winnie, a very happy birthday for today, says little Julie. So, Winnie, have a very, very happy birthday. Do you know, I tell you, I wish I could come on air every morning and go, oh, today's a fantastic day. But all I keep thinking of is these horrible pictures in the papers of children and old-age pensioners and people like that who are coming back to nothing. And there was one woman the other day, I should imagine she's tip of the iceberg, and some man offered her a lift. She gets in the car with her daughter. He robs them blind. He takes everything that they own. All they ended up with was getting out of the car and the clothes that they stood up in. And that was it. And then a lot of other people are looking for sex traffickers. So they're offering people a way out of the country if you want to go and work in the sex industry. I mean, seriously, the exploitation of the Ukrainian people is almost beggars belief. And look out here because Mel B seems keen to sign a new posh spice. And she met the Duchess of Cornwall at Clarence House at a reception to celebrate International Women's Day. Mel was one of 90 women Camilla had invited at present of Women of the World. We like Camilla. She's getting on a bit now. She's no spring chicken. I think Camilla is 74. But, you know, and Prince Andrew... Oh, boring man. What with him and the ex-wife? Good grief. Another one here, which is Coleman's Mustard Factory in Norwich closed 2 years ago when production shifted to Germany and Burton-on-Trent. But apparently the Victorian Conservatory, where the Coleman family relaxed in their bath chairs, has been Grade 2 listed. That's quite nice, isn't it? I like the idea. But I especially liking the picture of this couple. This is Sue Bell and Dave Haywood. They've saved more than 400 spotty dogs. What are spotty dogs called? Dalmatians. That's right. In a dedicated sanctuary. They're dotty about the breed. They had to stop taking the dogs in where their remote flood-prone home near Newton Abbot became uninhabitable. So they opened DAS Dalmatians in 2016. They're now near the new Spot. Said, life with these dogs is madness, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Oh, they're so cute. Do you know they get rid of Dalmatians if their spots are not properly separated on their bodies? Did you know that? Yeah, it's a little-known fact that they're looking for, in the puppies, the spots have got to be separate. If they blend into other spots, they don't want them. They're a bit fussy about that. It's like people who sort of take dogs and sort of interbreed them. I don't like this interbreeding stuff. I'm not sure about it. You know, I got confused when things started coming out called cockapoos and stuff like that. Even though they're very cute, they do look like things, because a friend of mine, David, Alex, they've actually got two cockapoos. And they are quite lovely, actually. They really are. They're very affectionate. I don't like it when they lick your face, though. I'll try and avoid things like that. I don't want to be kissed by a dog, thank you very much indeed. Although people like sleeping with them, don't they? When I say sleeping with them, you know, they have them on the beds, keeping your feet warm. Better than a toasty hot water bottle. Much nicer, much nicer. The British crook who fled the police, waiting to arrest her by disguising herself in a wig, has finally been held. This is Sarah Panizzi, who vanished during her London trial. Oh, good. She's still got 8 years to serve, love. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Told of her arrest, her mum Pauline said, "At least I know she's safe and well." Yeah, you better visit her in prison very shortly. That'll be nice, won't it? Nothing worse than people running away. Running away. What else do we have? Katy Perry. Apparently, we've been singing her song Firework all wrong. It's not up, or she clarified on American Idol. It's or. It's also not fireworks, it's firework. I don't think... Do I know this song? Firework. I'm sure I do, actually. I don't sing it particularly. Baby, you're a firework. Oh. What sort of drunken night would that be? Sorry, what are you? I'm a firework. Do you ever feel like a plastic bag, drifting through the wind, wanting to start again? Do you ever feel so paper thin, like a house of cards, one blow from caving in? Do you ever feel already buried deep, 6 feet under screams, but no one seems to hear a thing? Do you know this? My God, I'm bored already. It goes on forever, this. So, baby, as you shoot across the sky, baby, you're a firework. Come on, let your colours burst. Make 'em go, oh. You're going to leave 'em falling down. You don't have to feel like a waste of space. Your original cannot be replaced. I think she probably sings it a lot better than I read it, but I mean, it goes on forever, doesn't it, really? It can't be that difficult to write those sort of lines. Come on, baby, show 'em what you're worth. Make 'em go, oh, as you shoot across the sky. Baby, you're a firework. Boom, 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 even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. Boom, 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 even brighter than the moon, moon, moon. Riveting, isn't it? I tell you, that's obviously a Catholic education, isn't it? You can just tell. I love songwriting. I've never tried it. It doesn't interest me at all. Ex-Family Fortunes host Les Dennis shies away from his entertainer persona in real life. He's 68 now, is Les. Prefers to use his real name of Leslie Heseltine unless he's doing a charity version of the game show. So he says, I don't want to be Les Dennis. Leslie Heseltine will shy away at parties and Les Dennis will do 20 minutes when the fridge door light comes on. Yeah, that was the old gag, wasn't it? You know, open the fridge, do 20 minutes. You know? But isn't that funny? He's. I always remember, actually, there was some... Oh, I can't tell you, it's a bit rude. A bit rudy. He appeared with Ricky Gervais on that programme Extras. Do you remember the Rudy bit? Where they open the door to his dressing room and he's there stark naked and he puts his foot up on the chair and we see things we shouldn't have seen. Couple of things we shouldn't have seen. Oh, a little bit too much of a hint there. I never said that. I wouldn't be doing Rudy stuff on the programme. Do you know the human brain can shrink with just one drink? Well, there you go. That set me back generations now. No chance. And Dizzy Rascal's ex speaks out. He's not very nice at all. He's a bit of a thug, convicted. Chip lovers face smaller portions. I mean, how much smaller can they get? I remember my portion went down quite considerably when they started doing them in cones. You used to get a polystyrene box or chips, you know, they throw onto the paper or all the rest of it. Now they do them in cones. Well, I mean, you don't get many in a cone. You know, and you get a wooden fork. I mean, who uses a wooden fork to pick up chips? You shove your hand in, don't you? You shove your hand in, pop them in your mouth. A little fork. How pretentious. How pretentious. I've never seen anything like it. What was the other one as well that I quite liked? Around £28,000 lost every hour to scams on the internet, people moving money around. Because I've got a little... And why not? It's my business. Anyway, I've got one of those little... What do they call those little machines? A card reader. And so if we're moving money around, it says, you know, get your card reader out, put your card in, it generates a number. Then you've got to push something else and then push something else and it generates another number. And that apparently does it. And it's ever so clever, but I've got no idea how it works. I'm a little bit confused by these things, but it doesn't matter. 5:15, let's get confused now, shall we, with the LBC Travel and Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. David Rodigan is a mountain of knowledge about reggae music. Have you met him, says Denise? No, but I mean, I'm also a fair mountain of knowledge on reggae music. Well, so especially commercial reggae. You know, I go back to the Pyramids, train tour to Rainbow City, They were a group, yeah, the Pyramid. There were loads of groups. I mean, literally, Trojan Records were based down at Willesden. I used to spend all my life going down there because I used to work in a pub over the road, the White Hart at Willesden, with the topless dancers and the tassel dancers. I know. What a checkered career. It's a little bit embarrassing. There's a teenage guardsman who's abandoned his post to fight in Ukraine. I didn't quite get this story at all. They've not named him. He quit his Windsor barracks, left a note for his parents, and booked a one-way ticket to Eastern Europe. Defence chiefs are trying to intercept him amid fears that Russia could claim Britain has entered the war if he's caught. He's obviously not the brightest person. Mind you, I seem to remember, actually, Windsor Barracks had a lot of trouble with drugs, didn't they, a while ago? They had to get rid of a load of soldiers. Yeah, the drug problem was not particularly brilliant. But this particular one, he got fed up with ceremonial duties. And I think there are 4 British squaddies who've gone to war. Well, this could be seen, if Putin wants to interpret, in the way that he interprets things, as Britain have entered the conflict. Let's hope he doesn't see it like that. But I'm assuming he can read newspapers. There's a girl of 17 begging the Prime Minister for a visa. I don't know what it is with them and visas and all this cobblers that they give us about, we're doing our best to try and entertain people and bring them into the country to safety. So far, 300. It's about the smallest amount, that you could ever find. And the war in Ukraine will cost the households in this country £1,259 each this year, experts have calculated, because everything's going up. Greggs put up their price in January. Iceland's prices are up. I know because I shop in there on a regular basis. And petrol is just going through the barmy at the moment. It's just absolutely crazy. But at least we've got Shell to pull out. I'd like to think that was as a direct result of me saying I was going to boycott Shell, and they thought, good God, if he's not putting petrol in his car, we might as well just close them all down now. So, I stood by it, and then I was quite pleased because the producer sent me a thing reversing the charges, and he said, good news, you'll be delighted to know that Shell have pulled out. They're not going to be taking any Russian oil or crude or anything else, which is at a world record high. I think the highest for 14 years. But let them have as much as they want in Russia, because you'll be drinking it very shortly, because, we're closing everything down. All these businesses have closed down. So there's people losing their jobs. I mean, whether that affects Putin, I've got no idea, but I suspect probably not. Probably not at all. They won't care about anything like that, which is a shame. Great shame. There's a running festival coming up. A running festival at Englefield House. A running festival. I've never heard of that. Is that for people who, I know it sounds a bit naive, run for a living? Is that sort of, people get out there in their little shorts? An adult day ticket is from £40. And it says all runs are inclusive. So, I don't know. I look ridiculous when I run. I look a bit gangly. It's at Englefield House. And tickets are on sale now. Runfestrun.co.uk. And they've got all sorts of people. Chris Evans, Paula Radcliffe, Steve Cram, Natasha Evans, Colin Jackson, Vaso Alexander. And the routes are designed by Steve Cram for all ages and abilities. So I'm assuming that's what it is. It's people who want to put little tight shorts on and go, not for me. I don't do tight shorts. I look ridiculous in them. I told you I got booked once to do something. It was for one of the TV channels which we filmed. And it was... they were looking at... I was totally convinced the producer just wanted to see me in a pair of shorts. And they brought in a male model, which always makes me feel depressed anyway. And they had a pair of Lycra shorts and a pair of baggy shorts. And I thought, well, I'll get the baggy shorts, and the male model, can have the... No, I got the Lycra. Well, I tell you, don't ever wear Lycra shorts. I didn't have any choice. I tried to wrestle them off him, but he was having nothing to do with it. And so he got these Hawaiian floral things, and I got a pair of tight Lycra. I mean, you could spot religion. Yeah, there's no picture, but you could spot religion a mile off. It was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. But they've got Basement Jacks there, Top Loader, Dick and Dom. They're not still going. They must be about 90 by now, surely. And they've got a half marathon. I could probably do a half marathon, but I'd have to walk it. I'm not doing it. I'm definitely... They've got an amazing amount of people. They've got, a fun fair, endurance training, running shoes and gear, recovery zone. That'd be me, recovery zone. Steve Allen's arrived, set up his tent in the recovery zone. He's not doing anything else. Motorway traffic officers are getting body cameras to record abuse from angry drivers. I tell you, the cars that were driving down the motorway yesterday, speeding past me at no tomorrow, like... And I kept thinking, because I like to sort of sit there in the fast lane just to wind them up. And they start flashing their lights, and I put my hand up, I go, OK, all right, I'll do it in a minute when I feel like it. You'll do it at my time. What do we got here? Leanne Pinnock having her say, weeks away from stepping out of one of the biggest girl groups of all time. They're all doing that, aren't they? All these people. And she's added author to her list of talents. It's marvellous, because she's obviously written a book. And they're also, I think Perry Edwards and Jade Thirlwell are currently negotiating their own new contracts to develop as solo artists. Nobody's going to buy this stuff. They're really not. I don't want to be rude. But, you know, you're successful as a group, as individuals. It's like, you know, we are successful here as a group. You know, if I didn't have the two, you know, lead weights behind the glass, I could be more successful. I could have their money and learn how to drive a programme. Learn how to do my own podcast, you know. I'd still be sitting here at 6 o'clock in the evening, you can imagine, can't you? Steve Allen takes over the desk. I think not. A landlord was clearing out a flat, and all the rubbish that was left by the tenant, he found amongst it a boa constrictor, scorpion and tarantulas. He also discovered 3 more snakes, 2 dead, fish and carpets crawling with bugs. This was in Kendal. In Cumbria, which is dreadful, isn't it? Charlie Girling is in Malta. I've never been to Malta. I went out with somebody who was Maltese once, and it's quite... Oh, did I... Wait a minute. No, that's Gibraltar, isn't it? I get confused. And she said, it's ever so nice here. I managed to get sunburnt yesterday, even though it was only 12 degrees. Well, you're in the right place, because it's freezing cold, Charlie, here. Absolutely freezing cold. It really is. It's not the best weather we've had. And they've said it's going to get worse. So if I was you, I'd stay there. I'm assuming whole famille are out there. But you can still get burnt in 12 degrees, can't you? I was never a sunbathing person. I look ridiculous lying there on a sun lounger with an umbrella draped over me. I just don't look good. And also, I'm not very good at covering myself in ombre solaire. You know, they always have a picture, don't they, on the ombre solaire of somebody who's the colour of creosote. And I've never got that far with it. I've sort of, you know, it'll be somebody sitting there in a white bikini. Well, I tried the white bikini, still looked ridiculous. And then I put on this sort of ombre solaire stuff, and it just smelt of coconut. I basically felt like a small drink. And so today it's light cloud and a moderate breeze and 13 degrees. So I'm in theory, but the trouble is it's too cold. I could get burnt if I went out there, couldn't I? If I decided to take my shirt off, no chance. It's like people who walk down the street in the middle of the summer, you know, and they've got no shirt on. I always think, you're so brave. So brave, but it's not for me at all. I've decided, the good Lord said to me, listen, fatty, you know, wear your shirt at all times. Do not uncover. I mean, it's all right if you're slim, you know, and you feel good at sort of getting out there. The trouble is I'm working in an environment in this building where they're all sickeningly good looking. Not all of them. But many of them are sickeningly good-looking and slim, and they go to the gymnasiums, and they sort of they work out, and they do stuff like that, and then they have the audacity to come and talk to me, you know, as if I didn't feel bad enough as it was. So, you know, the more unattractive people are, the happier I am. No point in sort of hanging around with people. And so, Charlie, be careful, actually. If you've got sunburn's a very dangerous thing to do, even at 12 degrees, because you can get it, can't you, in... Brighton, because the wind coming off the sea can be enough to sort of burn your skin. You're supposed to load yourself up with lotions and everything else, but I mean, I just look ridiculous. I really do, but it doesn't matter. There's a picture of Muscle Man Arnold Schwarzenegger as he is put in the shade as he shakes hands with the world's strongest man, who's called Tom Stoltman. The Terminator star, that's Arnie, is 74. He's 6'2". Oh, he's 6'2". I thought he was short. It's only because in this picture he looks short. But the other bloke is 6'8". 6'8" inches. That is quite tall, isn't it? 6'8". My goodness me. Scott Tom says, I wanted to meet him for a long while. He may also have been yearning for a body like Arnie. Because Arnie was pictured in 1969 in the film Hercules. He's Austrian, isn't he, I think, Arnold Schwarzenegger? Because he used to advertise the Bullworkers, which are very good. Have you seen those? It's like a bar of metal that slides in and out, and it's got, like, elastic things on it, and you push it in, and then it opens again, and you've got to sort of... I mean, I couldn't get mine out the box. And you get it out, and I got one that separated your legs. and I just called it my Love Island legs, and it was very exciting. And you sort of sit there and you sort of put your legs in these sort of stirrup kind of things, and then you bring your legs together and then ping, they shoot apart like that. I was in this gymnasium. Well, I tell you, it was hilarious, absolutely hilarious. But and the next day you can't walk. It's like riding. I used to go riding quite a lot, horses, and to work. We tried rabbits. It didn't work the same way, and the next day you were bow-legged. If you hadn't ridden for a long while, you have to sort of remember that you're saddling a horse, and horses are quite wide, actually, on them. But I loved it. I had Mexican stirrups, which were like boxes, so your feet couldn't sort of fall out of them. But no, I used to love my riding. I haven't ridden for ages. I've now got a fear of horses. Ever since one of my godchildren got nearly trampled on by a horse, which nearly fell on top of her. And so we stopped that immediately. No more horse riding. It's too dangerous. These things weigh a ton. Well, absolutely weigh a ton. And, nearly fell on it. It got caught up in the reins. And you've got to be very careful, because horses then go into a panic and everything else. Very worrying, very worrying. They've found a bunker, a nuclear bunker, 16 foot deep. I don't know what's 16 foot. That doesn't sound very deep, does it, really? 16 feet. But they're quite nice to live in if you want to sort of convert it. This one sold for 25,000 quid in a place called Strumpshaw in Norfolk. It had 200 inquiries. And there was a big one down Tottenham Court Road, just past Goodge Street Station. There's a big one on the left. They use it for storing archives and stuff like that. But it was used as an underground bunker during the war, like Clapham Common. Clapham Common was a big air raid shelter, and now they store cars in there and everything else. It's huge, absolutely enormous. And there's another one in London where they grow vegetables in it. I can't remember if it's Hampstead Way, but I just remember looking at it thinking, I like stuff like that. I'm big into underground tunnels. There's a car. What? Honestly, dealing with myself here. There's a castle in France, and I think it's called the Castle of the Black Knight. And it came up for sale a while ago, and it's got underground tunnels with cells in and everything else, which I've always found fascinating. And they've lit it. They put sort of light bulbs, but I'm sure it's the Castle of the Black Knight. You know, in the days when No, it's definitely the castle of some knight, and it's got, somebody will know what it is, but it's got all these tunnels in it, and I thought that would be quite exciting because knights were sort of quite important people. They were given property and land and everything else. But in France, at the moment, do you know what they've brought onto the market? Loads of on the market, chateaux. People are dumping France like there's no tomorrow, getting out as quick as possible. I don't know why. Can't imagine why. News. Let's get the latest news headlines, shall we?
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nearly 26 minutes to 6 on a Wednesday morning, the 9th of March. Nice to have your company. I love the way everybody's telling me about my pension now, because you're all experts on it. But apparently, if I reach 80, I get an extra 25 pence. Can't wait. So exciting. Also, Jill in Kent says it was great to be back in a theatre yesterday evening. We went to Chatham's lovely old theatre and saw Jasper Carrott with Bev Bevan's band. I had to be reminded Bev was in The Move and ELO. A great evening. Oh, how lovely. Jasper Carrott, of course, phenomenally rich because he was one of those people behind Trivial Pursuit. He was one of the people who came up with the concept. I think he makes an absolute fortune out of it. I think it was Trivial Pursuit. Steve, prices were going up anyway. The companies have to make up for all the money they lost over the last 2 years of COVID, says Eddie. It's interesting, though, isn't it, that I think I was listening to James O'Brien. He was very rude about me yesterday, James O'Brien, talking about, they were talking about Wimpy bars for some reason. He said they've still got a Wimpy bar in Twickenham, because, he's my stalker. He's my official stalker. He turns up all over the place, and he said there's a Wimpy bar in Twickenham, but Steve Allen lives there, so he mustn't talk about it. Honestly, it's absolutely outrageous. But he was talking about... I forgot what I was talking about now, actually. I've completely forgotten. But James O'Brien talking, what were we saying about? What? Wimpy Bars? No, before the Wimpy Bars. Before we got round to the... I got sidetracked. Insulted. No, I can't remember what it is now. It'll come back to me in a minute. Phil in Streatham says, I too love reggae music, and the Studio One record shop still exists in Askew Road in Acton. I still collect vinyl. Do you know vinyl's back being collected again? It's highly collectible. People spend a lot of money. Oh, that's right, Jasper Carrott and Bevan. The Move. Run and get the fire brigade, see the buildings start to really burn. Ooh. And ELO. I mean, they were phenomenally successful. Do you ever go to see any of their live shows, ELO? My God. I mean, that was just phenomenal. But Jasper Carrott, I always thought was brilliant. And I love that game show that he did. Was it Golden Balls or... That was very good. That was basically playing on people's greed and whether or not you would tell the truth. You know, and they'd sit there and they would lie through their teeth going, listen, I want to split. Because you split the prize money. Yeah, I mean, I'd lie every time. In fact, some of them even said that they would lie, and then they didn't. I mean, UK... Oh, that's right, UK vinyl sales. It's highly collectible. It really is. More and more people are buying. And you can buy little record players now that you plug into your computer. So you just need the turntable. You don't need all the, you know, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am speakers, you know, tweeters and all the rest of it. New data from the British phonographic industry. More than 5 million records were sold in 2021, the highest total since 1990. Because people who like vinyl love vinyl. They like every little crackle, it just makes it sound really, really good. When I used to work on a radio station in Austria, they used to have, if it was a record that had been played a lot of times and it was crackling, they put this liquid in and it was fixed onto the turntable. It was an arm that came across and it dispensed this liquid and made it sound perfect. But it just meant that every so often you had to wash the records because there was this glue-like liquid on there which meant that you could play them properly and they sounded really good. There was something about vinyl. People had an obsession. Jasper Carrott was also buying Golden Balls, was he? Oh, well, he's even richer than I thought. Even richer. Pamela says, I went horse riding a few years ago, Steve, having not ridden since my childhood. When I got off the horse, I was like Bambi. I can well imagine. It's quite difficult, actually. Quite difficult. And Josie says, I've woken up with a sore throat. Asked my Alexa to play LBC radio, a bit like Stella Rimington. And as usual, she replied, you've whispered to me, so I'll whisper to you from now on. It made me laugh. Have you got an Alexa? Have you done... It does have a whispering mode. Have you got an Alexa? Right. Oh, it doesn't whisper, it just says... Does it understand what you say every time? Because I had a lot of trouble in the car yesterday trying to get it to understand what I was saying about, and the voice is John Briggs, and who used to be the voice with Anne Robinson of the that quiz show she did. And John Briggs... No, not Alexa. No, not in my car. And John Briggs used to be here. He used to work at LBC. He used to do the Weekend Breakfast Show. And I said to it, oh, you know, get me Andy's number. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. So I shouted it. And it still didn't hear it. At the end, I lost my temper. I said, I'm having a row with an automated voice. Don't bother, then, I said. Don't bother. Holly Willoughby believes the moon is a goddess with incredible feminine energy. No, dear, I'm sorry. You're completely off your trolley, I'm afraid, on this one. She has her own wellness platform. She discovered spirituality in Australia, hosting I'm a Celebrity. Mad as a fruitcake, dear. Mad as a fruitcake. Don't bother at all. What did she laugh at the other day? Oh, no, it's something I was watching on YouTube. And they had Gino D'Acampo in the kitchen. And he was he does cod English. He sort of pretends he doesn't speak English properly. And she was talking about he'd done a pasta dish. She said if it had ham in it, it would be carbonara. And the English version of carbonara. And so he looked at her and he said, if my grandmother had wheels, she would be a bicycle. Well, she collapsed. Phil choked. And the whole thing degenerated into sort of this dreadful sort of situation. So John Bercow in all the papers today. You heard him first on LBC yesterday. Ed Sheeran humming and singing in court. And Louise Redknapp, who can't get anybody to be interested in her music at all. So she's introduced the new Canine Love of Her Life to fans. And he's called Banksy Blue. Banksy Blue, I don't know why. Louise hopes the pooch will be a pal to her other mutt, Rudy, and mend the heart of her family after the loss of beloved dog Bluebell. Still no mention of music, which I think is probably very wise. Shane Warne had pledged to live less of my life on the edge, but he said he wanted to be in love and still held a candle for his former partner, Liz Hurley. Well, he was married, all the rest of it. When did he say this? He died of a heart attack, declared in his memoirs that being with the actress was like a little bit of magic. They were only engaged, they weren't married, they only got engaged. Britain's smokers are puffing away on more cigarettes than ever since the start of the COVID outbreak. Thought I'd mention it. Almost half of all nicotine addicts say the stress and boredom of the pandemic has increased their habit, according to a study by a pharmacy. That's despite a huge majority saying they're aware that smoking can make COVID symptoms much worse. I mean, 1 in 6 say their consumption is up by 50%. So I'd mention it. You're very stressed and bored. How can you be bored working on this show? There's nothing to be bored about, is there, really? I mean, it's just laugh after laugh after laugh, honestly. I don't know where... And we had a very interesting conversation with Elliot during the break on lavatories. And it turns out he was far more experienced than I was on sort of different lavatories around the world. Like China, for example, where, you know, I think only in blocks of flats are you ever going to find proper toilets, you know, where you sort of pull a handle and it flushes the water. The rest of it is very simplistic, very simplistic. And it was a fascinating conversation we had about, you know, sponge on a stick, which I thought was maybe a group or something, but turned out not to be. Oh, look, here's Arabella Chi, whoever. And wait a minute, she's from Love Island. She's fairly ancient. She's 30, a bit old for Love Island, isn't it? I thought they were generally in their early 20s. But the former Love Islander wore a Pretty Little Things frock on International Women's Day for the brand's My Dress Doesn't Mean Yes campaign. But she's got this fake hair stuck on her head, and it's all a bit embarrassing, really. I don't know why, actually. I feel a bit sorry for the Love Islanders, because they're casting again, but, you know, we still haven't dispensed with the last lot, which I think we should do, because there's too many of them. Steve, I've got loads of scratched records. How can they be rectified? It's this liquid, and you put it on. It comes with a little, you sort of fill it up, like a little bottle at the side of your turntable, and you put it on, and it's got a little sponge thing which runs around with the music, and it puts this glue stuff on, which means you can play the record. Now, whether you buy it in this country, I don't know, but they used it all the time at the ORF in Austria, and it seemed to work. And that's as far as I know. Steve, I've also woken up with a sore throat. I've been working non-stop in A&E at Maidstone Hospital since Sunday. Now back to my other role in radiotherapy for the rest of the week. Roll on the weekend. I've got to go and do the eyes again, which is this Friday. Got to go to the hospital for 11:30. That's where they put drops in your eyes, and then they sit there, and you've got to push a button when you see a little flashing light, and it's very... I mean, seriously, at the end of the day, it's so boring. But it tells you whether or not you're going blind, so it is actually of use. Longest survivor of a pioneering heart-op is a woman aged 77, Anne Bell. She was 28 when she got a single artificial heart valve replacement, and it was carried out 50 years ago. Still going strong, which is good. We'll come to Dawn Neeson's column in a moment. It's Dick Out for lads, and if the cap fits. All of that and more after we've taken a quick check on the latest travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's Wednesday, the 9th of March. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 this morning for breakfast. Dawn Neeson's column today in Le Daily Star says, evidently spotted dicks are out and something is in. No, it's not a night at a swingers club. Today's youngsters prefer trendier, healthier and more exotic foods than the traditional British grub of the past. See, I don't think I've ever had spotted dick. I don't think so. Do you think I must have done? It's just sultana pudding, isn't it, that you have with custard? I think that's all it is. It's like yeah, Google it, just so I can see a picture of what spotted dick looks like. You know, right. I don't remember having it. Is it so it's a traditional British pudding? I like the custard bit, but I'm not sure I would go for spotted. I mean, I don't know. Is it dense or is it fairly sort of, you know, lots of air? Quite. Oh, right, yeah. Because I never liked treacle pudding or anything like that. And at school, all we had was different coloured custard. Chocolate custard, pink custard, yellow custard. And it was renamed Spotted Richard, apparently, to spare blushes in Parliament. Oh, right. I don't know. They're very childish, aren't they, in Parliament? Apart from being totally useless. But MPs have mocked the decision, with one saying they had to bite on my lip to stop myself from laughing when she heard the name. Spotted Richard sounds even more peculiar, doesn't it? That's a thing. That was the one thing I saw I was looking at some, I wasn't looking at them, but there were some school kids that passed me the other day. And for the first time in ages, I saw somebody with acne. And I remember when I was younger, I got acne, and it was the worst time of your life to get acne. And I had a cousin as well, and he had terrible acne. And it was just one of those things, and people tended to forget that, you can get it. I used to think it was just oily skin or something like that, but it can be really depressing for people who actually have it. I used to get it on my nose, and you get it on your chin. You get it, you'd have a date. Well, I mean, I didn't. And but other people told me it was like that, And all of a sudden you get a spot. And I always thought it was brought on by stress. And sort of, the idea of having a date, and you can guarantee the night before you've got the date, a spot starts developing. And I can't imagine why it ever arrived. It can't have been bad diet, because we didn't have takeaways. My mother cooked. And, well, you see, I always was told, when you squeeze spots, you've got to be very careful. You almost need to squeeze, and then you need to put some hot water on the top of it to kind of seal it, so that it doesn't spread, because I had a friend who had, it was like, it looked like a pair of tweezers with a hole at the end of it, and you pushed it over the spot, and it squeezed the spot, because squeezing a spot was a blooming nightmare. It was a nightmare. And if you use scissors to cut the top off, or this thing, it was very easy to spread the infection, so you had to be careful. And really what you should have done, this spot squeezing piece of equipment, you should have put in hot water to disinfect it afterwards. But I don't think people bothered. Ooh, gosh. There is a programme on the television, isn't it, called the something Dr. Pimple Popper? I thought, oh, goodness me. But yeah, you got all these sort of things, and I used to use like a disinfectant on my face to make sure that I didn't want to spread anything, so that I could have beautiful skin. And because it must be really embarrassing if you suffer from acne or anything like that. It's really depressing, and everybody can get it. I've seen it. Some boys used to get it on their back. For some reason, it was always basic. Yes, acne. It was always places where it was something to do with your body was secreting different, I don't know, I'm talking rubbish now, I've got no idea. But on your back, you definitely used to get it. You never got it on your legs. Isn't that funny? I don't remember ever looking down at my legs and going, oh, look, a spot. You never got it on your legs. Face, back, and that was about it, actually. Never on your hands. Never on your hands. But now you can get all sorts of things that sort of make it better. Drinking water is very good for you. Drinking water is absolutely excellent. Steve, talking of toilets, on the programme Jailbirds, the inmates talk to each other through the toilets and send letters to each other on long bits of material. The men and women fall in love with each other, talking on the toilets. Really? What in God's name of programme are you watching? David says, Steve, talking about vinyl, carrying huge boxes, normally Schweppes boxes. Remember the nightclubs in Richmond? I think they were called Cheeky. I worked there. What do you mean? Are you a new listener, or you just sort of wandered out of the Ark or something? I worked in Scamps in Sutton. Oh, we wouldn't have gone to Sutton, thank you very much indeed. Lord, what a dreadful place. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, I went to see the Drifters Girl at the Garrick last night. Global looks stunning, lit up. As always, across the road. As I came out of the theatre, I remember thinking that Steve will be along in a few hours. Yeah, you weren't wrong there. Weren't wrong. Probably already there, actually. Actually, yesterday, they had a computer cock-up at the cab company, and they didn't have my booking. And so the woman said to me, she told me she was a supervisor. She quite clearly was lying when she said, don't worry, I'll sort out the booking for you. So you want it for one? Yes, I want it for one. Got to one, nothing turned up. I had to phone up, and they went, no, we haven't got any booking for you. I said, I've only had it for about 5 years. Really annoys me. Dawn Neeson also talking about model Caprice. I don't know when she was last modelling. It was a long time ago. She had a house once. They did it, when they used to do celebrities' houses. But this wasn't hers. This was her boyfriend's house. And in the kitchen, you pushed a button and the floor moved aside and there was a swimming pool underneath. and you could sit there on a swing over these, well, in the kitchen. It's a bit sort of like sort of a Bond villain. Yeah, it wasn't big, but it was enough to sort of get your hair wet. And it was all under the floor. I like the idea of that. I nearly bought a house in Barnes. I didn't actually. I pretended I'd won the money. And they had in their basement a dance floor, but then you pushed a button and the dance floor moved aside and there was a swimming pool. I always thought that was really cool. I'm not sure, though, if I had a swimming pool in a house, whether I would use it. I don't think, unless it was heated to sort of, bath temperature. I don't want to get anything cold. Bad enough as it is. Might as well just get a big bath and sit there in the shower. But anyway, Caprice posted nude pictures of herself online with the words "FU War" emblazoned over her chest and back. Censorship bedwetters were upset by this and had them removed. Meanwhile, you can still follow Putin and the Taliban on social media if you so wish. Yes, I mean, Caprice. I mean, you begin to wonder what she did nowadays. Well, that was it, actually. And usually, writes Dawn Neeson, Disney princesses bring out the Cruella de Vil in me, but the viral online video of little Amelia singing Frozen Let It Go in a bomb-blitzed bunker in Kyiv was utterly beautiful. Innocence among the horror. And it did. And then the little boy turning up at the station, the 11-year-old, and his mummy had written a telephone number on his hand, so he couldn't wash his hand because that was the telephone number, and he went 600 miles with his passport and his little backpack to go and find some relatives. His mum couldn't go because she was having to look after her elderly mother who couldn't be moved, so he went by himself, and that made people cry as well, because they don't know what war is, kids. He almost reminded me of Home Alone. It was like that, Kevin wandering through New York and all the rest of it all by himself and trying to be as big as possible, because there was nothing else that he could do about it. There's a very interesting picture of a polar bear trying to eat an apple, and polar bears don't eat apples at all. And this one then recoils in horror. It was taken at a zoo, and he sort of takes a bite out and goes, like that. Doesn't like it at all, because I'm assuming that they eat seals and fish and everything else. They were showing a thing. Who was it? It was some well-known person, one of these sort of celebrity explorers, and he was over in the Arctic, and they feed the dogs there who pull the sleighs with seal meat. They have to sort of feed, because that's the only thing that's available. You can't nip along to the local shop. They do have a supermarket, quite a big supermarket they had, and it had lots of frozen stuff, but it was seals that they were relying on to feed the dogs. And they just literally sort of, cut it to pieces. They shoot it, cut it into pieces, because it's the only thing they've got a lot of. Oh, with that and ice. And snow. It looked far too cold. I mean, how you could ever get used to something like that, I've got no idea. But I'm glad that Wayne, the trolley dolly, enjoyed The Drifter's Girl at the Garrick Theatre. Great show, isn't it? Great show. It's got Bev Knight in it. Daniela Westbrook's preparing for her latest round of face surgery. What for? Her cheek was damaged by dental work that went wrong, and she previously had surgery on her septum during her battle with drugs. She also suffers from osteoporosis. So she's going for more surgery. These people, I don't know whether it becomes an addiction or whether it's something they actually need. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, really. The landlord and this gigantic boa constrictor that he found in this house full of rubbish. 4 snakes, 2 dead, 2 alive, fish, bugs crawling in the carpet, even scorpions and a tarantula. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Not very nice at all, I'm afraid. Plus, sad farewell to Arkwright's heartthrob nurse Linda Barron in Open All Hours. And they've got all the people who are in there. And Kathy Staff. Loved Kathy's staff. I thought she was great, actually. Barbara Flynn, Stephanie Cole, Linda Barron, Maggie Ollerenshaw. Isn't that a name that almost is conjured out of sort of northern experience? It's Maggie Ollerenshaw. Claude Littner's set to make a comeback on The Apprentice. Pardon me. He says, I'm raring to go. He had a bit of a bike accident, and Coronation Street is expanding its set with a new venue, so they can film more scenes away from the famous cobbles. I mean, shouldn't imagine it bears any resemblance to anything that was there years and years ago. I mean, poor old EastEnders, I mean, they really are suffering. They spend £87 million, our money, my money, your money, and lose the audience to Emmerdale. Can you imagine? A dreary old soap about life in the Yorkshire Dales gets a bigger audience than EastEnders. I mean, even I find it difficult to swallow. More from the papers. including the blow to Putin, Britain and the US ban on Russian oil. I don't know, they might as well close down the Russian wells, mightn't they, really, because they're not selling it to anybody. And Zelensky getting a standing ovation for MPs as he addresses the Commons. What a pleasing thing. This was the "We will fight until the end at sea, in the air, continue fighting for our land. We will fight in the forest, in the fields, on the shores, and on the streets." And he got a standing ovation, and so he should have done. It's also got a list of all the companies who are shutting up shop, the chains pulling out of Russia. I don't think it's going to be permanent, but they're doing it at the moment until Putin comes to his senses, and then they'll open all these other places up again, because it's getting really bad for the people of Russia. They've got nothing at all. They can't get money out of cash point machines, and their supermarkets are looking pretty empty. All down to Putin. Well, you voted for him. Perhaps you can try and find a way out of it. And octopuses are increasingly using litter for camouflage and shelter. They're very intelligent, octopuses, and they're very adaptable. There you go. A bit like this programme. We'll take a short break. News at 6. It's pretty nice to have your company. It's another... Not as cold today as it was. In Ukraine, it's cold and it's snowing, and I only know that because our man is out there. And it's freezing cold, and people are still queuing to get visas. Anywhere else, you don't need visas. To come here, you need visas. And so people trek all the way across, get to the border, and they go, no, you need a visa, go back again. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Ibrahim says, have you tried octopus, Steve? Tastes like chicken. I couldn't eat octopus. I've seen little octopuses, or octopi, and it just doesn't interest me in the slightest. I was worried about octopuses. If you upset them, they squirt this ink, don't they, so that they can make their getaway. And they swim really fast, octopuses. But no, I've seen them in soup before now. They're no. And I've also seen them in the Chinese food markets, the fish markets, where they've got every kind of fish under the sun, and you see them there, not grappling with octopuses, but basically sort of, cooking them and chopping them all up and everything else. I mean, it looks quite brutal, actually. So I couldn't eat anything like that. I know it's probably roughly the same for most things. Steve, a few years ago, I was very much into Amdram, Amistad Dramatics. However, one day I was doing this scene and I fell right through the floorboards. I lost interest in that. I guess it must have been a stage I was going through. Right, you're barred. Okay, we dispense with people very quickly on this programme. We don't have any truck with anybody at all. It's not worth it. Brian Reid talking about Boris Johnson, Priti Patel and Liz Truss. I've gone right off Priti Patel. Seriously, I cannot trust anything she says. And Boris as well. But in a chamber that has too often witnessed cowardice, here was the face of courage. You had to pinch yourself to realise that Zelensky is what we all hoped we'd be under pressure, cool and courageous. And McDonald's, as you know, they finally caved into pressure. Do you know they've got 850 outlets in Russia? I wouldn't imagine that there were 850 places you could put McDonald's over there. Starbucks and Burger King are believed to be hampered by the fact their Russian restaurants are run by franchisees. So if it's not because, I mean, even McDonald's is a franchise. I think Russia's massive. I mean, 9 time zones. Is it really? Gosh, you tend to forget that, don't you, really? But 800 Burger King outlets in Russia run by franchisees. It said it had donated $3 million to support Ukrainian refugees. But Unilever, maker of everything from Dove soap to Marmite, said it had suspended imports and exports. And the Home Office has sparked anger after announcing it'll set up a pop-up visa application centre for Ukrainian refugees in Lille, which is 70 miles from Calais. I mean, couldn't they take over a caravan and just open it up, at Calais? Would that not make more sense? Send over a Pantechnicon with, sort of like a circus. Only this time it does visa applications. Why do they have to go 70 miles from Calais to go to Lille? How ridiculous. Have you ever heard anything so stupid in your life? I don't think they think about it. Stephen Leeds says, I'm getting him a coat. I think very wise decision. And one that says, I used to go to Cheeky Pete's in the 70s, bus from Chessington to Richmond. A couple of drinks beforehand, entrance to Cheeky Pete's plus a couple of drinks, Wimpy and a bus home. Still had change out of the fiver. Well, you would have done. The Wimpy was just up the road. I used to go there as well. I used to sometimes have a Wimpy at the end of a sesh. And, what? What? Oh, what I ate? Why? Oh, I used to love a Wimpy. Oh, no, I used to have a cheeseburger. I couldn't really afford anything else, only earned £8 a night. £8 and honestly, think about it now. I'm paying more than that to fill up the blooming car with petrol. I can remember the time you could put £1 worth of petrol in the car and that would get you everywhere. Not anymore. £1. Yeah, I could just get you off the forecourt now. In fact, you wouldn't even get off the forecourt. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Yvette Cooper, the Shadow Home Secretary, says Priti Patel needs to get a grip on this chaos. Oh, she's got no idea at all. It's completely out of her depth. Completely out of her depth. The British people have made it clear they believe Ukrainians fleeing tyranny should be welcomed. Providing sanctuary is part of who we are. But there are people here struggling to get appointments in Poland. Elderly women having to stay in community centres. Exhausted children spending days in the back of cars. You've got to travel hundreds of miles to visa centres in Paris, where there are no appointments until next week. Or Brussels, which is only open part-time. Priti then said she'd set up a new visa centre en route to Calais, but then admitted nobody knows where and it still isn't open. Totally, useless for the job, I'm afraid. Totally useless. I mean, Putin's invasion, as we know, is a direct challenge to the values that we hold dear. We knew for weeks it was coming, but the government, totally ill-prepared for it. They could have set these things up quite easily, but they just sat back there, too busy worrying about their own pay rise, I should imagine. Really ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Amazon has provoked fury after advertising clothes displaying the Russian military-style Z symbol. Apparently they were selling from £10 to $15.99. The ads were swiftly removed on Tuesday morning, and the Mirror has contacted Amazon for comment. So there's so many different companies that use Amazon to sell their products. They probably weren't aware of it. Amazon cannot, on one hand, decry the invasion of Ukraine and then profit from the misery the Russian army is inflicting. Labour is resolute in our support for Ukraine, and we encourage firms to act responsibly. You'll find all sorts of things. It's sometimes the rubbish that people read, isn't it? Oh, you mustn't mention Putin's height. And you think to yourself, I'm sorry, are you really worrying about something like that? God in heaven. Steve, what do you think there is more of in the world, wheels or doors? Wheels. Wheels. Absolutely. And he said it's dark times. This is Will in Liverpool. Yep, it is dark times. I don't think anybody is aware of that more than everybody who reads a newspaper. More than anybody. A variant-proof COVID jab being developed by Cambridge University has received global backing of up to $32 million. And here is poor old Harry looking as miserable as heck because he's got to go by himself and he's not the world's most exciting person. But he didn't have Meghan with him. She was obviously off sort of lining her pockets or something, I shouldn't imagine. Do you know they do a double Big Mac now, which is four beef patés, a double Big Mac. I don't know. How'd you get that in your mouth? I mean, it's absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. Why would you ever want that? Why don't you just buy a quarter pounder? A double Big Mac. 400% beef pate, slice of cheese, lettuce, onion and pickle, and the unbeatable tasty Big Mac sauce. I don't remember ever having that. I've never had the Big Mac sauce. I don't think so. I don't think I've had a Big Mac for some while, and yet that was the first thing I ever had from McDonald's. I also quite like the chicken McNuggets because they're a lot easier to eat. Oh, look, a chicken Big Mac. Don't show me the chicken Big Mac again. You know it annoys me. So, sorry. Stephen Fry says he hates the term battling cancer, admitting his own reaction was submission. He said he felt powerless to change the outcome of his prostate cancer. Instead, he did his best not to stress over it and leave it to the experts. Such a nice man. Such a nice man. And, what have we got here? Oh, these dogs are all over the place, these Dalmatians. They look so cute, actually. When they fall asleep on you as puppies, they're even cuter. They're so delightful. Shift work dulls people's brains. Just checking. Having a quick look next door. Working unusual hours affects your ability. I say your ability because I've been doing it so long now. To process and recall information and to filter out unimportant visual cues. There you go. Shift workers lagged behind in 5 out of 6 areas, especially in picking out information and changing behaviour. This has actually come from the Sigmund Freud Private University in Linz in Austria. Working odd hours is generally considered to be outside of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Producer and AP have gone. See ya, wouldn't want to be ya. There are also links to a risk of heart and blood disease, obesity, diabetes and sleep disorders. Yeah, let's go for the set. How many of those have I got? So heart and blood disease. I've had heart disease. Obesity, not really. I don't think I class as obese. Slightly plump, but I'm not obese. And if anybody says differently, they'll be walking home today in a wheelchair. And diabetes, yes. Sleep disorders, I don't think so. I don't know what a sleep disorder is. I mean, I climb into bed and I'm out fairly quickly. I might wake up a couple of times in the night, but it's only because I need to go to the toilet. You know, get to that age and you need to go as quickly as possible. You lie there thinking, oh, make it go away. Perhaps it'll go away, I'll go to sleep. 15 minutes later, you're still lying there going, oh, might as well get up and go to the toilet. It's just ridiculous. But that's what you actually get through sort of... but generally speaking, I think I sleep fairly well. Yeah, I mean, I think you also, you don't sleep very well if you smoke, if you're slightly overweight and you drink. Those are things that can sort of stop you climbing into bed. See, the funny thing is, the boys will go home to bed today, separately, and they'll be going home to bed, whereas me, I've been to bed. This is my daytime, so, you know, I should be, you know, singing like a canary every time. I'd sometimes have a little nap. I didn't have one yesterday, which I thought was quite good of me, actually. Generally speaking, motorway driving is so boring. It really is. 2 out of 3 Brits are overweight or obese. Time to treat junk food, they say, like smoking. So, to some degree, it's about personal responsibility, but an awful lot of it is about things like marketing, social pressures. Hence me reading out, look, you can get a double Big Mac. It's the kind of, there'll be people listening going, oh, I wouldn't mind one of those, Steve. Could eat that for breakfast. Although I just like changing the recipe of things, you know. I'll have a double egg McMuffin, you know, or a double sausage McMuffin, no egg. You know, then you have to lie to them and go, I'm allergic, just in case they say anything. Yeah, I'm not really big into eggs at all. It's like getting the KFC. Can I have 6 pieces of chicken? Is it possible to just have legs? You know, or drumsticks. Makes it sound a little bit less, you know, the fact the chicken's going around the kitchen on casters. And they always... And so far, I've been lucky. I haven't tried a few of the new places, but always in our one in Twickenham, I've asked for six legs, or because I can never remember to say drumsticks, and they never say yes straight away. She always goes and checks with the little man behind the counter, and always the little man behind the counter says yes, which is quite nice, because I find them easier to eat. Perhaps you don't get as much chicken. I don't know. Never really thought about it, actually. Short break, 6:15. Let's get those headlines for you on LBC with Simon Conway. It's amazing, actually, these queues for the NHS operations, isn't it? I mean, it just really is absolutely amazing. Steve, hearing you earlier talk about bunkers, I've seen on Instagram an underground toilet in London used as a cafe now. Oh, there were loads of them. Loads of toilets were sold off a long time ago. The one at the end of our road here was an art gallery, and they sort of cleared it out. There was one, a very famous one at Waterloo Station called Café Piaf, which was a huge public lavatory and went years and years ago, but that was turned into a cafe, and there's loads of them which are around, mainly because some of these Victorian toilets, the one at Shepherd's Bush was unusual. Why? Because the cisterns were glass and they had goldfish in them. They put goldfish in there. So every time the toilets flushed, the water level went down and the goldfish went, here we go again, here we go again. Then all of a sudden, the moment it had flushed, up it all came again. And so the goldfish spent most of their time bobbing around inside. They don't remember. Goldfish, they've got a very short attention span. Very short attention span. But yeah, there was one that was turned into a snooker club at Shepherd's Bush. 2 toilets there. Because they, yes... Oh, God, are we risking the tea? Well, I'm not sure about this. But, yeah, so you're quite right, actually. And a lot of underground toilets. There was one in Staines that was turned into offices. There's one in Twickenham, which was turned into a cafe, which is on the green. That used to be a toilet. There's one by the river in... Is there one by the river in Richmond? Where's that one? We looked at it yesterday. Oh, yes, that's right. Yes, the cafe. Sorry, they're a little bit further up. And that's been... You can tell it used to be public toilet because the council can't afford to maintain the toilets, so they close them down. And then what they do is they check with local businesses to find out whether or not they can open their toilets to members of the public. I mean, sometimes you see, you know, our toilets for our customers only. And you think, oh, what meanies. Well, I came in here the other day, I bought a cup of coffee and I didn't use the toilet. So today I'm using the toilet. That would be it. Did you ever have a brown derby? At a Wimpy. No, I didn't. I never liked that, actually. It was just a donut with ice cream and chocolate sauce, Liz. So not my sort of thing at all. The only thing I ever had was... What? No, it really wasn't. I didn't like it at all. But I did like a Knickerbocker Glory. Because I just always remember my mother saying, you won't eat it all, you won't eat it all. And I did eat it all. And they used to give you an extra long spoon, and it was a nice glass, and it was lovely. Knickerbocker Glory. I mean, something fairly straightforward, which you can make yourself. Or failing that, I used to have a banana thing where they peel a banana and then cut it in half, put it either side, ice cream in the middle, and then they'd banana split thing, and then it would chop nuts and everything else on it, which was very... I didn't go big on the thing. But even when the ice cream man came, I would have strawberry sauce or chocolate sauce on the top. It dripped all over the place. It was a nightmare in the middle of summer. Much easier to get a lolly, I think. But, Steve, would you reckon McDonald's would do a double Big Mac with a fillet of fish instead of chicken, says Dave in his lorry? Trivia. I bet you're a bigger person than normal. You can't have a fillet of fish in something like that. Ridiculous. Steve, I've just put petrol in the car. 161.9 a litre. Unbelievable, says Matt in Rotherhithe. That's I paid what did I pay the other day? 171. 179 I paid before now. 179. And to be honest with you, I mean, all it means is I'll fill the car up every so often, or keep it topped up, so I've always got petrol. I mean, there was a bloke the other day in a garage filling up petrol tanks, petrol cans, plastic cans, to stockpile the petrol. A rather stupid person, as far as I'm concerned. I think if I was working in a garage, I'd be putting a block on people filling up petrol cans. It's dangerous. It's so inflammable. It really is, you know. But they say it could be £2 in the next couple of months. Well, all you do is, I mean, difficult. I mean, I was on the motorway. There was no shortage of cars on the motorway. No shortage of cars. But it's a case of you just use your car less. That's all it comes down to. If you used it every single day, I mean, you'd be spending a small fortune. And I don't intend to do that. So I've got to go down. I'll probably go down, you know, to go and see my godchildren in a couple of weeks' time. Save up for the petrol, by which time it probably will be too. take the bus, and then we just have to start economising. You just have to start, you know, not going out to eat as often as you would do, not taking the car out, you know, just being a bit more economical, you know, and thinking about it. I'm not sure about these eco-activists who've been deflating the tyres of hundreds of SUVs at night. They're called the tyre extinguishers. They've struck in well-to-do areas of London, as well as Brighton, Bristol, Cambridge, Sheffield, Liverpool and Edinburgh. They say the SUVs are a climate disaster that causes air pollution and makes our roads more dangerous. It's strange, actually, on my car, which you could class as a gas guzzler, you could sleep with it in your bedroom. It doesn't emit anything. I don't have to pay for pollution in London. I'm not doing that. They said hybrid and electric cars are still polluting, dangerous and cause congestion. So they're going around letting people's tyres down. I mean, if they're caught, then it'll be a court appearance and probably prison, because you can't do that. Do you see that woman in Australia? She was there, and she's in a supermarket, and this woman comes over to her. She's pregnant. And this woman pats her stomach and goes, "When's it due?" And this woman goes, "I'm not pregnant." She is pregnant, but she decided to say that she wasn't pregnant. It's caused an uproar in Australia, where some people are saying, "How mean! She was concerned about your baby." You think, you don't go up and touch somebody, perverts. Patted her on the stomach and said, "When's it due?" And she said she was a woman, probably in her late 50s, early 60s, and she said she told her off. Basically said, "Don't touch me again. Don't touch me again." That's an invasion of privacy. But then other people were going online and going, "Oh, she was concerned about your child." Thank you. Lovely. Managed to find a global mug. But I mean, I immediately thought it was an invasive touch. You don't go up to somebody and touch them on their stomach and go, "Oh, when's it due, dear?" You don't do stuff like that. But she couldn't believe that all these people were complaining about it. But these eco tyre extinguishers, they just let the tyre down which of course actually didn't make any difference to me because I've got an electric pump, automatic. And they said hybrid and electric cars are still polluting, dangerous and cause congestion. What's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. Nosy old baggages. Honestly, these people, honestly, they're so peculiar, aren't they? They're very worrying. Nice picture up front of the Times this morning, which is of President Zelensky evoking Churchill and Shakespeare to the House of Commons. Do you know, the one thing you'll realise, if ever you've been to the House of Commons, is how small it is. It's certainly a lot smaller than you imagine, but he was speaking via video link from Kyiv. Zelensky vowed to fight Russian forces in the forests, in the fields, on the shores and on the streets. He said, "We will fight until the end. At sea, in the air, we will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost." And, yeah, I mean, he got his standing ovation and a huge round of applause, as you would expect. But he's in hiding at the moment because they've put out a call for his assassination. I mean, I can't quite get my head around something like that. It really is quite disgraceful. So the UK and the US have banned Russian oil and gas imports, so it will go up in price. There's no two ways about it. It will go up in price. Nothing you can do about it at all. And you just have to sort of cut back. But if you rely on your car or your van for work or for business or something like that, you're basically going to be shafted because there's nothing you can do about it. It's all right if you're on a bus. That's not going to make any difference. But lorries, I mean, if you run your own fleet of lorries, I mean, you're going to be paying through the nose for this. It's absolutely dreadful. What else we got today? Bedtime stories, which I told you about earlier on. That's in aid of comic relief. And very interesting. Country music star Morgan Wallen. Do you know we found a gay country music singer the other day? He thanked his boyfriend. I mean, the world, it is a-changing, just a bit slowly. Country music star Morgan Wallen has won Album of the Year at the Academy of Country Music Awards in America, a year after suspended by his label for using a racial slur. Very forgiving, the Americans, aren't they, really? 6:30, the time. Let's get the latest LBC News headlines with Simon Conway.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when.
Cheapest place for fuel, Costco, Steve. $1.50 a litre I paid yesterday. See, at my one, Anthony, they don't have a petrol station. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a filling station at a Costco at all. So they must be around, but not the ones in my place. Essex is the nearest. Well, by the time I've driven all the way to Essex to fill up with petrol, I'll be using the tank of petrol to get all the way back again. And also, I can't put in petrol that only costs $1.51 because I've got to use super petrol because of the car, because it's 1.68 litres. So it ain't exact. Do you know, at one time it was the fastest car on British roads, my car, apparently. They were doing the Interceptors the other day, and they said it was one of the only cars that if they were in a race, the police trying to chase it, it could stay ahead of the police at all times. I mean, because it's very fast. They did say when I bought it, it said it's going to go very fast. I said, what, more than 30 miles an hour? He said, yeah, much more. Much more than 30. It's so easy. I mean, seriously, you can put your foot down, you pootle along. Before you look down, you're doing 86. Start panicking about it, yeah. There's an ex-toilet in Hampstead Garden suburb called Toulouse, says Yvonne. I mean, to be honest with you, the only reason that they closed the toilets was that the council couldn't afford to maintain them. And they had to go round, then somebody had to go and clean them, then they had to lock them up for the night unless they were open, and in which case they were sort of leaving themselves to all sorts of things going on. Some of them had turned into really nice places. You would never realise. I mean, the Café Toulouse is very pretty. You would know, I mean, you wouldn't recognise it as a toilet. The old ones are sort of, you know, some of the underground ones. I mean, the food looks delicious. But the Café Piaf at Waterloo Station was very famous. It was a bar. Kevin was the guy who owned it. And he was an LBC listener. And I think when they sort of did up the station, they sort of did away with it. But it was a huge public toilet. You went down the stairs and you could get drinks at the bar and everything else. And some of them, they even left the urinals in, which must have surprised women who'd probably never seen urinals before. But they were sort of, I mean, some of the ones here, the ones at the end of this road, were absolutely stunning. They were Victorian loos, And, London would have been swirling in mist and everything else. Steve, I drove past the garage last night, said Sam in Ramsgate. The diesel was 169, but I didn't fill up. I wish I had. Same garage, 171 this morning. I know. The trouble is, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't do anything about it. You just have to pay for it and either cut back on the journeys that you're having. Because I did see a garage the other day. It was... there was nobody on the forecourts at all. I remember thinking, oh dear, it's the prices, the prices. The war on motorists needs to stop, Steve. Some of us need cars to take relatives to hospital appointments. We live in rural areas and taking a bus is not an option. Public transport doesn't exist for us. Yes, I know, but there's nothing that we can do about the petrol prices. It's controlled by the war. And, if we're not going to be buying Russian oil, which Shell have now said they are not going to be doing, we're going to have to buy from somewhere else, and they can do the prices as they want. I think it's the highest in 14 years. There you go. Just got some diesel, says Charlie. 172.9 a litre. For context, when I started in September, it cost 110 quid to fill up. Today, £135. 2 tanks a weekend minimum. Just glad it's not me paying, as it's on a fuel card. Yes, I mean, I worked out mine cost £1.40 to fill up the whole car now, whereas before it was about £1.20, so it's up about 20 quid. The Texaco garage in Collingdale is charging £1.91 for a litre of diesel, says Rob the Courier. £1.91. You see, it's going to be £2. Very, very shortly. My advice would be, get the petrol. There's no shortage of petrol. We don't have a petrol shortage. I don't want you to get panicky over that. But the prices are definitely going up. And we think £2 within a day, I should imagine. Diana in Herne Bay says, in the 80s and 90s, when I commuted daily between Godalming and Waterloo, I'd often meet with friends in the underground wine bar at the latter whilst waiting for my train. It was apparently previously a men's lavatory, and I marvelled it didn't smell of parsnips as per usual. I don't know why it would be. Yeah, it was all done up. It was very smart in there. But they were everywhere. These public lavatories, but the cost of maintaining them. And then, of course, at Waterloo Station, I remember after they changed them, people would sleep in there. The tramps would sleep in the toilet. They'd move all their stuff in, to the cubicle, and they'd go to sleep in there. It was as simple as that. Nothing you can do about it. Bit of a shame, really. The 151 at Costco was for premium, Steve. It's all I use, says Anthony. Yes, I think I'm better than premium. I think so. I can't remember, actually. I'm super premium. But whatever it is, you get the petrol, it's got the number 5 on it, or the number 10. I'm using number 5, which is more expensive than the number 10. I don't know what that means. I've no idea what the number 5 is, but that's the one that I had to buy. I had to check with the garage where I bought the car, saying, which one am I supposed to be putting in? I don't know. Don't want to put the wrong stuff in. I want to be a responsible motorist. And actually, yesterday when I put it in, my God, the car was fast. And of course, I tended to forget the faster you went, the more fuel you're blooming well using. But, I did my best. But it is very fast, very fast. Steve, I'm a chauffeur with a very large, long-base car. Only takes premium fuel like yours. Looks like customers will have to pay more, says James. We have no choice in it whatsoever. I mean, you can try the old thing about, I'm going to boycott that particular garage, but they're all going to be the same very shortly. All of them. Nick says, Costco at Watford has a petrol station now. It's 150.9 for super unleaded. Yeah, but is it the right quality? I have to ask whether it's the right quality for the car, because I don't want to put anything in. I don't want to ruin anything. I don't want to, screw me jets up or whatever it is. I don't know what it is. Seriously, excuse me. Papers are full of Mr. Burko. The panel said he was repeatedly dishonest. He was on yesterday with Ian Dale. And when you look at all the people, 21 outbursts brought him down. Screaming at people, shouting at people, mobile phones smashing, gay partnerships clash, fury over toothpaste, an unholy row over a chaplain, a meeting walkout, Jekyll and Hyde, anger on his wife's birthday, cauldron of conflict, malingering at home, a 13-minute rant. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Now, I don't know, because I wasn't there, but he was found, condemned in a bombshell report. But still, he will not say sorry. He's sort of denying it. But the amount of people there, and these are all well-known people, lords and ladies who've made it. And as I say, the person who was on yesterday on Newsnight had said that he used language which was not becoming of a former Speaker of the House of Commons. But he's now... somebody could take him into the Commons if they wanted to. But I suspect it would be a foolish person to do that. He's persona non grata. Now, where he goes from here, I don't know, because I didn't get that far in Ian Dale's interview. I'll have to go back and listen to it to find out what he does. If he's not allowed back into Parliament, presumably he must have built up, cash reserves and stuff like that. I don't know. Where does he go for a job? If you've been the ex-speaker, all you had to learn was to say was order, order. That's all you had to say. His wife was desperate for publicity. She was then reined in. And now he's a lying bully who abused his power. But where he goes career-wise, I don't know. I really don't know. And I'm quite sure that the good and the great on LBC and all the people on their programmes will be able to tell us exactly where he goes. I mean, does he go into the media? Does anybody want him in the media? Does somebody be complaining, say, why have you taken him on? Why have we taken him on? He's a bully. And not good at all. More on the eco-activists declaring war on the Chelsea tractors. I don't know why they were called Chelsea tractors. Is it because more people in Chelsea were using these 4x4s? And Irene Brown and her husband Nick woke up to find all 4 tyres on the family's part electric Toyota have been deflated by activists. It's definitely the 4x4s, isn't it, that they're targeting? And Mr. Brown had to cancel a hospital appointment. See, the trouble is, the mother of 2 says Nick's a serious diabetic. We may have access to a vehicle in an emergency. Their actions could have been dangerous. Well, I mean, not strictly true. You call an ambulance out if something happens. You don't need to worry necessarily about taking the car out. But I would recommend, especially people who've got 4x4s, if you can afford the 4x4 and they're not cheap, get yourself an electric pump. It plugs into the cigarette lighter and it pumps up in a minute. Brilliant. I bought one in Costco. I keep it in the boot of the car. I did only buy one, actually, although I have a feeling I might have 2 in the boot of the car. I have a feeling. I found some vegan chocolate the other day, actually. I was very pleased about it. It's a new one I've not discovered before, so I should be testing it out on Hillary, who's my go-to person for the vegan chocolate. And Zenzo, if you're listening, thank you very much indeed for all your help yesterday. It was very much appreciated. What annoys me, though, is all the filling stations, especially around my way, they close them down, then they sort of put in all new super-duper pumps and a new shop and all the rest of it. They must be making an absolute fortune. The story in the paper today, first of all, the Tory MPs venting anger at Priti Patel. I think just about the entire country is venting their anger at Priti Patel as the refugee visa farce deepens. And Horace the elephant is on sedatives. This is in Kyiv. Tony the gorilla's depressed. The bombs are rattling their enclosure, but the keepers have stayed there. I mean, the shelling has affected Horace, the Asian elephant, because they've never heard these kind of things before. Also, Jumbo, the giraffe, who appears to be a bit unnerved by rattling windows, but the tiger, Amber, and the very lonely Tony, the gorilla. And so they don't know what else to do with these animals. They can't get them out. You can't get out at the moment, even though the Russians have said, use these roads here. What they've done is they've put landmines on these roads. That's how sick they are. And the refugees are having to flee in minus 20-degree blizzards. Minus 20 degree. We can't even imagine what these things are like. And there's pictures of mums and babies and theatres which are providing makeshift beds for refugees. And it's just very, very sad. Very, very, very sad. But then they've got a picture, Women's Day in Ukraine. They're all armed to the teeth with their Kalashnikovs. McDonald's, no fries zone. They finally closed in Russia. I think it was pressure. I think pressure was being put on McDonald's from people saying, listen, you need to stop supporting Russia. When it's all over, you can open up back again, do whatever you want to do. But at the moment you should close, and so they've closed all their branches. I think it was something like 800. But, and I've just discovered the good news, the 62,000 staff they've got will still be paid. They're going to pay them. So that's good, because otherwise they've got nothing in the supermarkets. They can't get money out of anywhere, so they don't have to go to work. Starbucks as well, and PepsiCo, which I'm assuming is Pepsi-Cola, but they call it PepsiCo, and Coca-Cola as well, because this came after a hashtag boycott McDonald's trended online, and obviously McDonald's, fearing bad publicity, went, listen, let's close them, we carry on paying you, but, not going to get anything, nothing to buy at the moment, I'm afraid. Also, splashes to ashes. Ever heard of this one? Water cremations could soon go ahead in the UK for the first time. I've never even heard of such a thing. Never heard of it. Funeral directors said there's been a growing interest in greener goodbyes, and the process emits fewer greenhouse gases than traditional cremation, also known as aquamation. I've never even heard of it. It's recently chosen by, Desmond Tutu. It involves heating a body in a mixture of potassium hydroxide and water for 3 to 4 hours, leaving only the bones. Dear, I like the sound of this one. Loved ones can have the bones ground into a powder to scatter, while the water waste is then disposed of into the sewage system. Good Lord above. Aquamation, which costs the same as traditional cremation, is not available in the UK. Oh, I don't like the sound of that one at all. So you heat the body in a mixture of potassium hydroxide and water at 150 degrees for 3 to 4 hours, leaving only the bones. Well, it sounds quite ghastly. I don't like that. I wish I'd never mentioned it. Don't like the sound of that. Although people like these green ones. We have lots of green funerals round our way, which is the wicker basket coffins. But they move around a bit. Have you seen those? Oh, they go a bit skew-whiff. Lovely pictures here of the Silver Ladies with a combined age of 152. It's Dame Helen Mirren and Dolly Parton. And, as I say, Dolly shows no sign of slowing down. Neither does Dame Helen Mirren. And Oscar winner Dame Helen was wearing a midi dress with rose embellishments. She was attending a theatrical gala in New York. Burko was a weasel in charge of the Commons chicken coop, says Sarah Vine, writing in the Mail today. And Andrew pays the full £12 million bill to settle the Virginia Roberts case, but it didn't come from us, we're told. Although actually he's in danger of getting his Range Rover tyres let down because he drives a Range Rover. I don't think they pay for it. It seems like the whole royal family get free Range Rovers. I think it's like a deal. But he was pictured out driving the other day. What he does for a living, nobody knows or cares. Also, what else have we got in the papers for today, quickly? Sheeran's concert. And this was in the courtroom. He serenades the judge. I think that's like having a private thing. I remember having somebody from the Moody Blues, Justin Hayward, years ago. I interviewed him, and I was a big fan of the Moody Blues. And he came and he brought his guitar in, and he sang. He sang a Moody Blues song, and I remember sitting there thinking, this is my own private concert. It doesn't get any better. Doesn't get any better. We're all waiting for the Pet Shop Boys and Mark Arman's single to come out. What if he's going to wear my my red jacket, which I gifted to him, which would be rather nice. Formula One tycoon. This is Ron Dennis. He sold his shares in McLaren. Huge amounts of money in Formula One. Huge. He got £275 million, and he's bought a huge plot of land on which to build a mega mansion. And this one has got everything. It's got a basement mezzanine, a ground floor, a first floor, a second floor. It's in Berkshire. It's absolutely huge. It's got a guest wing, a dog yard and dog house, car wash, car parking, a present wrapping room. A present wrapping room. I mean, everybody's got one of those, I know, but I mean, a present wrapping room. Also a wine cellar, a cinema, a gym, a pool, a sitting room and a games room. Formal dining room, driver's resting area, water feature, so essential in this day and age. Guest sitting room wing, west, and he's got one in the east as well. There's an underground car park, a tea point, an outdoor sunken garden, a private lift from the ground floor and dressing rooms, and an access tunnel to the estate offices. Must be near the river, actually, because it's got a tunnel to the River Thames. It's huge. It's absolutely... I've never seen a place the size of it. And they say 30 million. Seems like a bargain. An absolute bargain for 30 million. You get so much more for your money nowadays. Not in the world of petrol. So we wished happy birthday to Martin Fry, the Lancashire-born ABC frontman, Poison Arrow, and The Look of Love. What did he dislike about his appearance? He said, my eyebrows. He didn't like his eyebrows. Vita Sackville West, born on this day in 1892, died 1962. And Robert Woodruff. Do you know who Robert Woodruff is? Who do you think Robert Woodruff is? Do you know the name? You might... Oh, Clive was talking. Oh, right. Clive, stop talking to him. We're trying to do a programme here, for goodness sake. No, Robert Woodruff is the former president of Coca-Cola, who masterminded its success. He died on this day in 1985, aged 95. During World War II, he pledged to see that every man in uniform gets a Coke for 5 cents, wherever he is and whatever it costs the company. Clever marketing. I mean, I'm led to believe at one time it did contain cocaine. That was the whole thing. It was sold as a medicine, wasn't it? Imagine, honestly, all these people are paying £60 for a little gram of it and just could have got it for 5 cents if you were in the forces. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And we'll fight in the forests, the fields and on the shores, front page headline on the Daily Express. And Paul McKenna's doing his guide to positivity. I saw him only the other day looking extremely well. Thank you for your company this morning. Thank you for keeping us up to date with the petrol prices. I suspect we'll be doing that. And we'll keep you up to date with everything that's taking place